Greetings, greetings, greetings. Welcome to the live. If you wouldn't mind hitting likes and shares, that'd be great and wonderful. Today we're going to be talking about manifestation. That's today's topic. If anybody wants to share any spiritual, alien, or paranormal experiences, you can hit the guest request and come on up. And you can share that with us. This place is a safe space for everybody. This live is for everybody. The only thing we don't do in this live is talk about politics. We try to stay away from that. But other than that, we try to keep it at a very spiritual thing. Very love and light and spiritual. We want to keep that vibration very high. And, show that love and compassion for everybody as for humanity. Because we're all equal. And that was my goal to do this. This live is for everybody. See, this live, the reason why I call it a live is because each one of you are, a part of the live. You're the energy, the life that comes to this live. Other people want to call their things a show. Well, this is not a show to me. I'm not here to sit here and be famous. I'm not sitting here to make money. I'm here to share and raise everybody's vibrations and have a spiritual place for everybody to share and express how they feel about spiritual, extraterrestrials and stuff like that. But we will be talking about manifestation tonight when people come in. And we wait till all the rest of the people come in. There's quite a bit of people coming in. So, yeah. If anybody has any questions, feel free to ask. We're waiting for people to come up in here now. Hello, River. Nice to see you here. Today's topic is going to be about manifestation. And how we can manifest things. But first, we're going to be talking about spiritual experiences. We're going to bring up anybody that wants to talk about their spiritual, paranormal, or spatial beings. If they want to share their experience, they can. Feel free to just hit the guest request to come on up. We can discuss that and share with other individuals. We're not here to judge anybody, and that's what a lot of people like to judge, but we don't do that here. This live is not for that. It's to share and help people understand what they're truly seeing and what they're truly feeling, and be their authentic true self. Thank you for the heart. If you people wouldn't mind to hit the likes and shares, it'd be wonderful. It'll be an interesting topic today. Hello, Jen and Tonic. We're going to be talking about manifestation and how we manifest good and bad things. That'll be a little bit later on. But today, right now, at this moment, as we're waiting for people to come up in here, we're going to offer people to come up if they want to share their spiritual, paranormal, or extraterrestrial experiences. Feel free to do that. Be more than happy to, hang out, talk about it, see if it learns, what you can learn, and, we're also talking about dreams and visions and premonitions. We also talk about those things too. All those experiences. It doesn't matter if what people think. We don't judge here. This is alive for you. It's a safe space for you, for everybody here. We've all come from different backgrounds and had different experiences in our life. And within sharing them, we can all learn how to deal with those situations when we come across them. You know, a lot of people like to judge. We don't do that. We're here to share in this love and light. Bring us to a new vibration, a new frequency. To help us evolve into the better humans we are. Because that's what it's about. It's about us expressing ourselves, bringing in a new era, a new love, a new light for everybody. Hello.
Howdy.
Ali, how are you?
I'm good. I just had groceries delivered and I haven't finished putting them away yet. I still can't go to the grocery store on my own. Because then I can't, even if I could do the walking to do the shopping, I wouldn't be able to unload them and carry them in. So I still use Instacart.
It works.
Yep. It's more expensive.
It's more expensive, but at least you don't, you have someone that can bring you the food.
She works 2 jobs. Yeah. Instacart's great. I used it during the pandemic and then I had back surgery, so I just never stopped using it.
Right?
So I got my dark chocolate M&Ms. I got my chocolate stuffed marshmallows. Mostly, I got snack stuff.
That's cool.
And bread. And pimento cheese. And apples. All that good stuff.
Today we're going to be talking about manifestation. We manifest the good and the bad. Hello, Red One. If you wouldn't mind hitting the likes and the shares, if you feel like donating, that's good. That'd be cool. So right now we're at a point where we can share stories. Well, not like stories. I hate saying stories. I don't know why I keep saying it. Share experiences about the paranormal, extraterrestrial, or even spiritual. Even dreams and visions and premonitions. Whatever you'd like to share, besides politics.
Luckily, that'll be over soon.
Oh, well, I can't
worry about it anymore. I hope.
But other than that, I'm just trying to think about the positive, the spiritual.
Yeah.
I don't want to, get too involved with all that. That's above my pay grade.
Well, the only people paying me are my retirement fund, long-term disability. Thank God I paid extra for that for all those years, because now it's paying me back. And I am real thankful that I was smart enough to do that just in case, because
Right.
I ended up unexpectedly needing it.
We all need that.
Well, it was, man, if I had chosen to get more on my paycheck instead of paying that little extra, I'd be screwed right now.
Yeah, a lot of people are screwed because of things.
Yeah. But I'm doing okay because I did sign up for that.
Yeah.
And I paid for it for a lot of years.
You prepared for it, you prepared for your future. Because if something happens, you wouldn't have that there now.
Yeah.
And that's what we should do. We should prepare for the future, but go and enjoy our lives.
Yeah. Oh. Man, this guy cooked up shitty apples. Excuse my language.
Oh yeah, ever since that Sunday, I'm just not the same person.
Which Sunday?
That Sunday with that experience.
Oh, yeah.
I've noticed it, I think differently, and my attitude has been different. You have it, Joan. I have a dream book of manifestations for the future. That's wonderful. Does it help?
Well, I'm working on manifesting the earth I want to live on.
We can manifest it. And you
That's,
know, we can manifest it. We can manifest anything.
that's what
You
I'm working
know,
on.
we don't
Mine,
have to manifest ourselves going on our leadership to be
my,
harvested.
yeah. I'm manifesting beautiful. I can talk to all the animals and they talk back. And
That's wonderful.
I just saw the coolest video. A guy was in a deer stand and up walks a coyote and climbs the tree. And the
I've just
guy
seen
is
that.
obviously, you saw it?
Yeah,
Wasn't that awesome?
I thought it was funny. That was great. Did you see the one where the shark was pushing a turtle?
The shark was pushing a turtle? No, I didn't see that.
Yeah,
Hi,
there was a
honey.
turtle. There was a turtle going that was drowning, and the
Oh,
shark was pushing the turtle up above the water for it
oh,
to breathe, trying to push it to
cool.
land. Yeah, I was like,
Yeah.
what the heck? See, that's sad. You got even nature helping itself, and humans can't do that.
Yeah, humans don't even hardly do that for each other much. Well, I mean, some of us do, you know? We got
Yeah,
to give
some.
us credit. We take care of each other and we take care of animals and we adopt from shelters and we donate to, I mean, you know, speaking for myself, and I donate to
Yeah.
shelters and I adopt from a kill shelter and I've donated to Greenpeace all my life.
One
And
is healing my son mental illness. He can follow his dreams now. That's great. I'm glad that that book is helping you because a lot of the healing we can do ourselves, but a lot of people don't realize that we can heal ourselves. Whenever you set your mind to, you can manifest and do it. You just have to have a that belief inside of you. And a lot of these mental illnesses are not really mental illnesses at all. It's just a different way of vibration of thinking. And they think outside of the box. Everybody, like when they told me I had several, I didn't, and I looked at it as a negative thing for years. They tried to shove medications down my throat. And I come to realize, no, that's not who I am. I was made this way. And I'm going to live this way. You know, sometimes the medications help. It all depends on the person, I guess, but it did help with me. Yeah, alcoholism can be a real problem. Of course, when I drank, I always got in trouble the other way. I wasn't violent, I was just more, you know, making babies. That's why I stayed away from drinking.
I'm a happy drunk.
Me too. When I drink blue motorcycles. I get in trouble. I have little boys. I have kids.
how many kids do you have?
Um, Two that are alive
Oh, yeah.
that I know of. There could be more, but I only know of two. I wasn't such an innocent little boy. I was a very bad boy when I was younger. I did a lot of things that probably shouldn't have done. Well, I know I shouldn't have done, but
I just watched a YouTube video on a woman who talks to spirit babies, the ones that are choosing to come in at this time, and they're choosing their parents very carefully. And
yeah,
they want their parents to have gone through a certain amount of enlightenment before they agree to come in. And then once they do come in, there's such strong energy that, of course, they're diagnosed or looked at as autistic because they're struggling to live in this environment in such a dense energy that we have here compared
yeah.
to what they came from. But they're brilliant, but they are unconventional children. They don't, follow all the conventional rules.
Yeah, my son, he picked me.
Yeah.
And I remember when I had that dream years and years ago. I seen 4 kids. I still don't know who the 4th one is, but it's whatever at this point. But I know I had the daughter. She was in the dream. I had another little daughter, and I had a son. Well, one of the daughters passed on because of human circumstances, but I did see my son, and he was in there, and he said, "You're going to be my daddy." I'm like, "Yeah, why are you picking me?" He goes, "Because you're unique and you're special and you're one of a kind. You're at the right place at the right time." I'm like, "What?" I almost wanted to say, "What do you mean?" But then I woke up. And then I got married, and I said to the woman I married, I'm like, that's probably why she divorced me. I told her, I was like, "Are you going to go to the doctor to have her, see if you can have children?" She goes, "Why?" I go, "I keep seeing a baby boy, and he wants me to be his daddy." And she's like, "Well, I don't know if I can have kids." I'm like, "Well, I'm seeing him." So as the years went on, she never made an effort to it. Then one night, I went drinking. I went to one bar. I had 3. Well, no, it started out where I had a Jamaican beer. Then I had a pitcher of beer. I had a Long Island iced tea, wall banger, screwdrivers. And the next thing I can remember was I went into Long Island iced teas. And then I went into another pitcher of beer. I went into Blue Motorcycles. And then they wouldn't sell me any more liquor. So I went to another bar. And then I was so hammered I couldn't even stand. And next thing I know, about a month or so later, I heard, "Congratulations, you're a daddy." Well, damn. Okay. I guess it was meant to happen like that. And then when he came out and he was old enough to speak, he says, "I picked you, Daddy." And I said, He go, "I love you." He goes, "I loved you first." Like, "What do you mean?" He goes, "I picked you in a dream, remember?" God. Yes. He gets me every time with that.
It kind of makes me wonder why, if they all pick, why my kids picked us, and if I'm living up to it or not.
Even my daughter said that. My 37-year-old daughter, she said that to me too. When I was a kid, I had a child when I was 15. And about 4 or 5 years later, she speaks, she goes, I'm glad I picked you. I'm like, huh? What? And she said it to me too, so I think all the children pick their parents. Because I had both of them tell me that.
Well, I'm assuming that mine liked me okay. My son said the reason he liked his partner was because she reminded him of me. And I'm not quite sure how to take that, but
Oh, well.
that's good. You know, I mean, that means he liked me. If he picked a
Right?
girl like that.
Yeah, son usually picks his wife or mate with the same attributes as the mother.
Red one, why don't you come up here and explain that? I don't
Oh, she
understand it.
is.
Oh, tell us more. I don't understand what you wrote.
We're going to be talking about manifestation, Bobby. Right now, we're talking stories about children picking us.
That's a type of manifestation.
Yes. They manifested to be us to be their parents.
When I was 4, I asked my mother if she remembered when I was here before. And she said, "Oh no, we don't talk about stuff like that." Right off the bat.
Wow.
Right? So I've been awake since I was 4. I see things before they happen, if they're going to happen to me.
Wow.
But she would never talk to you about it after that, even?
No, but she used to call me without her mouth, without speaking, and she thought that was funny. She said, "Watch this," and she'd call me without speaking, and I'd come to her. My mother was an artist, an Indian artist, and all of my grandmothers were Indian artists, all of them. And I turned out to be an Indian artist, you know what I mean? So if you're a little bit Indian, all of your relatives are Indians, right?
Yeah.
Ancestors are native, your ancestors are native. So yeah, I got involved in making medicine bags because of that. I've been doing Native American art since I was 11, let's say. And so I really do think that we pick our families before we get here, because I remember, and I don't know if it was a dream or if it was a vision or what it was, but I do remember being in a room with people before I came here to see who my family was going to be.
Do you
I
remember?
wish I would have known.
So I think we do get to pick our family.
Do you remember talking to other beings, souls, about which family you were choosing or why? Or
I do. I believe it was Jesus or God or Source, however you want to put it. I used to be a Christian. I was raised a Christian, let's say, but I have my own beliefs now because I'm an adult, right?
Mhm.
And I've been through a lot.
Thank you,
of stuff.
Bobby.
But I truly believe we get to choose, because it was like a meeting with the higher beings, and I got to pick my family. And when I got here and I said, hey, remember when I was here before? I feel like that was a past life, or being back with the people that you share your journey with, the souls that you share your journey with.
Uh-huh.
Because when I met my husband, I felt him before I met him. I think I told you guys that before. I like walking through an electric fence without it being there. I got zapped from my head to my toes, and I felt every cell in my body just scream from being not electrocuted, but awakened, let's say. And when I walked through, I pulled into where I was, where I past the feeling. And I pulled in, and there was a man there that felt the same thing. And we met, and he's been with me for 27 years now. He's never left my side. He said he's never felt that feeling before, and he's never felt it again. And the strange part is that I think that the reason I think that our souls get back together like that, because he's Clyde Barrow's great nephew, and I'm Bonnie and Clyde great. I'm her third cousin. Yeah, third cousin. Anyway, we got back together, and wouldn't that be like Bonnie and Clyde's souls meet?
Yeah.
I felt that I've known him for all of my. I was going to be with him for the rest of my life, because I can't see anyone else making me feel that way, and he can't either. And like, we're on our 28th year now, I think. Yeah, after Thanksgiving. But we got married on Valentine's Day. So. And we'll be together forever, our forever.
Yeah, I wish I would have picked my freaking parents. I think they knew I was going to be up against it, so they just threw me in here. Like, he ain't going to agree to this. Let's just toss him in there.
I think we get to pick our parents because all the lessons that we're going to learn in that family, where, you know, whether we get treated good, bad, or ugly, I think we learn from that, and it makes us who we are. Because without all the bullshit in my life, I wouldn't be who I am today. You know, I got kidnapped when I was 21 and held captive for 2 weeks, and I talked him into letting me go rather than taking his life. You know what I mean? When I had an opportunity, because, you know, he wouldn't do that because it's wrong to do what he did, and he was never, you know, punished for it or any other thing. But I'm here because I survived that, and I think that I survived that for a reason, because now I'm a ninja. Try to take me somewhere.
Honestly,
You know,
I think my last life I was a female,
Right.
and I had
think
bad things happen. I had bad things happen to me. That's kind of why, in this life, I don't really like men too much. Even when I was younger, I had males that were friends, and I always felt that they would betray and backstab me, and I never trusted any of them, even though they were my friends. I always kept them at an arm length because, lo and behold, what did they do? They betrayed me. So I always talk with women because I could associate with them more, and I like the energy that women throw off, because the men's energy is such violent, and you know what I'm saying? It felt violent to me, and I didn't like it. I still don't to this day. That's why I don't have a lot of male friends, because they just irritate me. And I can agree, and I understand women more. So that's probably why that I was a woman in my past life, and even in this life here, I feel like that I'm a woman trapped in a man's body, because I certainly don't agree with this body at all.
I have a really, really close friend who only recently confessed to me that he felt that way. He's felt that way all his life. And he's probably one of the manliest men, you know, you would come across. He was, you know, special services in the Navy, firefighter, rescuer, paramedic, all the whole thing. And he told me that when he was little, he would always want to play with girl things, and his father beat him so severely so many times that he just kind of blocked it out for a long time. And it's only been in the last 10 years he's been thinking on that, wishing that things had maybe been a little different for him. And he had always identified more as a female, and why he had so many female friends rather than, I mean, because essentially he's our friend, but he calls me. You know, we're the ones that talk on the phone for hours at a time, and we always did. So, I mean, it's just a recent confession that he made. just within the last couple of years that he's always felt that way. And
Yeah, I can relate to the more feminine energy than the man energy because I don't know, the man energy just it annoys me. It's not right sometimes, and it's like it's not what I want to relate to.
yeah, It's- yeah,
Yeah, I think that's why a lot of men from our generation before us have issues with the awakening spirituality is because they've been taught, boys don't cry, men don't do this, men don't do that, men blah 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 blah. And so they got to get past all that bullshit before they can get to where they need to be. You know what I mean?
Right.
Why does the
Yeah.
screen keep going black? I keep the screen keeps going black.
I know I've been watching my husband go through a lot of the same things the last several years, 15 or so years, trying to reconcile. He's always been one to hold everything in, hold his emotions in, and be really strong. And he's finally letting down his guard, and now he just cries about everything. And it's okay. He's realizing that it's really okay to cry. But it took him a long time to get there.
Yeah.
Remember that band, Tears for Fears?
Yeah.
Yes.
What was their popular song? What was their popular song they had? Tears for Fears. That's what I'm getting is because, right, there were so many fears of being emotional as a man. And oftentimes, if you showed any emotion, you were beaten, ostracized, verbally beaten, reminded, told you were a pussy, or you're, yeah, just whatever. And this is what our generation, the one before it and the one before it, it's all everything. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying every family, but I would say there's a 99 broken families or broken men than there is for one that's truly healed. And I think you can only heal through the divine feminine.
And
It
that's
is
why
what
I
it
grew
is.
up. I grew up like, do this, do that. Don't you ever do that, do this, do that. And if I showed any sign of emotion, I would pound it into oblivion.
Yes.
I was beat with a
Yes.
washboard. I had to kneel on rice and beans. I would stand in the corner. And
You'll
back
think
then,
twice about doing that again, don't you? Real fucking quick, man. Especially when you're younger. You're like, okay, and now you're trapped. Can't be yourself.
Yeah, I mean, I was beat with a switch. I mean, until I couldn't even walk sometimes.
No shit. Damn, bro.
I mean, I went to school. I even got paddled in school. That was the last year they had paddling.
I remember. I would say they quit paddling in our school when I was in kindergarten. That was the last time I saw a kid get beat in front of me.
We could get spanked at school, but I never was. But I had an SA guy that harassed me every day when I was 10 years old. And then they would make me, and then I would fight him off. But he would do it whenever there wasn't a teacher around. The teacher would come in, and I'm fighting this guy off, and we'd both be sent to the office. And they would make me shake his hand and make up with him. Now, that's the difference between being in elementary school in the 60s or now. There's a huge difference.
And even though even just not the physical, it was even the emotional. I mean, I was dragged up on my hair saying, I'm going to give you the DSS. I was shoved. My mother drove me down the road at 9 years old, stuck me in the middle of nowhere, and left me there on a dark road at 3 o'clock in the morning.
That's so awful.
That's the life I had.
That's awful.
Yeah. And my mom, all she would do is just have babies and not do anything. And You know, I had to take care of my brothers and sisters. I had to, you know, take care of them. I had to go to a store, jump in Salvation Army buckets, do things, like get things from the store to feed my family. Because my mother wouldn't do it. I did it all. And, you know, it made me into a better person, yeah. But it was certainly hell because I've had, I was in and out of foster homes, abused in every single way. And, you know, it happened, you know. And that's kind of probably why a lot of my emotions don't, I can't show them because of that. And lately I've been at the point where, you know, I show more emotions, you know?
Can I ask you a question, brother?
Sure.
How often do you cry?
How about once a month, actually, now? Maybe even more as of late.
Okay, in the last 6 months, how many times have you cried, do you think? Just
About
roughly.
10.
Okay,
10.
that's not enough, man. That's not enough. I'm just
I've
saying.
had a lot in the last 6 months.
Yeah, I couldn't even tell you how many times I've cried in the last 6 months. And I lost my mom just a couple weeks ago, but that didn't really shed more tears than anything. You know what I'm saying? Beyond, I would say, well, no, go ahead. I'm sorry. I was just asking because of crying, tears. And the thing is, tears don't always have to be from pain. I do believe gratitude tears
I was
are
just gonna say
also,
that.
yeah, are also just as powerful, if not more powerful.
I definitely
Yeah.
agree with you.
I
Yeah.
was about to go into that. That 10 times was, you know, of the bad crap that I've had to deal with.
Yeah.
But the other times, maybe about 20, because I've reached different spiritual realms and had different experiences.
Uh-huh.
And it was so powerful, you know, it makes me cry because
Yes, it's very emotional.
When
Yes.
you feel every emotion at the same time, you have no chance, no prayer. I'm about to cry. When you feel every emotion, it happens. You just can't
Yeah.
control it.
Well, I think it's
funny
one of
'cause
the
I
gifts
just
is we do have that emotion. So, I mean, you know what I'm saying, that we can't experience it. It's just it's been beaten out of men. I think the
Yeah.
divine masculine's been under attack, and all along why they've been suppressing the divine feminine. You know, it's disgusting what they really have done. But I'm just saying, in basic
I agree
terms,
with
I
you.
find
you know, just men. It's not safe for men to cry. It's not. I want to put a cop in
Emotional
fucking
weakness.
tears on a corner one night. You know what I'm saying?
they rule the world, so they might as well cry while they're at it.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think that crying is a really good way to release
Yes.
whatever, you know, whenever
Yes.
sometimes I feel like, God, I need a good cry, but nothing's making me cry. So then I will watch a movie that I know will make me cry so I can get it started to let it out. And when I quit smoking, you know, the first week was freaking hell. It was awful. And so I would get in the bathtub and just cry and cry and cry and beat myself up and cry and try to get out as much of that energy of addiction before I face my family again. Because one time during that week, while I was, you know, the first week of quitting, there was just too much. I don't know whether it was probably the kids bickering and they wouldn't stop. I told them to stop multiple times and they didn't stop. And I happened to have a monster jar of mayonnaise in my hand. Thank God it was plastic. And I raised it up as high in the air as I could. And I threw it to the ground with as much force as I could muster. And mayonnaise went everywhere. And poor Sassafras was standing behind a chair, and she's like, I am not going to move. Mom has lost her shit. And what was, the funny thing about it was
Sass got covered in mayonnaise.
Try
But
reloading.
it, what?
I was telling Kai to probably come back, go out and come back in.
Anyway, so Sass was like, I've got to clean this up as fast as possible so Mom doesn't get upset. And she started licking the mayonnaise off the. There was like the silhouette of a dog on the back of the chair. Anyway, the kids like to tease me about that, and I turned around and walked away. You know, I threw that down as hard as I could. I turned around and walked away, and the kids got the message. And between the kids and Sassafras, all the mayonnaise was cleaned up. And I got in the bathtub and cried some more.
I think the last time I cried was when I seen God or Source or whatever that was 2 Sundays ago. Holy crap. Even just thinking about it brings a tear to my eye.
Yep. What Source say? Tell you.
Oh, you never heard that, did you?
No, man. I'm kind of new to your channel, bro. And I think I found you. My spirit found you like maybe a week ago or something like that. I don't remember.
Well, you know where I came from, of course. The group that I was with.
Nah, man. Nah, I don't.
The Anookos.
I don't know who that is.
Anook.
Oh, Anook. Oh, I know that group. Okay.
Yeah, I came from them. And I went through a bunch of stuff with that. But anyway.
Do you recall my name during that time? The brief amount of time? Okay,
Yeah.
all right, okay. I don't need to say anything. That was several chapters ago.
Yeah, several chapters, but
well, congratulations
then,
on making it out. I mean, I mean, everything that I hear and feel through your presence is only good. It's the only reason why I'm here. Fair enough.
And I changed, like, after all that crap happened since January 3rd,
Okay.
I've been more, it seems like I'm getting it, I've been getting more experiences, we call them, since then. But the last one really hit me. It was, I woke up, well, I was asleep for I needed to sleep. I was up for 48 hours. I needed to sleep. And I couldn't sleep to save my life. For some reason, I just couldn't sleep. So I was tired as hell, but I couldn't sleep. And figured that one. So I decided to play a video game. I said, let me play this game where I have to think and use my damn brain. So I was playing this game, and I said, all right, now I'm really tired. I'm about ready to pass the hell out. So it's 4:44 on a Sunday. And I'm like, you know what? Out I am. I went to sleep, woke up at 9:34. Okay, I'm rejuvenated. I'm going to get up. I got a bunch of things to do. I heard a voice. Oh, not yet. Don't you dare. I was like, good. I didn't feel like moving anyway. So I put the blanket back on and went back to sleep. So I'm like, okay. Yeah, good. You don't have to twist my arm.
Yeah.
Right? So I went to sleep. The second time. Well, I wake up in a school that looked like a college. People were trying to unalive me because I was spreading spiritual knowledge to everybody. They didn't like it. They tried to use booms and pew-pews and pokey-pokes and trying to do me in every single way possible.
Yeah.
They even set traps. So
You were dodging all their shit? You were dodging all their shit?
Me and my two people were with me, and we got away from them, and then we came into this room, and it was a classroom full of kids. The teacher was talking to them, and I noticed my jacket was on the back of the table. I said, why's my jacket here? And my friend goes, how do you know it's your jacket? Like, that's my jacket. The girl goes, can you prove it's your jacket? How do you know it's your jacket? I said, that's my jacket. Don't tell me, I know. I went over, I picked up the jacket. I'm looking, I said, how did my jacket get here? I know I didn't bring it. I looked at the jacket, it had 2 holes on the sleeve, and the cuffs were faded. And I'm like, interesting. So I'm taking my jacket, damn it. So I picked up the jacket, put it on, walked outside the building. Finally got out, outside of the school. I go around the corner on the right side, turn around. There was 7 burial plots there. It looked like they were freshly made. And I was trying to read the names above them, like I thought they would have been tombstones or something, but they're not. The names were carved on the side of the building. I got to the 7th one, and I noticed there was an E dot above the grave. I'm like, oh my God, I'm here. I'm buried here. This is me.
Wow.
Why am I here? Why am I in this ground? Wait a minute. Why are my initials not up there? If I died here, why are my initials not on up there? Why is it just an E dot? It bugged me. I looked at my friends, the 2 that were with me, the girl and the guy. I said, I'm dead. I died. I'm not here. As soon as I said that, they disappeared.
Whoa.
And I heard a big thunder. I heard thunder and a little like the static from lightning.
Yeah.
And I heard a giant sounding boom that was so bad I felt like it shook the planet. Then there was this bright flash. I appear in this gold crested room. The room was completely gold, but it was dim. It looked like it was like candlelight. I could see on it was very, very well made room. The wall had, and on the wall it had etched jewels into the gold.
Nice.
And I'm like, where am I? I looked forward, and the room was huge, so I'm walking through the room, and I noticed there was a throne way off in the distance of the room. So as I'm walking closer to the throne, I could feel more energy. It was like boom, 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 and every time I got closer, I could feel the energy growing and growing and growing. I got close enough to the throne, and there was this man sitting on a throne. And I looked at him, and he had the bluest, translucent eyes I've ever seen. They were so beautiful. You could be lost in those eyes. And I like, who are you? He shakes his head like he's cracking his neck and stuff, and he says, who do you think I am? He stands up. I looked at his hands. I seen holes on his hands, and he had marks on his forehead. And I'm like, oh, thank you for the gifts. And I'm like, oh, holy crap. Holy crap. It dawned on me. Oh, crap. And I go, who are you? He looks at me with his eyes, and it felt like they were piercing through into my soul, and it felt like he goes, I am the great I am. I am the beginning and the end. I am the Alpha and the Omega. I am what is and what was and whatever shall be. And at that moment, I thought, oh my God, no way.
Holy fuck.
I'm like, oh crap. Am I completely dead? What should I ask questions? What do I do?
Yeah.
I was like, duh. And every time I tried to speak, I couldn't. And he's like, I go, when I gained my composure, and I'm like, and I don't know why I said this. Anything that I've ever said, was I wrong? He goes, no, Dragon of Light. You were not wrong at all. You need to spread that news more. Tell more people. Explain to them. Okay. And then we started talking more, and he says, you were all living gods. And I'm like, what? He's like, living gods. You are all living gods. I go, what do you mean we're living gods? He goes, you are all living gods. When you're on Earth, you can manifest and create certain things with the energy and vibration you are. When you ascend into the higher plane of existence, you would be able to manifest into the whole universe. You'd be able to create and do more. And I'm like, whoa, like that was heavy.
Yes, that is very heavy.
And I'm like, we're living gods. I just couldn't get over the part of him saying living gods.
One way I'd say of describing us, yeah. I mean, gods and
And
goddesses.
so
Yeah.
he goes in his pocket. I don't know how a robe has a pocket, but whatever. He pulls out these stones, throws them on the ground. He goes, what do you see? I see stones. He goes, they're all part of one stone. Each fragment of those stones is a greater part to the greater being. Now use that as humanity. Each one of the humans are a fractal, and they become the greater source, the greater love. Henceforth, you're all part of a greater thing. You're all a greater source. You're the
Piece of the
living
puzzle.
God.
Yeah, a piece of the puzzle. So if you're a god, then that means I'm a god. Honey's the goddess. God's a goddess. River's goddess. You know what I'm saying? It
And-
really.
Yeah. And then we talked about a few things that I can't say on here.
That's
And
fine.
then we got to a and I was like, living God. Whoa. He goes, living God, yes, we are all living gods. No one person's greater than another. You all are equal. And I'm like, whoa, okay. And then I was like, and I could hear somebody that's a friend of mine. I could hear her voice in my head. Ask about the ascension. Ask about the ascension.
Sure.
So I said, huh, what about the ascension? He goes, every knee shall bow and every tongue will confess that when the ascension happens, no one will know the day, no one will know the time. But Dragon of Light, let me tell you this. The ascension will happen in your lifetime. At that moment, I thought, what? I did not anticipate that answer. I was in a state of what? And I
But
said,
you know already it's that time anyway, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you already
Yeah.
knew that and understood that. But
it was like confirmation
mm-hmm.
and a kind of, and then he said, I go, we're all living gods. I was like, I was stuck on that. I couldn't comprehend it. And I'm like, what? And then he said, he looks at me with those blue eyes, and he looks at me and smiles. He didn't smile the entire time, but he looks at me and says, you are all living gods. Dragon of Light. And then I disappeared and I woke up in my bed. And I talked to a bunch of people on here on my phone, and they said, you know, why don't you go look in your closet for the jacket? So I looked in the closet, right? I haven't seen the jacket in 2 years, so I didn't know what the hell even, if there was holes in it or not. So I went and pulled the jacket out, and lo and behold, there was holes on the on the left arm.
Mm-hmm.
I heard something in the pocket, and I pulled out a dragon keychain with a light on it.
Nice.
I threw the jacket down and go, are you kidding me?
Wow, man,
This
it's not a
is
joke. It's a
I was
comedy,
like-
but it's not a joke.
I was like, oh my, this didn't happen. This
Fuck yeah, it
didn't
happened.
happen. And then
Yes, it did. Fuck yeah, it
and then I
happened.
looked over. I was like, how did this happen? I look over and I heard, look to your left. I'm looking at my CPAP machine, and then I heard a voice of what my doctor said. Well, if you don't use that CPAP machine, that you can, you know, unalive yourself if you bring because, you know, you're going to be struggling for air, and, you know, you're probably going to choke yourself out, unalive yourself. And then I thought about that for a moment. And then I talked to a bunch of doctors and spiritual people. Like, you know what you did? You brought yourself, with not taking that, not being on that machine at that moment. I brought myself to a low NDE. That's why
That's how you were able to capture that
with the
moment.
lightning, and
Yeah.
the bright flash and the sonic boom was me pushing myself into another existence, another level.
Yeah. You left.
Yeah, and I was like, and ever since then, I have not been the same person. It's like I feel
Good.
like I've been reborn,
Good. Congratulations.
and I have,
That's intense.
yeah. And to this day, I'm like, it, wow. It's just I don't even know what to, even
It's
how to
legit.
comprehend.
Yeah, it's legit. I mean, I will say, I mean that everybody's is different, but I mean that's a really intense one. I would say one of the more intense I've heard more recently. But it's beautiful. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you captured it. The beautiful thing is that you got to experience it and remember it. I mean, that was a beautiful. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because when we go to sleep, it's a different world. You know.
Mm.
I mean, we're here in the awake, I guess, right?
I mean,
State.
I've had a lot of visions and dreams. Some very strong, some are very emotional. But that one
Mhm.
was, holy crap. I've had three very, very emotional ones. I've had one with the premonition of me on the mountain. One when I had the premonition of, the 6-page essay they had me write. Oh yeah, I've got that too. I don't know if you've ever heard that one. I got a 6-page essay that they told me to tell people. And then the one when I went to interstellar space. This last one, was the most powerful one yet.
That
out of all
experience,
them.
you mean? That experience was
Yeah.
the most powerful you've ever had? Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, I
that
don't know how you
was.
get more powerful than that, honestly.
I mean, I've had experience, but this was just blew me away.
Yeah. Yeah, I appreciate you
It
sharing that.
affects
That's
me.
cool.
It
Oh,
still
that's cool.
affects
Well,
me
I
because
mean-
it's like,
Well, you're never going to forget it, so it's going to be a part of your program now. I mean, but I mean, again, it's either you take the beautiful part of it. You know what I'm saying? It's intense. It's just intense, but it's beautiful, isn't it?
And
Aren't you
then it
grateful
brought
now?
me-
I mean, you have to have a huge sense of gratitude to have that experience. As
Yeah.
intense as it was.
And then that brings me to something else
yeah,
that
beautiful.
I tried to find out what the E meant, and I figured out what the E
Yeah.
meant.
That's not your first name. I was going to ask you, but I didn't want to interrupt you. But your first name doesn't start with E, does it?
No, the E was for Edgar Casey.
Okay.
And I went
Interesting.
diving into Edgar Casey and a lot of his
Okay.
life as
Yeah.
Honey was there. Honey was telling me to look him up for a while, and I didn't realize it. But his entire life is almost the same as mine. He was struck
Oh,
with
wow.
a baseball bat when he was stuck with a baseball when he had started having premonitions. I was struck with a baseball bat. He passed on January 3rd.
Mhm.
That's when I awoken this year at January 3rd.
Oh, wow.
His wife died 5 months after he did. After, the date was June 17th. I married my wife October 17th, exactly 5 months later. See a lot of
Does number five
similarities.
resonate in you? I mean, is 5 a strong number in your world?
Not really. It's been a lot of threes and sevens and 4s lately and 1s.
Gotcha.
3, 7s, and I don't understand. Occasionally 5 would show up,
Yeah.
but
I didn't know because sometimes 55 is a huge number in my communication.
Me too.
I keep getting 7s.
I pulled Angel card. My number today is actually 7, supposedly. But I'm into numbers.
And that
Oh.
even goes with my birth date. I was born September 7, 1973 at 7:07 a.m.
Wait a minute. You were born when? September? You were 7/7?
Yeah. September
Is your year
7th,
at 7? September 7th?
1973.
So you're a 20, and so you're a 2 year. I mean, you can consider that a balanced year. And then what was your V-Day?
September 7th, 1973. I was born at 7:07.
And you were born at 7:07?
Yeah.
10777.
And I was a seventh child
That's
out
a
of
22.
14.
That's a master builder number. That's a 22.
Right.
Damn, that's fucking nice. I mean, it's nice.
And the trivia part about this is I was the seventh child out of 14.
That sounds like a rubber stamp. in my world, that's a
I
rubber.
wasn't even supposed to be here. I wasn't even supposed to be here.
I usually say
Yeah.
congratulations on making it this far. So whatever the fuck happened to you, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, congratulations,
My
you're still
brother,
kicking it.
see, my brother, when my mother was pregnant,
Telling Paul that you've been hearing an extra voice that you haven't been hearing. You just started hearing it, and it's someone you don't know, someone different.
yes, I've been ever since that. Whatever happened last Sunday, the other 2 Sundays ago, I've heard another voice.
Tell me a little bit about it if you would. Love to hear it.
He sounds a little, sounds more human, more, very, how do I word it? He sounds more philosophical. He comes up with analogies and parables and very logical things lately, and I'm like, what, huh? And for the last couple of weeks, I've been getting like, I don't know how our atoms have been working, particles and biology and crap like that. I don't know nothing about that stuff, and it's been coming in my head like left and right. But the
Okay.
voice has been more. It's a calming voice. It's very mellow, but it's very powerful. And every time I feel it, I feel like waves. I feel like almost like sonic waves are hitting me.
You feel the vibration of the voice that you hear. It
Yeah.
resonates in the water within your vessel or
Right.
in tune.
It's almost like I know the voice, but I don't know the voice.
Okay. Do you want to know what I'm getting?
What?
Like a great grandfather, like a one that all, you know what I'm saying? If he was there, would be given his great grandson, you know, the old wisdom. And it's weird because usually I would say more female spirits tend to be more powerful in my realm. And I don't really express to people a whole lot of what I feel. I honestly just keep my shit to myself and don't say nothing.
That's kind of what I was. I thought like I normally talk to a bunch of females.
It's
up
an
in here.
ancestor of yours, but a very strong one on the other side, like a teacher.
Couldn't it be Edgar?
I don't know. Maybe you're in a bloodline that's connected to Edgar somehow. I don't know. It's possible. I mean,
Because even
I
his
go with
picture
your
looks like
instinct,
me.
man. Huh?
Even his picture
like
looks
you.
like me.
Well, then maybe you were him. Is that possible? Yes. You do know that. Well, if I told you what I am, and I know it's possible and likely now, but I mean, again, I say it doesn't matter, but it really does matter because it helps us direct us, I guess, why we're here and that we have a higher divine purpose to serve others.
Right.
And I think that's why it's important that little by little, we find out. So you had an NDE, you had a major experience with Source, you had an experience very unique to your own, right? You know what I'm saying? You were able to capture that, remember it, and you'll never forget it. So it was that one of those major events in your timeline, in your movie. You know what I'm saying? And as you said, you've not been the same since.
No.
You haven't. You haven't, and you never will be. The old you is that was a pretty. Do you know what a walk-in is?
Yes.
Not really.
Yes.
Could he be a walk-in now? Could that have been his experience?
It could have been, and I've been thinking about that the last couple of weeks, is that maybe
Because I'm a walk-in. I
Right.
am. So that's why I'm asking.
one of his ancestors who might be related in some way with Edgar Casey, because I'm not really getting the feeling that he is like Edgar Casey fully, like a
Could
full,
he have been someone who knew Edgar and knew of his work and knew his secrets,
or had
but
a
wasn't
shard,
Edgar?
maybe had a
Well.
shard of Edgar, through the bloodline. And what I'm thinking is he's got a walk-in now that's helping him to straighten out his
Yep.
because Paul's been having a little difficulty the last couple of years, and so he's trying to help him get it straightened out so he can get back where he needs to go.
Steering the ship in the best course possible.
That's what I've been thinking.
Yep, put the wind at the back of your sails, man, and put it on autopilot. You know what I'm saying? And just flow. Let the wind take you. Don't
Yeah.
try to go the other direction.
And
Hey, we
don't-
all have, man. We all
and
chose
don't-
the wrong direction at one time and been redirected I know I have.
Well, and
So-
what I'd like to see him do is stop trying to rationalize and overthink it and just go with it. This is what happened, and this is cool, and here we are, and then here we go.
I call that surrender. And that is a hard bill to get
Yeah.
through. And that is a big bill to Woo, it's a lot to pay, man.
Surrender has been my word for the last 3
Surrender
months.
is the deal, man. If you can't surrender, you're fucked. I'm sorry, but
And
you're
it's
going to get a
hard.
limit on your consciousness, and you ain't going to go any further. You're going to get into a cycle because that's where we go. So that's what I'm saying is
Well, it's
you
the
gotta
hardest. It's
surrender.
the hardest thing I've done, and it's what I've been working on. And
I
getting
think
back
patience
to
has been
the
my number one. Patience has
to
been the biggest lesson of mine. Oh my goodness sake.
manifestation.
Yeah.
I keep hearing everybody say manifest, but don't worry about the outcome. Well, how can you manifest if you're not thinking about the outcome? I mean, what?
Yeah.
That I'm working on that.
You know what I'm hearing? And I like it. And because I get hit with 15 emails a day about everybody's got their own secret of how to manifest more money. Okay.
Yeah.
4.5 years ago, I walked away from a pharmaceutical job after 23 years, the last 15 selling cancer drugs, some of the most expensive, atop my career. And I walked away from probably around a $300,000 a year gig at that time. And I walked away. I cashed in over $500,000 of retirement funds, ended up all going away. And, and I became homeless, and I was homeless over a year before I met my soulmate. But I had to learn patience. Patience was the number one because I always knew greater things were coming because of the visions I've had when I had my experience, not my NDE, but my Kundalini awakening or my awakening event. I just knew. I knew, and I've always known that I was here for something greater than just myself. I was a high school teacher. I was a drug rep, but I really did think I was doing the right thing. I'm the worst enemy now. They do not want me in the same room with anybody in the pharmaceutical industry now. But I mean, it's the same token. I want to be part of the solution. So people can walk into a medical center a year or 2 years. I hope it's that soon from now. And it won't cost them anything. And they're going to go out of there cured, and they're going to do it the natural way. And I'm talking lymphomas.
And I'm hearing that too, Bobby, that it's going to be.
Yes, it's going to happen. It's just a matter of when we can break the wall down. The Berlin Wall's got to come down.
Yeah, it'll be about
It does.
a year and a half from what I'm hearing.
I hope within 2 years, man, we are flowing and creating and building. I think we're going to see a repurposing. If we got these big hospitals, we're going to repurpose these things. By the way, all the churches out there, woo, we're going to have to do something with that for the communities. That's why they've been built, in my opinion. So, because they don't let it into people that need the real help in the churches anymore.
Right.
And
All those
I got
churches.
to my last hope here in Omaha, and she failed, and basically called my wife and I Satanists at the beginning, and when she started getting up and talking a couple Sundays ago. And as I told Spirit, man, that was it. Man, I'm done. I am done trying to help these motherfuckers. So, I mean, if Jesus walked in there, or Christ, they'd probably spit on him too. No, I'm not him. But, I mean, shit, he probably would. Because they're stupid. They're so stupid.
They wouldn't.
But they don't know. They just don't know. And so do I blame them for being stupid? Or do I understand and like forgive them for being stupid, I guess? And I do have to forgive everybody. All that wronged me, I had to forgive them. I just surrender it.
It's will,
You know?
It's willful ignorance is what I see it as. Is they remain ignorant because they don't want to see a different way.
Yeah.
And there's so many churches that could be doing. I mean, look at these massive buildings with.
No, don't
living
even get me
quarters
started,
and,
sister.
You know,
Please don't even get
things
me
for
started
the
about
kids.
this.
And there was a church. There's a church here in town, and we are of the same faith, but we were a smaller church. And I asked if our youth groups could do some things together because they had built a brand new church and they had all these basketball courts and showers and places, you know.
Wow.
And he told me that if our families wanted to leave our church and come pay his church tithe, then he would consider it. But other than that, no way, sis. No way were we combining any youth groups. And I was
I
like,
said Christ would have bitch slapped him.
you know,
Bam!
well,
With his heart, of course.
it wasn't long after that I left organized religion, you know, just a few more years of that. And
Yeah.
I couldn't see any of the purpose of it. It didn't resonate. I thought
I quit when the preacher said masturbation was a sin. I said, okay, I'm out. Bye.
See ya. Peace out.
well, and you know, going back to some of the toxic masculinity, I hear my own daughter tell her children not to man up and don't act girly and stop crying like a girl, don't scream like a girl, and don't walk like a girl, act like a. And their dad is constantly putting them down for saying they look or act girly, and now they're just bullies, you know. And it's sad. I I spend as much time with them as I can to try to help, but you know. And then the sex thing, you know, they're constantly getting on to the oldest one. He's 14, and of course all the girls are all over him. He's 6 foot, you know. He's very handsome, very charismatic, and these older girls are hitting him. He doesn't know what to do with himself, and you know, he's coming to me confused because he has all these feelings that his parents tell him are going to send him to hell.
Oh, man.
And so we do. At least I have the opportunity, you know, to talk with him and
Yeah, try to engage him to understand that there's something much better, and he is so much way better than what they tell him.
Yes, but I see the anger. He's got so much anger, and he's not allowed to cry. He's not allowed to show his emotions, and it comes out in anger. And then I think that happens with a lot of our young men, you know. And there's a couple of generations out there that are repressed, and it's all coming out in anger against women, and that's the reason we're in the shape we're in right now. With, you know, that talking about, well, they're gonna treat us like children. You know, daddy's gonna come home and he's gonna be mad and he's gonna spank and he's gonna like it, you know, kind of stuff. And those kind of things that are getting out on the airwaves that are just so bizarre to me. How can anybody listen to something like that and not see something terribly wrong with the way men are talking to women? I agree. Whatever it is you said, Brent, I agree with that. But manifestation again. I was thinking about it all day long today. It's been raining here all day. I've been inside in the dark and sitting out here listening to it rain, and I'm thinking, how can I manifest and put myself in the place, knowing that this is what it feels like for the manifestation to be, without having any expectation of the outcome. That just makes no sense in my brain. I'm trying to figure it out because I have to know the outcome if I'm going to sit in the feeling of it. Does that make sense?
No, you have to see it. Okay, I think part of it, I'm not coming as a major manifester. I know I'm manifesting, but I let it happen organically, I guess is how I would describe it for me. So organically I think to stay on your best timeline, I think it comes down to your mindset, just staying in a positive mindset. Right now, I've got a lot of messages and reminders to imagine, if you can, take some time to imagine what that beautiful utopia, that beautiful future, even if it's crazy, okay, the crazier the better. But to imagine what that future looks like. So for me, one of my roles is one of the divine architects. I'm not saying I'm going to build all these communities, but I want to be part of the solution. You know what I'm saying? I want to be part of the puzzle. That's all. You know what I'm saying? Whatever it turns out to be. That's one of the things. And I'm not an architect. I'm a fucking drug rep. I've been selling drugs for 23 years. And then I woke up. Saw the light.
We will all create the future.
So, but I would say that. And then I would say gratitude. Having a gratitude, an attitude of gratitude really does go a long ways. And then you really start seeing more of what you're manifesting. And the abundance isn't always money, but if you trust the universe, you trust the plan, it may not look usually what you think it's going to look like. It's going to look different, but your needs are taken care of. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
And it's been proven to me so many times, and my wife so many times. We can't deny that. Because we've been homeless, we've been on an adventure, we've been stuck in a rut. You know what I'm saying? But only to get help when we really needed it. So
Yeah, and I agree with you on that word abundance. I think a lot of people misunderstand what abundance
it's not
really
just
means.
money. You know what I told my sons the other day? I said, you know what, guys? I have 3 sons. I said, you know what, guys? There are people out there that have millions and millions of dollars in the bank that would pay millions of dollars for what I have right now. Right now.
Your feelings.
Millions
Your happiness.
for what I have right now.
Yeah.
But you know what? It ain't for sale. You know what I'm saying? That will all come when it's supposed to come. And it'll be free. You know what I'm saying? It ain't going to be $9.99 a month.
Well, and that's what I did in my career in healthcare was, I knew the things that were wrong, and I knew that there wasn't a whole lot of things I could do about it, but I learned everything I could about holistic and, herbal and just the different way of healing. And I applied it every day and taught it every day as much as I could. Music therapy, frequency, aromatherapy, herbals, all the alternative therapies I could find, I would learn all about and get the certifications if I could, and try to teach the classes and try to help the nurses be more aware that there are other things besides drugs and, relaxation and meditation and even massage, putting your hands on people, doing hands-on healing, reduce the amount of medication that a lot of my patients had to take. And, it was, they could see it. They could actually see the results. It was measurable. And so I was able to put some programs into place at the hospital where I worked for 45 years. And
How would one do manifestation?
Are you an RN?
Yes.
Yeah.
And, and then I left the hospital scene, the ICU scene, and went into the home care and hospice So
Oh,
I was
wow.
able to do it even better. I could do
Right.
it in their homes where they were.
That's actually where you could really do some good because you get to know some of the family members that are caring for their loved ones. My mom just went through hospice,
Yeah.
and we
Yeah.
just went through that the last 3 months. So, yeah, I mean, that's where it really, and you get some good ones and you get some not so good ones, and it really is, it's just, it's a huge part.
Well, I was always given the difficult ones because nobody else wanted them. And I ended up being, really good, close with all of them because I just met them where they were. And I knew they were angry and they weren't angry at me. I didn't take it personally. When
Right.
I taught them that you had to do some deconstructing. I live in a very conservative area. And, once they realized they really weren't going to the bad place, for some little
Yeah.
thing somebody told them they did, then and they opened up to the spirituality, and
Yeah.
the families did too. They were more accepting. They weren't fighting it off and being angry about the loss and
Right.
what they considered the loss, and they just looked at it with a different perception. And I just felt like I did what I could. And now that
That's
I'm
all you can do. That's all you can do. I think, but that's all that's ever expected of us is to try to give our best, in the time, in the moment. When
but
you're very,
I knew a lot of guys like you, Bobby. They were out
Yeah.
there busting their butts, making the money, selling
big time.
drugs, and it was a little nauseating, honestly.
believe me, I know. But my nickname was Sticky Bun Bob. I used to bring little sticky bun karma rolls everywhere I went, and I really did bring the energy up. And I knew sometimes I was their only break, and I was always respectful. I was a really upbeat, positive dude. I always was, always have been. Maybe wasn't the most well liked guy, but I mean, I was good. I'm a people person. I love people. I really do, and I love meeting new people. And I look at our whole entire life, all of us, doesn't matter who you are, you're a piece of the puzzle. But like all of this that we're going through, even today, even in this discussion, is all preparing us for what's coming. And you got to know, and you got to know deep down by now that what's coming is so much more than what it is right now.
Indeed.
Oh man, so much more.
I listened again to something some video I listened to again that was talking about how your enlightenment can actually spark enlightenment in others.
Oh, you does.
Oh, thank
Whether
you.
You're a
they're
seer.
aware of it or
Figure
not.
your energy.
Does.
Think of, your energy alone. You don't even have to even talk to people. You can, by the time you get to that certain level, you are actually, believe it or not, if you look like a bar graph, of light and other souls around you, other spirits around you, other humans, whatever you want to call them. By the time you get to that advanced level, which is where we are, you are already affecting people and you don't even know it. Like I'm affecting everybody in this fucking apartment complex. And now it's me and my wife. So we're a double duo. You know what I'm saying? We resonate different frequencies, but we shine the same amount of light. So, we affect other people that we will never, ever, ever, ever know. But it's the frequency, it's the vibration, it's the positive outweighing the negative. Because we all know they're doing everything they can to keep everything in low vibration. So, but we really do. I've heard 10,000, I've heard 50,000. Now think about that. Think about that concept that you might be affecting
I know.
10,000 people around you.
Yeah.
Well,
Believe it.
maybe
I
you
know
are
that
a
I
god or a
affect
goddess.
people
If we're capable, and that's what's going on. So,
Yeah, I've actually seen it
People
firsthand.
tell me that
Go ahead, Susan.
people tell me that I have affected them in a positive way, and they've told me how the light went out of the room when I left on sick leave. That I took all the fun with me, and but I'm real goofy, and I'm just myself. And if they don't like it, whatever. But several people told me that it's just, I took the life away when I left, and I know that I touched my customers in ways that they needed and gave them love and comfort. And, you know, I'd meet somebody in a nursing home and we would hug and talk, and they weren't even a customer. They'd just be a lady I met in the hall, you know. But I'm not advanced. I don't consider myself advanced at all, but I
Oh,
am
I think
loving
you
and
are.
compassionate.
I think you're very advanced.
Well, I don't know.
You know,
Oh.
and I don't dim your light, honey. But the
Oh,
other,
I
If you
try
were
not
not
to.
advanced,
You
you
know my
wouldn't be
favorite
here.
song. My favorite
If you
song
were
is
not
"He's Still
advanced, you
Alive"
would
in my
not
head, you know?
be here.
right, you
Yeah.
wouldn't,
Well,
you
Period.
wouldn't have met all of us, and we wouldn't have met you. We wouldn't all be together. But I know
yeah,
too that your light can also be a hindrance
dimmed.
sometimes, you know,
Well,
because I know when I come in with my light, I see the people that it irritates
well, you
immediately.
know what? Oh yeah, I've met those that I piss them off because I was
Just
too much.
looking at
I
you,
was having too much fun and they didn't like it.
right?
But you know what? See, you know, I guess part of my problem is that, you know, I came onto TikTok and I'm meeting all these spiritual people and they're talking about, oh, when I woke up, or oh, what's the word they use? Not, there's another word they use. And it's like, I didn't,
Kundalini
but see,
awakening, like
yeah,
that.
when they, yeah, they're awakening. And it's like,
Yeah, yeah.
I think it's because I always knew I had a soul.
Right.
I've believed in reincarnation for years and years and years. The only thing that's new to me is this whole ET thing, and that now all of a sudden we're in a hurry to ascend. Now, see, I wasn't worried about that at all before because I knew I was good. You know,
Yeah.
I knew I wasn't going to go to hell. I
There's
knew I was
many of
good.
you that have known for a long time. Like there's people. See, the thing is, there's a whole mix. It's like all the leftovers of the genetics, and then we all put in the same stew, and then all of a sudden we're family, kind of in a way. But I mean, you're just
That's what Zion says, Bobby. That's his
Well,
favorite thing to say.
What?
Is
No,
that
like-
we're all in the soup.
yeah, we
Yeah.
are. I think I'm a mutt dog. Like
Yeah.
it's like, okay, Bobby, you know, I mean, if somebody asked me, okay, Bobby, where are you from? I can tell you where I've been, but I don't know everything, you know. I'm just not my time to know everything. You
Well,
know, I know enough to understand
I'm
why.
afraid that some are putting a little bit of anxiety out there, and that people are thinking that they're not ascending fast enough. They're not going to make
Oh,
it.
no.
They're not
I
gonna
would say
make
put the
it,
brakes
and
on
they're
that
not
kind of
gonna.
conversation.
You know, we're
Right.
all on our own
Oh,
timeline.
yeah. No.
Everyone is going to make it. If one makes it, we all
Yes.
make it, and we are all going to get there when it's time for us to get there.
Well,
There's a lot of theories.
I don't know. I don't know who I am or where I'm from, except that I was born in San Antonio. Now, Grim
But you
has
know,
told me.
you know where you're going.
Yeah.
Well, no, I don't really, except for the earth that I have in my head, and I can't imagine. I can't at this point in where I'm at. I can't imagine living on a spaceship.
Right.
Honestly,
I don't want to.
and I
You're
can't
living on a spaceship. Wait a minute, what are you
imagine
talking
another
about?
planet
You'll be
being
living on no
Earth.
spaceship, unless that's
And
what
if
you
we
really want to do.
if
I
we
mean,
get Earth all cleaned up and I can talk to what I'm what?
Bobby, that's the big, that's kind of the big spiritual thing going on right now, is everybody
Live on a
gonna
spaceship.
tend
Some
to-
people want to live on another planet. I haven't seen either of those yet, but I can't imagine a more beautiful planet than Earth.
Right.
And if we can make Earth, I mean, you know, I'm doing my best to manifest the Earth that I want, that I see, and that I'm working on manifesting. It's absolutely gorgeous. I mean, the Earth is absolutely gorgeous. We've damaged it, but you know, if we stop damaging it, it will.
Get better. Well, and the thing is that, you know, all my life I've always, you know,
Here,
been
we,
taught that
we get the glyphosates out of the Earth, and
Jesus is coming
See,
back.
I agree the Earth is beautiful, but I've seen the
What,
planet
honey?
I'm from, and I said I agree that the Earth is beautiful, but I've seen the planet where I'm from, and I
Yeah.
want to go, but I want to go back there and see it. So it's just absolutely beautiful. So
You will be able to do that
And I
from
understand
being
that
on
because you've
Earth.
seen it.
No,
mhm.
that's the thing. You will.
You've seen it and
You
you
haven't.
remember it.
Yeah, you'll be able to. You'll be able to make.
But
Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't a remembrance; it was a vision of the planet itself.
That's
I was
kick ass.
flying in my dragon form on
Can
it.
you tell me
Yeah.
what planet was it? Will you say?
Nyntha.
saying about where I'm
What?
It was planet Nyntha.
Nippa?
Nympha.
Nimza.
Well, and I think that's
Yes.
what we have to understand is that some are from other places and they have remembrances of that because it's recent. But essentially, we all came from somewhere else. We were all seated here, and we all, have been ascending here. And we came here for whatever reason we came here, and we'll go back to wherever we want to go back to. But, they always talk about, rising to heaven or rising to space. But I was taught Jesus will be here on earth and it'll be our new earth and we'll all live together as one. And if we want to live here, we'll live here. If we want to live somewhere else, we'll do that. But we'll have that ability.
when I have the opportunity to know where I'm from, and Brim has told me he thinks Arcturian and Hawthorne, right,
And
Brim?
what?
Hawthorne.
And so if I, Hawthorne.
Wow.
Well, if I get to visit them and I like their places better, maybe I'll stay there. But at this point in my time, I'm working on manifesting a healed, gorgeous earth where the animals talk to me.
And that's where I resonate, is more on an earthly type plane, even if it's maybe a different planet than Earth, but one that's similar to Earth or whatever. But,
You want to live on a Narnia.
yeah.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know.
Um,
I didn't read the C.S. Lewis books, nor did I see the
What?
movies.
You're a
but-
librarian and you never read any of the
Yes.
C.S. Lewis?
I wasn't a children's. I was not a children's librarian. I will say, I did read an awful lot of books, and I taught my children to love reading, and my daughters read them all. But I was reading like *Stranger in a Strange Land* and Piers Anthony's *Incarnations of Immortality* and stuff like that.
Susan, I got a question for you. When you found out you were a Hawthorne, did he explain what that means?
I don't know what it means. Brim's the one that told me that.
Yeah,
Um,
explain that because I don't think she understands what
Well,
that
Brim,
means.
maybe
I don't
Brim
have
could
any
explain
idea.
it, but the Hawthorns were cedars, honey. You're the one that helped humans on this earth.
Right.
Oh,
Yeah.
maybe someday I'll remember.
That means you were here. You were here on this earth before humans were here on this earth.
Yes.
Well, I've been told I've lived a lot of lives, and I feel like I have. I'm tired, honestly. I'm ready. I'm ready for the change.
And see, Bobby's different.
I didn't know what that meant. I'd never heard of them, and I feel like I've lived a lot of lives. But,
Well, I know
I
that I
also
personally
wouldn't be
have
offended
wasted
if somebody told me I used to be a dog, because I love dogs more than most people.
I know that I have wasted a lot of lives. My higher self agrees with me on that. In fact, she's the one that told me. But, I just wasted them because, like she said, I was taking the medicine, but I wasn't getting any better. And so I've lived a lot of lives, and I just made a promise that this time I would do better. And I have been. And even my higher self told me herself that she was kind of surprised that I'm doing as well as I am. So, there you go.
That's funny.
It is
Well,
funny.
we've probably all wasted some.
Yeah.
I mean, I spent one of my favorite lives. Brum told me I was a rabbit.
Oh boy.
I mean, I dream about that place. I dream about that place, and I just love it. And it looks like a
Like
place.
rabbit here on Earth, or a
yeah.
Lyran?
Well, I don't know where, but it was a place that I would love to check out now. The Suzanne that's sitting, laying down right here. I was going to say standing, sitting. No, I'm laying down. I would love to visit that place. And I described it to Brim, and he told me I was a rabbit.
Breaking up. I can't hear you anymore.
I've had to go to airplane mode several times and back.
Well,
Hey, Brim.
And it's not working because I'm hooked to Starlink because we have no service here in the mountains where I live. So I don't think that's working for me because I'm already on Wi-Fi. But
I hope you
Bobby's an
don't
old
need
dragon.
getting better.
yeah, don't let
You know that, Bobby, right? You know that, Bobby, right?
What about what? What'd you say about Dragon?
You were on Earth before Earth was here. You were on Tiamat.
I wouldn't doubt that.
Yeah, you were here way before the Earth got here.
Well, I know I
makes
spent thousands of years as a stone because I was wanting to take a break. So I took a break for like, I don't know, 100,000 years or something like that at
I
some
think-
point.
I think all of us did that, Bobby. I think
I
we all
definitely
just got
did.
tired and decided to have an easy, let me just do a vacation life,
Yes. Why not be a tree? Why not? Seriously.
Be a maple.
Well,
I'm a maple. Yeah, I'd say I was a maple tree. Yeah.
apparently I was pretty happy as the rabbit.
Tap you and get some sap.
Well,
I boldly love light.
Well, and Paul was a flower, and Yaya was some kind of a bee pollen collector, where she went around and collected bee pollen from everywhere because her planet didn't have that ability.
Aw.
There's so many of us that have done so many different things, but
Yeah, I was a freaking flower.
yeah, and you were a flower.
Well, that was a quick life, wasn't it? Unless it was one of the perennials.
Oh no, it was a long
Hey
time.
Bobby, since you're a
Yeah, I
hey
don't know
Bobby,
what
since you're a numbers guy,
Brim, can you
I
I do like numbers.
be boldly where he's from?
Let me look.
He wants to come up.
He's up.
Oh, I see. There, sorry.
well,
big arm up.
he's looking at
My
Bobby.
name's Mark,
I
by the
see.
way. My name is Mark.
Hello, Mark.
Hello.
Hello, Mark.
Hello.
Mark. I'm Suzanne.
Hey, Suzanne.
Everybody calls me Honey. That's what my
Honey,
grandkids
okay.
call me.
Her
Everybody
name's
calls me-
Honey Becky.
Yeah, Honey.
Good Southern lady.
Yeah.
Honey Bun. Yeah, I'm in the South too. I'm in the lower Alabama Gulf Coast area.
My sister's grandma name is Sugar.
Sugar.
I'm Mimi.
Sugar booger.
I'm Mimi.
I'm Honey and she's Sugar.
And I'm
And you
Mimi.
call me Sticky Bun Bobby.
Yeah.
my name's Sonia,
Man.
and I'm from Western North Carolina.
I lived
North Carolina.
outside of Atlanta till I was 16 or 17.
The Carolinas are beautiful.
Yes, they are. I lived in Winston-Salem, actually Midway, which was midway between Lexington, Greensboro, and Winston-Salem, kind of in the middle of that. And I worked in Rural Hall where Andy Griffith's show was recorded, and the people I worked with, a lot of them lived within 3 or 4 miles of the plant we were working at. And to them, going 10 or 12 miles to Winston-Salem was considered going out of town. And some of them hadn't even left 25-mile radius from where they're born. And I was driving 25, 30 minutes to work, and they're like, "You drive that far?" I said, "Shoot, I've been in cities in San Diego and other cities in Philadelphia where you get 45 minutes out, so you get some elbow room and peace of mind. You don't live in a, you know,
Well,
cart sardine box with everybody else."
traveling is good for humans and learning other cultures, and it gives us more of a perspective that they're the most closed-minded Americans I've ever met are the ones that haven't traveled.
Right.
And they dislike the people from everywhere but the United States. And it's like, you've never left town, have you? No, never have. And it's like, I can tell.
Yeah.
You were in the Civil War.
Yeah, I mean, I was in the Navy and I traveled. I got stationed in Hawaii. That was my dream sheet. Started in
You were
Maryland,
an
went to Florida,
officer?
went to Chicago.
You
Traveled
were
a
an
lot.
officer in the Civil War.
So I'm going to Virginia next week, and my husband's never been there, and I haven't been since I was young. But I'm having some issues. I'm having a lot of anxiety around the date of November 7th for some reason. I don't know what it is. I don't know why. It's just been stuck in my head for a couple of months. November 7th. And we're leaving on the 8th.
Same here.
So
Y'all are going, honey?
Same here.
Where are you going?
We're going to Virginia.
It's pretty close to Washington, D.C.
Yeah,
Oh,
we're going to DC at the end of our trip. We're going to spend 3-4 days there at the end.
And I had
I
a
don't
weird
like that.
thing about that.
I mean,
I've had a thing about the 7th, and I don't know what. They said something that's going to change the earth forever. But as for Bold here, you were in the Civil War. You were an officer for the Confederates.
Oh my goodness, that's amazing.
You had a rifle. You used a rifle a lot. You were an officer because I can see you. You were talking to Robert E. Lee. So I think it's like you were one of his officers,
Yeah.
and something happened. Your life ended in Pennsylvania.
In more ways than one, I can remember.
And see, if I go back further than that, you were a mountain man because you didn't want to be near people. Then if I go back even further, let's see, mountain man, Civil War. You've been around for a while. You have many energies around you. I'm feeling a lot of tall white. Tall white. Very noble causes.
Where's
You,
Tall White? Where are they from?
the
Pleiadian?
Palladians.
Yeah.
Tall whites are in that area. Laria. Tall white. He was a tall white. He didn't look like the normal tall whites. He's kind of bluish.
He's so
Like a
white.
light- Like a light baby blue.
Like a Phoenician blue.
Kind of like it's almost like a light baby blue.
Cool.
But he was classified as a tall white. He liked the he liked stargazing. He was one of the star charts. Star, space. He likes mapping space and stars. What do they call it? A chronographer? Or,
Cartographer.
Astrologer maps stars, or well,
it was something with a C.
I think
A cartographer is a map maker.
making cartography.
Yeah.
I think.
topography. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that's what you were doing up there. I don't know if that resonates with you. Cool.
Yeah,
That's
oh,
what
yeah.
I got.
It's interesting. In this lifetime, I was a nuclear engineer on nuclear submarines in the Navy.
I was seeing a lot of subs. I was seeing a lot of subs when I was trying to figure how the hell that how the subs match with the Civil War. I'm like, what the hell is subs in the Civil War? Wait a minute, what's going on
I
here?
was fascinated by it when I started studying Civil War history and the Monitor and the Merrimack.
Yeah. Because I was seeing subs and I'm thinking Civil War, and I'm like, wait a minute. Was there subs in the Civil War?
Yes. Yep.
Because I could see it, and I was like, I don't know.
The Battle of the Ironsides. I think it was in Savannah, if I remember
It
right.
was on a river.
Yeah, in the Savannah River, I believe it was.
Because I was like, wait a minute. I didn't either until now. I don't know. I was seeing subs, and I'm like, was there subs in the Civil War?
Wow.
I had no idea. See, this is what I'm talking about. I don't know nothing about. I know about Civil War, but I didn't know if there were subs or not.
Hey,
But
people.
I'm a Sikhs.
Do you have any recurring dreams?
You know, I do, but I haven't in several weeks, and I'm kind of puzzled as to why I'm not dreaming.
One of the things for me is there were 2 different recurring dreams I used to have. And I also had been told I had years ago, a guy told me that I had been a Roman soldier or something. And I told Brim about my recurring dream. He said, no, you were a gladiator.
Mm-hmm.
And then I told him about my other recurring dream, which is that village. It's like this bohemian, super colorful place. And it's the kind of place I would love to be. And he said, oh, you were a I think he said I was a white rabbit. I don't recall, but yeah, I was a white rabbit in that
Big
place.
fluffy white rabbit.
Yep, but I loved that place so much. The people must have fed me or something because I really loved that place.
You were a big fluffy wet rabbit with pink eyes.
And I'd also been told I was a witch, and Brim said, no, people thought you were a witch because I walked with a white wolf and they would see us talking to each other. Or I don't know if it was, did you say a white wolf or just a wolf?
A wolf.
Now see, and I would believe that in a heartbeat because dogs, any kind of dog or wolf, I'm all about it. And, you know, I wouldn't even mind. Did y'all see? Oh, you saw that coyote video. I would have been saying, hi, buddy. You know?
Yeah. When I'm walking in the neighborhood, I talk to all the dogs and squirrels and birds come by. I did have a reoccurring dream, and it's been over a year, but I dreamed about drone swarms flying out from the ground and soldiers with backpack, jet packs flying around, kind of like Red Dawn.
Wow.
That sounds
Pathetic.
like you are remembering. Well, you know, we're living everything concurrently, right?
Right. Maybe it's something that we're going to be
So that could be-
experiencing now.
That was
In
a
the
180.
future.
Yeah, definitely. From peace to torment.
Well, I know I've been a healer way more times than I can probably recall. I have snippets of memories, but they're generally about being like the village healer or an apprentice healer, healing with herbs, going out and gathering the different herbs and putting them all together in medicines and tinctures and teas, and those are all the things that I have memories of.
Yeah, it's interesting you say that because while you were talking earlier about your experience in the medical field and your holistic approach to things to help people realize and heal from within, I've been following Jazziel, Created to Heal, for a year and a half, and Angie, Food Goddess 50, and they've really helped me to clean up my body and physically, but also spiritually and mentally, and get my detoxifying lifestyle going, and it's been amazing. I've lost 50 pounds, and it's kept off because I
Wow,
got off of all the pharmaceuticals. I don't take any of it,
good job.
and
Excellent. Congratulations.
and family and friends around me, they look at me like, you must have taken those shots. I said, what shots? All these shots they keep advertising. Says, nope, not one of them. I did it naturally with education and action. And I have a lot of herbs and a lot of
I'm
tinctures and things.
diabetic and I'm diabetic, and since I hurt my back and I was laid up waiting for surgery, my appetite didn't immediately drop, and I gained 35 pounds, and I was eating just whatever because I couldn't stand up and I couldn't cook. So, I was having food delivered for over a year basically. So I gained weight. And my A1C went way up because I had kept it controlled by diet and just metformin. and I tested non-diabetic. But now my A1C is up because I can't cook and I'm eating, other stuff. And so the doctor prescribed one of those injectables. And I've had them before, before I quit eating basically all carbs. But I haven't used it. I've had it for several months, and I haven't used it because it makes me so freaking sick. Even if it will lower my A1C,
Yeah, Angie,
it's like if I decide to go back on it, it makes me sick for it, and I hate it with the past. So
well, in my bio, I've been a distributor for, we call it Snaps, but it's a extract from the hops plant. The only natural, it's 100% natural. The only thing in it is the hops plant, and it's been extracted down. It was studied in the 50s by the Japanese, but they couldn't figure out a way to extract it economically. But in the last 2.5 years or so, this company that is selling it has made it available, and I'm a distributor for it. I mean, I can give you some more information, send you a link to look at the information. That it's people it's been on the market now since July. So the testimonials of people with sugar and insulin issues are reporting improvements and gut health, getting the gut biology correct and making the body more alive by being able to absorb the nutrition that we lack in our food supply, but also with the supplements we take.
That is true.
Wow.
The first thing you have to do is take care of your gut before you do anything else. You've got to be able to get your gut working properly so you absorb whatever it is whatever herbal supplements or things you're trying to take. And then you have to look at the manufacturers of the supplements that you're taking as well, and make sure that, like the one
taking,
is pure.
apparently I'm absorbing.
Absorbing is good. I mean, but finding
Well,
the
I
source.
need.
Being cognizant of the sources of the supplements and the quality controls and the fillers that go into the products.
It's shocking. It really
Yeah.
is shocking because and I'm not a big control person, because pharmacy isn't that good at controlling things. I mean, let's be real. As far as things that are harmful to you being in drugs, I mean, they're not the best people to be in charge of who's deciding that. However, these people that are making all these herbal supplements, they put in so many different fillers and all these extra things, and you get a very tiny amount of the herb, actually. And
Right.
you're just taking a bunch of pills that are, just as bad as eating all the manufactured food.
Yeah.
that we
I
buy.
think the insurance companies, the pharmaceuticals, the government, all those people, they're all being run by the same puppeteers, I think. And
Yeah, it's a
and
big
and
Ponzi
and
scheme.
they're, but I love my doctor, and he's frustrated by many of the things that I'm frustrated by. I don't distrust him at all, and I don't think he wants me to continue to be sick. I've been going to him for like 25 years. He works when I say I want to try this, and like if he says, "Well, I can prescribe this," and I go, "No, I want to try this instead," he says, "Okay, go for it." And he's told me all the time. He's like, when I got my A1C down to like 5.4, he was like, "Wow." He said, "I am so proud of you. You've done so good." And recently when I've said, I'm so frustrated because I can't cook, I can't eat the way I want to, and he said, "Suzanne, you know what to do, and you'll do it as soon as you're up to it." And he's awesome that way.
Yeah, that's good. You're at least open.
Yeah, I believe I trust him, and he trusts me. And he, when I message him and go, "I need a pain pill," he knows I won't abuse pain pills. I had this lower back pain occasionally, way before it crumbled, and he would prescribe me like 30 days worth, and it would last me a year. He knows I won't abuse. He knows I hate pain pills and I don't abuse them. But that's part. We've had this relationship for so long. We know each other.
Right. And that helps a lot because then you can talk about things freely. You don't feel like you're being. Sometimes doctors will scold us when we start discussing things different from what their beliefs are, my wife, she had a stroke about 4 years ago, and I went from being an engineer to basically a nurse, and nurse, pharmacist, therapist,
Advocate.
cook, advocate. I mean, we've gone through 5 or 6 primary care doctors. We've got one now. She's from Pakistan. She had some schooling there, but she also has schooling here. So, and she's in her maybe late 30s or early 40s, and so she's more receptive to when I ask questions that are with holistic questions, and my wife likes her and feels more comfortable with her, safer, because that's been the big issue is not getting an opportunity to actually talk to the doctor and like person to person and explore information. And I've even asked some, I said, when I go to the internet to look for information, which websites do you recommend that you trust the information? So try to bring cooperation together.
I would start with NIH, National Institute of Health.
Yeah, I do that.
Mother Earth News has been my Bible since I was, 18 or before.
Earth News?
Mother Earth News.
Mother Earth News, okay.
I used to remember when we used to be able to buy Mother Earth News Almanac, was it?
Yeah.
And I haven't seen that in years. It's probably all online now. I don't know.
I get it at the herbal store that I go to. That's here in town. But yeah, they will tell you what brands, what kind of fillers, and what kind of
I'll have to
extra
look for
things
it.
are in all the companies that are putting things on the shelves.
Companies that are putting.
Yeah. Yeah. What was I gonna say?
Are we going to echo now?
It stopped. Yeah, in my bio link, there's a link to my business information, so you could look it up and kind of get an idea if that's something you want to add to your quiver of
Right.
things to use and research. And
Thanks.
Yeah, my daughter does the Juice Plus.
Mhm.
And it fixed her belly. It fixed her gut. And I think any consistent, pure product that you can find to use is really the best thing to look for. To try to make your diet as pure as you can, and then if you need supplements, because we can't always. That's one of the best things to do is find a brand, find something that you trust and makes you feel good, and use it consistently.
True. Consistency is the big key.
Yeah. People
And,
give up. They don't see the results they want in a day or two, and they're like, I'm not taking that.
Well, that
Yeah.
doesn't.
Because we come from this program of having a pill that has an effect sometimes within hours.
Yeah.
And, like Dr. Glidden, he's a naturopath doctor for like 36 years. He says it took your body however many years to get sick. So don't expect it to just change overnight. You have to nutrify it and give your body the nutrition through these like supplements you're talking about, honey, to find the good nutrition. He recommends longevity, and I've been taking their vitamins and their mineral and various supplements that helps the body to nutrify itself so it can start healing naturally from within.
Right. You buy a lot of things that you don't even absorb. They
Right.
can't even be absorbed, and you just spend all that money and all that time taking something that did nothing for you. The preservatives and all the additives that they put into everything prevent your gut from working properly. And, I know my husband has a lot of history of heart disease and cancer in his family. And he just a few years ago decided that he wasn't going to take a lot of medicine. He wasn't going to do it. And he changed over slowly into a vegetarian. He tried to be vegan, but it's just not working out. And but he's kept himself. He doesn't take anything for his blood pressure or his cholesterol or any of those things. And he's trying to be as healthy as he can be.
Yeah,
He's shot with his spine, and he doesn't take anything at all. No muscle relaxers or pain meds at all. He hikes miles, and he's very disciplined with his exercise.
That's good. That's
And then
part of
there's
it too.
you.
Consistency and discipline.
I just can't get the discipline going. I get on my vibration plate twice a day, and I call it a good day.
Yeah, right.
I have a question. So, y'all said I'm advanced or I wouldn't be here. I used to see things and stuff, and I astral traveled to talk to the lady that was haunting my house, and I saw her and talked to her, and she never bothered us at all after that. After I had a talk with her and promised that we were taking care of the place, and she was welcome to stay as long as she didn't mess with us. But I can't, and I've never, and still can't hear my guides. Like, you guys seem to hear them audibly, right? And I can't.
I don't always
But
hear
my
their
ears,
words.
my ears ring all the time. And
I
then
don't always hear their words, Suzanne. Sometimes it's a feeling, it's a knowing, I'll ask a question and say, show me. and they'll show me whatever it is I ask them. You know, I'll ask for a specific thing and they'll show me that. And sometimes it's just an overwhelming feeling of a knowing, do this.
Well,
And
I don't
yesterday,
hear shit. I don't
last
hear
night,
anything. I don't want to hear
last night,
nothing. I get it
I
nothing
said,
Yeah,
by
I
the
don't hear
way.
much either.
last night I was frustrated because I was trying to get, I felt really sick. You know, I went to Yaya's drum ceremony, and almost right afterwards, I felt so sick to my stomach. I just felt so bad. And it was storming, and it's like, you know, and I'd already eaten my gummies, so I was sleepy. So I took my pain pill, my muscle relaxer, and my sleeping pill. And, but I had just taken a shower, and I needed to brush my hair. And I had gotten back in bed, and I went, damn it. And now I can't find my brush. And bam, there was my brush.
Well, there you go.
So I looked
There
up
you
and I
go.
laughed and I said, thank you.
Yes. Always be grateful. Always say thank you.
Now,
You know,
see,
when I was talking to my fairies right after the ceremony last night, and I was telling them, you know, look, guys, I'm being able to see you better now. I can feel you. I can hear you almost, you know, but I really want to feel you. And then all of a sudden, it was like I was covered in bugs, like head to toe covered in bugs, crawling all over my body, especially around my neck and the bottom of my face. And I was like, okay, I feel it. You can stop. It's all right.
do you know what? That I haven't been able to see or feel mine or anything. And the other night, I was doing a meditation with Silenthius in that room. We were doing a meditation, and I was laying down with my eyes closed, but I still had my reading glasses on. And I opened my eyes, and there was a bug on the lens of my glasses.
Wow.
And I grabbed it and threw it. And then I thought, oh shit, I hope that wasn't one of my elves or fairies. But, you know, I didn't kill it. I just picked it up and tossed it away.
Yeah.
And then it was like, oops, I hope that wasn't one of you guys. But, you know, I'm sure they were able to find their way back if it was. So,
Yeah, just ask them to warn you next time. But yeah, there's just lots of different things. I mean, what works for one isn't necessarily going to work for someone else. But I've always learned to just ask. I need a really big sign. I'm kind of dumb here. I need some help. I need a big something. I don't need a little something that I have to, you know, tear through my mind and try to rationalize it in some way. I need a big sign that I can't rationalize away. Can I have
And
it?
that goes to the topic of tonight's conversation. As we veered off, we went so far off the topic here.
yeah, we
But
did.
but that goes into the topic for tonight, which is manifesting.
Yes.
So how would you manifest this, whatever you want to happen?
Well,
How would you manifest that?
I've read that you think about it, and then you pick your pencil up or pen, and you physically write it down, and then you read it to yourself, and then you read it out loud, and you do this multiple times a day. Now, there's a 3-6-9 manifesting process where you do it 3 times in the morning, 3 times, 6 in the midday, and then 9 times before bed, and it helps to reprogram the brain
Yeah.
to actually start the action process and the executive. I heard a man describe it as an executive control in your brain that says, "Oh, okay, now we got a job to do," and then your attention starts to focus on that and begins to look for opportunities to bring that to pass, or to bring the tools in necessary to make that happen, and to generate income if that's what it's part of the process, and then keep a journal of it as things start to progress, so that it anchors the process in your brain and your mind. Now, I haven't been doing this myself, so I watched a video today that I shared with Shasha Kira, that I watched this with Mel Robbins on a video, so I'm going to start practicing this, because last night I did do some writing before Yaya's ceremony, and I wrote the things to get rid of and the things to start manifesting. So,
And yes, and I do that a lot and have for many years. I'll just say, give me the words, and I'll close my eyes and just surrender, which is very hard for me to do. But I just think okay, I'm out. I'm stepping aside. And then I just let it all come out, and I do what you say, you know, write it down or verbally and then record it. And so, like, a lot of times when I'm just talking to people and I say things I don't know, I just said it, and somebody will say it back to me, and I have no memory of saying that thing. So I do know that I occasionally channel without my knowledge of it, you know, and I've been doing that for 30 years or more, probably. And so, I mean, it's just a matter of training.
So, do you know who you're channeling? One of your guides or what?
Well, and you know, the way I look at it is I don't think they're individuals. I don't think it's like, I mean, I used to always say Archangel Michael. That's who I named the person who talked in my ear all my life. I just thought, okay, it sounds like Michael. It sounds like his verbiage. It sounds like his voice. It sounds like his opinions. And he can be kind of dry and humorous at times, but he can be stern. So I decided a long time ago that it was Michael. But in reality, I believe it's my higher self. It's all my people. It's all the ones that are trying to help me. They all come together as a collective, I believe. I don't think it's in one particular guide or person or being.
So, besides writing it down, what mindset do you need to have this manifestation? What kind of mindset do you need?
I have to be still.
Attitude.
What kind of mindset do you need?
I have to be still.
Manifest that thing not
So
to
see,
echo.
like, because I've never proactively tried to manifest anything, but I was told once that, like, I have extreme abilities to be able to manifest whatever I want. And so, but when I was told by that person that I could do this very easily just by in my intent, you know, I've always just kind of stayed away from that, because I'm not materialistic at all. I stay away from that. I stay away from the money thing or trying to ask for things, especially when there's so many other people that don't have in this world. And I've been very fortunate to have anything I need, not want, but need. You know, so for me, if I'm going to manifest something, it's going to be stuff with my spirituality. Being able to hear my guides better, being able to, you know, maybe channel the guides that I have that are extraterrestrial or, you know, stuff like that.
Well, why
And
wouldn't...
so,
What if you had that mindset and you wrote all that down and it doesn't happen? Does that mean it's not supposed to happen, or it's not supposed to happen at that moment? Why do you think that when people try to manifest things, it doesn't happen right away?
Sometimes
maybe it's because it's not the divine timing of when it should happen. That's what I would think.
Or it could be something that they don't want you to have. I mean, you think
Yeah.
you want it, but it may not be what you're needing at that time.
I tend to add for my highest and greatest good, and I don't. The only thing tried to manifest things. I have more than I need as far as objects go, you know. I have a home with way too much stuff in it. And I need to purge. I need to get rid of a lot of stuff. When my kids moved out, they didn't take everything with them. When my mother died, a lot of her stuff came to my house. I've got too much stuff. I need to get rid of stuff. And so I'm not trying to manifest that stuff. And I currently have enough money coming my way. I'm working on the earth that I want to live on, the animals I want to talk to. Well, I want to talk to all the animals, but that's what I want. And also to hear my guides. I talk to them a lot, and I've been told that I have, I had a reading years ago that the woman looked really surprised. And she said, your guides are here. And she goes, I don't know who you are, but you have a guard from the Galactic Federation here for you. That's one of your guardians.
Yeah, I've heard that. I've heard that too for myself. Yes.
And then there were a couple.
I know I have Pleiadian, some Pleiadian influences, as well, that I know that they're Pleiadian simply because so much I've read about them and their philosophy and the way they speak. But I still think it's a collective. It's not a one specific somebody.
Well, in that reading,
I
the
actually
people
had a Pleiadian live here with me for a while. His name was Claren. He actually lived in my home with me for a while.
Then also what kind of sealed that deal for me that the reading was accurate, she said, Azrael is here, and he's not your guardian angel, but he's really interested in you and how you're doing. And that's when it hit me like a ton of bricks that I knew it was Azrael that took me on that astral journey. And I knew that was real. I knew it was an angel, but I didn't know his name. And then when she said Azrael's here, and I don't know why, and then I said, "Oh, I do," or she said, "He's just really interested in what's going on with you." And then I realized, and then I said, "I know why he's here." And then I read more about him, and besides being the angel that retrieves your soul when or before you die, he's also an angel for grievers, for people that are grieving. And that's when he came to me, was when I was begging God to take my soul right now.
Now here's another question. Why is it that when you manifest bad things, the bad things actually happen? Why is the bad things more powerful than the things that you try to manifest the good? Why do you think that is?
It's the emotion.
Yeah, I was going to say the trauma.
It's the emotion.
The fear.
And
It's
fear.
a stronger emotion, usually out of anger or fear, probably.
More intent too.
But like one of the reasons I haven't manifested, and this may be because like I said, I need advice on this, like especially trying to manifest materialistic things, is I've always believed there's give and take in everything. And if I try to manifest that I get $1 million, who out there in the world was going to lose it?
Right. But you have to understand there's
that's
enough
always
for
been
everyone.
my concern.
There's enough for everyone. There's
So-
abundance everywhere we look. I mean, you're not taking anything from anyone. And
I mean, I
so that
wouldn't
kind of
do
goes
that,
back
but-
to is, do you feel worthy? Are you feeling worthy of that abundance or not? Do you, you know?
That's
I
what I
wouldn't
struggle
say
with,
no.
too.
I don't feel worthy of it, but
No, I don't.
I
You should.
feel like
You should feel worthy.
Well, I don't feel like I'm not worthy. I don't feel that way at all.
Okay.
I feel like, why should I try to manifest certain materialistic things when there's so many other needy people that really need it? Can I manifest it for them instead of myself, kind of thing? And how
You
would that
could.
work?
Well, we've been programmed in culture and society that materialistic gain is a measure of success, and sharing that wealth and that success is sometimes ridiculed.
Yes.
Yeah, well,
Discouraged.
I've never been like that, but I've never fit into society either, so.
No,
But you
no,
also got to think too. You also got to think too that I always thought, and I've manifested things, and I've actually got them. And what I do is when I was starving for a week, and I had no food. I manifested, man, I wish I had $100. God's gonna give me that $100. Source gonna give me that $100. I walked outside 3 days later, and I went out there to the trash. What did I find by a tree? $100. And I thought about that, and I was like, what made me so worthy to get it? And I was like, well, I am worthy. And I had that mindset that I was worthy. I meant it with my heart, and I believed it with my soul. And I always thought of equivalent exchange. Whatever you put into the universe, you get back. And I think that's why it manifested is, you know, the universe seeing me, you know, always trying to do something. You know, the space beings and the higher beings are not going to come down here and be the Superman. You know, you at least have to, you know, work and try to do it yourself. And, you know, they will come down and help you if they see you trying. But if you're not trying, you're just sitting there. Because if you remember, I hate using the Bible term, but I'm going to have to use it for this. Because if you remember, what did God say before? He said this. He said, we're not going to, he said, no matter how many times you ask for my help, I'm going to start ignoring you unless you come to me with a pure heart. And like basically come with a pure heart and a higher vibration, and you know, try to do it yourself. And that's what humans today, we fail to do that. We want a Superman to come down and rescue us, but we don't actually try. We say we do, but we don't. We you know what I'm saying?
Well, you feel entitled to it.
Yes.
You know, there's people that feel entitled to certain things when they haven't put any of the work into their heart. And if we work from our heart instead of our brain, we can manifest things much more abundantly, I believe.
so I mean, I'm new to the ascension process, maybe 4, 5, 6 months now, and maybe not quite that long either. And I'm learning, and it's I'm learning a lot about myself, that looking at my history of this lifetime to see and I'm still have fear. I recognize that from childhood stuff. My sister and I are kind of working through some stuff that we experienced some of it together, and that's been helpful.
So more or less it comes down to your intent.
Yes.
Whichever way, writing stuff down, however, whatever tool works for you to have that intent.
Right.
Yeah.
All about intent.
The intention of what the manifestation and what the intended use or outcome is. Is I'm understanding correctly?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you don't want to try to manifest from a selfish heart. I mean, you know, make me a millionaire so I can have a mansion and you know, have all these people slaving for me. You manifest from your heart for what, you know, your needs, and abundance, not necessarily money, but if you need a car, you need a house, be specific. You know what I'm saying? You have to picture your house, picture your car, picture.
You mean like don't manifest a sanctuary in the middle of a snow-looking place?
I knew you were going to say that before you
Well,
ever
yeah,
said it.
and
I like the place right in the middle of the Tennessee mountains along the Norris Lake. And
well,
25
yeah,
acres
and
to hunt and to farm
see,
in.
and one of the reasons I've stayed away, well, like I said, I don't believe in materialistic things or monetary gain to that type of thing. But and I feel that honey is right in that with your intent from your heart, because I seen a thing where a guy, he was trying to manifest and he needed money so bad. Well, it came to him, but the way it came to him was his mom died and he got an inheritance. So, you know,
So that puts the fear of God really into you, into thinking, well, if I want money, then somebody's going to have to die. You know what I'm saying? And so
It's
then
not like
It's
that
not a
movie.
good-
it's
not a
not.
good
It's
I
not.
don't. I don't think it's really like that, honestly. I mean, it happened that way to him, and I think that was a very sad thing. But again, it was more, in my opinion, more of a coincidence than it was a divine intervention. You know what I mean? You know, like
That
we're not.
reminds me of that movie. You ever seen that movie where they get this wishing box and they make a wish, and then it comes true, but something happens to somebody else?
No, I haven't seen that one.
I
Oh,
have heard
man,
of it. I
it's-
don't think I've seen it.
That's kind of what she's saying. It's almost like it's
Yeah.
exactly what she's saying. Like
Yeah.
the guy, like this one lady, she the box came in her house. She didn't know where it came from, but she got the mail. She got the mail. She opened it up. The box was in it. Well, she made a wish, and then after, you know, the box went away, and it went to someone she knew, and. Because what had happened was every time they made a wish, somebody would either pass on or lose something, and then the box would show up to them, and then they'd make the wish, and then it just keeps going. And it finally went back to her
That
after
sounds
the
like a
whole.
very depressing movie.
Yeah, it
Honestly.
sounds
It
like
was.
reinforcing the fear, the negativity side of it.
Yeah, see,
Yeah.
River knows
Right.
it was like push the button.
You know, the thing with financial blessing, financial wealth can be used as a tool. In your, and when Honey was saying about manifesting for $1 million, well, maybe providing homes for family members that don't have, and also like healing centers. Healing centers are becoming more and more relevant and popular. I mean, really. I use my wife's son as an example. He went from a 2,200 square foot house to 3,500 square foot house to a 6,500 square foot house for him and his wife. And it's like, you don't need all that.
for what?
For
Yeah.
what?
For what?
And then he complains because his power bill is $1,200 a month and he's got 4 air conditioners.
Yeah.
What did you do? You maybe manifested it, but what did you get? Did you gain happiness for yourself and others? Or did you now became a miserable person because now you have to keep working and working and working to pay those bills? Did you not look at the bigger picture?
I'd like to add an idea.
Okay.
So, what if you had this millionaire or billionaire mindset and you had enough faith in the divine plan that if that's what you really wanted to do, that the universe knows how you would use that? And imagine if you're a billionaire, how many communities, how many hospitals, like Brother was just saying, that you could do good, you could invest in to be part of.
And make them all holistic.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? That you could,
Exactly.
like, seriously, I live in the same town as Warren Buffett, if any of you guys know
I
what that
want
guy
Warren
is.
Buffett's money.
If I had 10% of Warren Buffett's wealth, shit, man, I'd be on Good Morning
All the
America
things
because I'm
you
doing
could
all
do.
this stuff.
Right.
Yeah. I'm just saying,
And build.
but I don't know all these billionaires that are light workers. It's almost like you can't be a billionaire and a light worker at the same time. Maybe a clone, but not a light worker.
We've been hearing
You're
a lot
You're
more
right
though.
too, Bobby.
What's that?
We've been hearing a
Because-
lot more about the young ones that are coming in with their companies, and then they're divvying out their shares to their employees, and they're paying back into the company instead of putting it back into profit. And they're growing their companies, and I'm reading more and more about a lot of those lately.
And that's the way it should be. Profit sharing from the point of view that help rewarding those that helped the business grow. Not like the parable of the story in the book about the farmer that had a great harvest, and instead of spreading his wealth out and giving it to others, he decided he was going to tear down his barns and build bigger barns to store it all. And he was told his life would be required of him that day.
Or the
You know,
there's lots of
I've-
stories
I've-
in the book about how the grain just rotted.
Yes, that's true too.
Kai, what did you have to say?
I was going to say that I've met many wealthy people, and I'd have to say the majority of them were very unhappy people.
Yeah.
And I think that stems back to what Bobby was saying. You know, they don't share. They're not spiritual type people. They're not involved. They're wealthy for a reason.
Yeah.
When they have that much wealth, they're if they aren't silver spoons where it was handed down generations, it's because more than likely they've ran over a lot of people to get where they are with their money.
Yep.
That's
Yeah,
why I
you
would
know.
never win.
And I have no desire to be. If I, like Bobby said, if I ended up with that much money somehow, I wouldn't have it very long because I'd be feeding somebody or building a house for somebody. Or
But think
Think about this.
think about the abundance though that you could refill yourself with, and you don't necessarily have to lose the tangible money either. You can invest it, use
Resources.
the resources and
Why-
the investment profits that you get to, and your money keeps building, but you're using that money to help other people.
I understand what you're saying, but I don't agree with what you're saying. I would use that money to help people. I wouldn't hold that money back for myself. I wouldn't do it.
But not even for
what you would
yourself,
love.
though. But if you put it into investments where it kept
No,
growing,
no.
you would have more money to give more people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What if you had so much money that you were able to give 90% of your resources to the community, to the planned stuff that you support, right? Like-minded support, and live off 10% of what you earn, however, whatever that looks like, and still live like a queen or a king and a queen.
Wouldn't that be amazing?
I'd probably.
That's the world I want
would
to live.
probably.
Oh yeah.
I would still live in a little tiny cabin out in the middle of the woods.
Would I? Shit, we'd probably be in a fucking camper behind a fucking Chevy pickup
So
truck.
would we?
Yeah.
That's what I would do.
Well, I'd drive a Ford.
But that's,
That's what I
I
would
mean,
do.
that's your reward. See,
Jesus drives a Chevy, so I don't
you
need.
get to live
He
in a
built my house.
cabin.
I would have a little
And
tiny
that's your reward for your
little
benevolence. You
cabin out in the
know?
woods that's self-sufficient.
Right.
Yep, that's what
Yeah.
I would do.
But your money is somewhere where it's growing, and you have more money to give. You don't just
Yeah.
give it all out
I
until
get what
it's
you're
gone.
saying, but
Yeah.
You have to do it smartly, and if you're gonna,
or some crook on Wall Street will take all my money.
yeah,
Or Cannibal Barker.
I think you have some trust issues.
well, they
Or
kind of earned that.
With the government,
Yes,
with
right.
the government and Wall Street people.
Right.
Or Cannibal Barker could, try to get your money.
I'm trying to
What?
manifest canceling Christmas and save everybody a lot of money.
Oh,
No
please do
shit, it's
it.
become so commercialized. It's ridiculous.
Do it. Do it. I'm all for it.
Please
I,
do.
I just don't even.
Yeah,
I've
I mean-
never been fond of the holidays.
It's the
Yeah.
lust for the money. It's the making it a, close your hand to it. Get.
When
and
you
not
start
give
going
good.
out to the stores and all the Christmas trees are up before Halloween, yeah, I'm done.
Well, I saw some in Costco. I want to say it was in August. They started seeing stuff.
Oh my God.
Lord.
I would have thrown up.
And you know, and I have big issues,
Right?
especially I have big issues with Thanksgiving because, one, you should be thankful every freaking day, not just one day of the year. And
Right.
two, the real story behind Thanksgiving is they didn't sit down with the Indians. They sat down and ate after they slaughtered the Indians.
Yeah, that's
After
the part.
teaching
No,
them how to
unalive,
cook their
unalive, unalive, unalive.
Yeah, we
Sorry.
know. And you know, they're doing everything they can to rewrite all of our history and whitewash it all and make it all pretty. And we know better, you know. But it's not going to change until we change it. We have to stop participating, which I'm proud to say I have. I'm like, no. You know,
Yeah.
my kids just nearly, their little heads nearly fly off when I start telling the grandkids what it all really means.
Yeah, they get real upset. Yeah, my daughter's not real receptive to my conversations either. And the evergreen tree from history and what it signified and what it was used for in the early days of using that tree, it was to show off the sacrifices from the year were hanging on that tree.
Oh yeah. I won't have a real tree in my house on Christmas ever. Well, I don't do a tree at all anymore. And the reason I stopped is because I remember as a kid hearing the tree screaming as it died. And I know y'all think that sounds crazy, but it's like I could hear the tree. I could hear the tree crying. And so
Actually, when you take a
I
saw
would-
to it, you can hear it crying.
Yeah.
And so I'm like, never will I cut down a tree and put it in my house. Never. But then I'm a literal tree hugger, so.
Yeah, I set my mind.
There's a trend nowadays, though, to do living trees. You know, you put them into a pot, and you do what you do, and then you take it out and plant it after.
Hmm.
Yeah.
That's a really big.
Yeah, that's actually, that's a good idea.
Mm,
Plant more. Yeah, I agree with that one.
our young ones are coming up with much better ideas. You know, thank God. They're
Yeah.
coming in with more conscience and more conscious
And
than
they're
we ever did.
challenging thoughts that have been perpetrated on us for generations. They're starting to have critical thinking.
Mm. And more compassion. You
Yeah.
know, I've noticed that the young ones have a lot more. They just have a lot of knowledge. I'm astonished at some of the kids I see on TikTok that are just coming out of the womb speaking light language and talking about, you know, galactic people and God source and consciousness. You know, it's just
Yep.
it's heartening, honestly.
My 5-year-old grandson can do that. One of them.
Yeah, I can.
Well, the first 7 years
Yes,
are
he
the
can.
most crucial in your life, and those are the first 7 years are when your head is filled with everybody else's thoughts
Yep.
and ideas.
That's the most vulnerable period of time, and that's why they're attacking them in these public
They're
programming
indoctrinated.
institutions,
Yeah.
indoctrination centers.
Yes.
Well, I
Oh,
stopped
Suzanne.
with my kids.
Yeet!
Huh?
I had to say, because Suzanne did something earlier, I didn't get a chance to do it. Suzanne! Yeet! Yeet!
Jeep.
Stephen,
She knows why.
Yeah.
Yeet!
And, you know, we remember who Evergreen is and what Evergreen's, how evil it stands for. Ugh. Talking about our children and grandchildren.
Yeah. Well, my daughter doesn't appreciate any of my stories. And, you know, it's funny because I didn't raise her like that. She just kind of got indoctrinated that way after she became an adult. And I don't know where it came from. Well, I do. I won't say I don't know, but I mean, it came from church and her involvement in the church, and she's just changed so much. But I'm being reassured every day that that will change, that she will return to her former spiritual self, that something is going to happen. I don't know what it is, and they won't show me or tell me.
Yeah, that could be
And it
heartbreaking.
kind of scares me a little bit, you know what I mean?
Yep.
I'm going to tell you this that they told me up there. They said a lot of our spiritual beings right now are at a level that a lot of people don't understand. But in the year 25 and the year 2025,
Yep.
a lot of people that don't go in a spiritual way and they believe all that mind washing jazz, they're going to instantly change. Something's going to happen, maybe on 11/7, more late, a little bit later, that's going to change them. Next year, you're going to see about half the planet change from believing one thing to another.
Yep.
I already know it's going to happen next year.
The great falling away and the great awakening.
The eye opening, the ear opening, those with eyes to see, ears to hear. And my ship is here. It just showed up. How amazing.
I told her to go there.
You did?
Uh-huh.
You told her I needed her?
Uh-huh. I said, go there, give her a headache.
They haven't, the last 2 or 3 times, my head hasn't hurt nearly as bad. So maybe I'm getting better. Maybe my husk is getting better.
Yeah, your avatar's getting better.
You got a little collagen in it.
So has
I am taking extra
Has anybody
collagen, as a
tried-
matter of fact.
How did I know that?
has anybody tried to manifest anything significant recently that they got?
Well,
When,
I tried to
when I do
manifest a house.
yayas, when we do yaya ceremonies, anytime I have manifested something very, very specific to my life, it has happened within 2 to 3 days. They're kind of personal things, so I'm not going to tell you what they are, but
Mine are pretty general as far as like yayas. I wanted to manifest healing, love, and friends. So I was thinking in terms of not more friends, but for my friends, healing, love, friends, and what I'm releasing is pain and scammers.
yeah, man. I hear you. I hear
Free
you.
cup of coffee yesterday.
Free cup of coffee.
And did you get it?
Mask,
Heck yeah, Bobby.
everything right. I mean, fuck, you know. Now I was
Yeah.
wearing a dragon mask, just as an FYI.
He's
That-
very
That
charming.
might have been why I got a free cup of coffee, because they just wanted me to leave. I don't know, but I did manifest it.
Bobby,
You didn't
I
do
hope
your dancing there,
someday.
did you, Bobby?
What?
You didn't do your dancing in the gold suit? The gold?
Oh my
yeah,
gosh,
that
you
was
remember
cool.
that video? That was a long time ago. I was gonna wear that.
It's in the closet.
It's in the closet. Yeah, Hammer. Bobby
I'm
Bobby
gonna
Rock's
start
Hammer Time
trying-
is in the closet.
Bobby Rock's Hammer Time.
You
Yeah.
might find a dragon light in your pocket.
I will. I
I'm
will
gonna
tell
start
you, Shai.
manifesting that someday I'm gonna get to meet Bobby and his wife. That's my
Oh, you
next
are.
manifestation
Wow.
Actually,
intent.
I think all of us are gonna get a chance to actually
We
physically
love it.
meet. Yeah, at some point or another.
So fun.
Like
I hope
moms
so.
kind of gather together.
I'm going to
I
manifest a
will
3-bedroom
tell you,
house.
Shai, that one thing I did manifest that came true is my daughter's partner had heart surgery earlier this week, and he nearly did not come through. And we've been tipping the scales every single day. He's been so sick, and so it could go either way. And I've just been, manifesting. And then after his ceremony last night, he has turned around and they think they'll discharge him tomorrow.
Good. I forgot to
I'm gonna
mention I've
manifest.
been
I'm gonna
praying for
manifest
honey and
myself.
birds.
I'm gonna manifest myself a 3-bedroom house with a bunch of fairies around the yard
That sounds
in the
cool.
mountains.
In the
Yeah.
mountains, yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna be North Carolina. I'm gonna manifest it.
I didn't tell y'all I also want on the new earth. I hope, or what I want, what I'm gonna have later on in the new earth. First, I want to travel around the earth and meet elephants. Is like my number one that I want to talk to first, and then the rest of them. And then when I've seen enough and met enough, and I'm ready to be still for a while, I want a nice little place. It doesn't need to be big, just needs to be comfortable, cozy, where I have room for a couple of horses and lots of dogs. And I want them to be my friends, and they hang around because they love me and want to be around me. So I don't have to have big fences and stuff to keep my horses, or, they're going to be my friends, I hope. And I assume if they want to travel, they can. And hopefully they love me enough that if I call them, they'll come.
If you want a bunch of animals as your neighbors, you actually can. I mean, that's
Well,
if that's really what you want, that is actually what you will get. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
It is actually what you will get.
I'm
Yeah,
planning on it, Bobby.
yeah,
I-
good.
I would
Thinking
have a
about
new
it.
I would have a new puppy right now if I felt like I could adequately take care of it. But
To just
I'm
manifest
almost
everybody to have a dog or a cat everywhere
I'm
you
almost
go.
well. I have a cat. that
Everywhere we go is a dog or a cat.
Yes.
Everywhere.
Everywhere.
But we can't
Yeah.
really own a dog right now.
At this point, we
Not
don't
right
have
now.
any animals.
Yeah, no
but
animals.
everywhere we go, we connect
Yeah.
with the animals, and we love them like they're ours. And,
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's the beautiful part about perspective and love, open love, right? Like when you are truly open in love, you see every child as your own. You see every animal as like you would treat it as if it was your own. You just love it. It's so big, and it just makes for such a great movie and a great life for us. Because
We're in a movie.
Yeah.
We don't know about you guys. I mean, you can do whatever you want to do, but we're in a
we're
movie.
blessed.
Yeah.
We're blessed
Yeah.
beyond like measure when I think about what
Watching you guys is like
Oh yeah,
it's just watching the Hallmark Channel is like watching you guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fucking hilarious. The Hallmark. Take that back right now. Don't you ever use a Hallmark channel.
we
Oh,
laugh
wait a minute.
a lot.
Crying. Oh, yeah, there is some crying. Yeah. We laugh more than we cry.
Yeah, we laugh a lot.
And
It's
Yeah.
a funny
It's more
it's the
fun.
funny Hallmark Channel though.
It is definitely the funny
It's the funny Hallmark Channel. You guys can create your own.
I think that this program we're running in is a complete fucking upside down earth comedian, love a drama story. You know what I'm saying? It's all wrapped in one. Some romance novels in there. There's probably some, I don't want to say severely R-rated scenes in there in places too. But we are all here for the kids, so we don't want to forget that. You know,
We are here for the kids.
we are.
Yeah.
Well, I think that's what we forget so much of the time, especially spiritual people. We get
What?
so far up in our clouds that we forget
Yeah.
we're supposed to be living a life.
Yep.
And if,
Yeah.
and if we can inject as much joy into that life as possible and just be happy and
Yep.
not feel guilty about it.
Right.
Don't feel guilty because you're happy.
Right.
Right.
You know, so
I
many
kind of
people.
did a little bit. I
so
did for a
many-
while. My after my awakening, felt kind of guilty. Am I supposed to? Because I kept asking people, "Is life supposed to be this much fun?"
Right.
Yes.
They would just look at me.
Yes,
No one would even
it
fucking
is.
answer me.
It's
They would just
supposed,
look at me.
I
That was
we're
a retard.
supposed to have fun.
Yep.
That's what
Yeah,
we're
there's-
here
I
for.
struggle with the 3D world though, like literally physically sometimes struggle with it.
Yeah.
'Cause
Yeah.
I'll be out somewhere or doing something and it's like the veil comes down or I'm like moving from one dimension to I'll be in the grocery store Okay, I'll be in the grocery store doing 3D bullshit, and then all of a sudden this other dimension comes in, and I'm seeing other beings, and I'm seeing, and I'm standing there, and I'm woozy, and I feel like I'm gonna pass out,
Yeah.
and everybody's looking at me, and I'm like, just don't talk to them, just don't talk to nobody.
Just hold your own.
Don't
guys.
knock
Just
you
hold
out.
on. Hold on. This too shall pass.
I think
Just
Sonia,
don't-
your
just
your
don't-
vibration it has to be really high. I would think.
It is.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
last
obviously
Sunday,
Well-
it is if you're slipping between dimensions in the grocery store.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've
Yeah.
been doing that.
I do
I've
that in
been
my
doing that for a
bathroom.
while.
I have been
been
real.
doing
I've
that.
been like y'all.
Do it
I
in
have
the
been
cheese
really
aisle. I
feeling
hear when
the-
you land on cheese, it's a lot softer.
I've been feeling the nausea, the sudden onset of nausea, and I'm just hot inside, like I have a fever. I don't really have a fever, but I feel like I do.
That was last
And
night,
I'm
honey.
nauseated.
was
That's
so
happened to me
sick.
like 3 times already this week. It just all of a sudden hits me and then I have to breathe and do all my breathing and do my, concentrating and kind of subside. But that's been happening to me a lot the last few weeks.
Yeah, me
I
too.
was-
But like,
I was
That's,
so
those are
sick last
essential
night.
symptoms.
So I took a shower
Like the puppy
because
is getting his
I
shit.
was freezing, but I was sweating. I was so nauseated, and I felt like just shit. And I got in the shower and felt better, and went to bed until the tornado sirens and shit started hitting the house.
Well, I didn't know you had
Yeah.
tornado sirens at your house
Oh,
last night.
God, it was well, basically I don't know if we actually had a tornado touch down.
Are you in Oklahoma? Are you in Oklahoma?
Yeah, I'm in Tulsa.
Oh my gosh, there were so many. Oh my God, I can't believe how many tornadoes hit you
It
there.
was about 4:45. It got real loud, and my house really, like, we have rock and roll thunderstorms, and it has to be just like right on top of me for it to be loud. But last
Maybe that's
night,
wrong with the. Maybe that's what's wrong with the water over there.
the storm woke me up, and it has to be pretty loud, and stuff was hitting the house, and then and the sirens were going off, and my daughter texted me after that and said, "Mom, take cover, it's in your neighborhood." So I was like, "Oh shit!" And I had to pee because I just woke up, and so I'm peeing, and then I think, "Well, fuck, I'm gonna be naked in the street, climbing out of the fucking rubber."
that's right. Jump in the tub.
After the storm, we all come out to survey the damage, and here comes naked Suzanne, and I'll just be saying, "Shield your eyes, because I don't have shit anymore." So I better be careful.
You guys are like,
And I
I
need
can't hear you again.
stuff.
That's funny.
That's funny.
Well, it's
That
like,
reminds
I need
me-
to stop- I
There
hate
was
wearing clothes in bed.
There was a movie about I think it was on I don't remember
like 'em
if
either.
it was Netflix or one of those things, but it was about this young girl who was struggling with her hormones in high school, and she got hit by a toilet out of an airplane had malfunctioned, and the toilet flew down and hit her in the head. And then she haunted her family for the whole series until they just stopped it. But I kept thinking, how horrible to be killed by a damn toilet. You know
If
what
I
I'm
was gonna, I remember that show. I love that show. Was it Dead Like Me?
I killed her.
I can't remember the name of it, but
Was that Dead Like Me?
yes,
Dead Like Me, I think.
Yes, Dead Like Me. I
That
love.
was. I loved that show. It was so funny.
I bought the series, and I still watch it occasionally. And I like to watch the other one called 6 Feet Under.
Yeah,
Oh
yeah,
my
that was
God,
good.
that was such a good series, 6 Feet Under.
Yes.
I watched that whole thing. That was great.
I used
I
to
bought
like
it
watching
too.
that show, 1,000 Ways to Die, that series.
I've never. I might have seen that one.
I haven't seen that one.
I want to die like my grandmother did, standing in her kitchen eating a piece of apple pie, and she just dropped dead.
Now that's
My other
another
one-
mistake.
Unalived.
Oh, sorry.
That is,
Red bald.
My other grandmother fell off the toilet.
Oh my goodness. Was she in
That's
the
Susan.
like Elvis.
She had a heart attack, and I've heard that when you're having a heart attack, you feel the urge to poop
Yes.
sometimes.
Yeah.
And she sat.
Yes.
She sat on the toilet.
Sometimes the urge to poop.
I might be having a
you
heart
have
attack
the
about
heart
8 a.m. every morning.
Stop it.
Okay, Bobby.
Is that what's happening?
What'd you say, honey?
Sometimes the heart attack is caused from doing the act because the vagal nerve is all right there with all of your intestinal things.
Yeah.
Oh,
So,
well, so don't push.
don't get constipated. Do not get constipated.
I
That
don't. I don't. I think, if anything, I need to eat more cheese.
Follow the light. When you push and everything goes black, follow the light.
No, don't go to the
But,
light.
Oh, you don't go
talk
right.
about a manifestation. What a wonderful way to transition is to be eating apple pie in your kitchen.
Right. That's
You
like
know?
that's what I said. You know, I don't fear death. It's I don't want it to be painful. That's all.
Right.
I agree.
So when we were in Italy last year, we would crap out each day, eat really healthy, and crap out each day someone we didn't think should be here anymore. So I crapped out Fauci, Bill Gates,
Pope.
Oh yeah, and the Pope, the Black Pope, the White Pope, and the Gray Pope. I think that's a great way to manifest because then you get to not only you get to flush something physically down the toilet and send them to the sewers, which is where they belong anyway.
Yep.
Oh my goodness.
So
I agree. I agree.
that's the funnest way.
I pooped them out
I'd be
too.
like,
We
Bye,
have some
President
wonderful
Joe.
Imaginations. So.
Yeah.
Well, I think all of us have to have good imaginations to be able to do and think the way we
yeah,
Yeah. Well, yeah, creative imaginations, yes.
yes.
Ready to be
That's
off
what it
of all
does.
this fucking medication, but I can't sleep without it at this point.
I can't.
So I guess I need to talk to my doctor before I have to take the muscle relaxers, or my legs will just fly. I have
Well, that's
constant
magnesium
muscle
deficiencies
spasms.
too will cause that. Muscle restless leg syndrome, magnesium deficiency.
Yeah, I make sure I have, and I take a lot of salt baths. Plus, I spray magnesium. I take magnesium, and I had my doctor test my magnesium levels. He said, "No, you're good." So
I bought
you
one of
know,
those little $10
I've
foot
got a
baths from
whole
the
lot
dollar
of nerves that are healing, and so and my muscles are healing or being woken up.
That is another reason why you shouldn't be worrying about getting off all that stuff because you're just not ready. And when you're ready, your body will
Right.
tell you. It will let you know.
Yeah, yeah. But that's also why I got the vibration plate, and my physical therapist said, "Great idea," and it has helped with the pain because it's an anti-inflammatory, and I can't take anti-inflammatories. So like today, I was hurting really bad. So I went and first I just sat with my feet on it, and then I stood up for a little while. But it really does. I don't know whether it's because I'm numb from being shaken, vibrating like that, or
Well, sit with it. Sit
but it
on your
helps.
butt
So
on it.
I'm afraid
It helps
that'll
my
hurt
back a lot.
because I'm
Sit on
so
it.
tender, right? It's my left
Yeah.
butt cheek and my everything from on my left side from my waist down hurts. And my right side, but see, it was excruciating on both sides. Standing up was excruciating. But now I stand up and I hold on to something until I get steady, and then I can walk, and it's not excruciating. But, by midday, I start the day in pain, and as it goes on, I'm in more pain. So, but I put off taking my narcotic till bedtime, and I can deal with it most of the time during the day. So,
Yeah, and Joan of Arc talks about the violet flame, and I do call upon the violet flame quite a bit. Robin taught me about that actually about calling on the violet flame and the electric belt of Gaia around your waist to support you and help heal you through moments, you know.
What did you call the belt of Gaia?
The magnetic belt of Gaia is what he calls it.
Huh, I've never heard of that.
Yeah, I'm assuming it's the magnetic fields of the earth. But that was something he started our live out with every single time for the first year and a half. Was he would call upon the violet flame and call upon the magnetic belt of Gaia to surround us all during the live. And it's just soothing. I mean, it's soothing to me. And Saint Germain has always been very soothing to me. You know, reading all about him and the people who channel him too.
The dragons are talking.
They're making my feet tingle.
Not sure where that come from.
You know, essentially, I think whatever, whoever you call upon or whatever forces you call upon that are a source of energy or comfort to you, you should use them. Whoever, whatever they are. I think you should use them and they will all be there. I don't know. That's just me.
I ask all my helpers for help every day.
Yeah.
And especially when I get in my Jeep, I say, I need all my guides, guardians, and guardian angel to be with me and help me out because I might fuck up. And, you know, I was on the freeway in Seattle one time, and I'm positive that an angel kept me from unaliving. I had a 67 Karmann Ghia, and the steering column was going out, and I went in, you know, we're talking about a 5-lane highway in Seattle. There's a lot of traffic, but they don't drive like they do in Texas. And anyway, I spun out, and I went all the way back and forth across 5 lanes. And I, you know, that's one of my exit points that I passed. I've had several that I'm fully aware that I chose not to go. But this one I didn't make a choice. It was as it was happening, I said, well, this is it. And I came to a stop facing the correct direction and was able to just pull back in. And I was in not a lane. I was to the left of the fast lane, but I was able to get back on and take off and be fine. And I said, thank you, because I knew it was like somebody reached down, picked up my Karmann Ghia and set it right back down.
Yeah, that happened to me too on the ice when I had to drive. It was like someone just took the steering wheel away from me and just took care of it and got me spun around and turned around and back facing and in the correct lane. It was very bizarre. The whole thing was surreal.
I definitely when that happened, I knew it was divine. I knew that I didn't happen to. Oh, I'm echoing. I'll be back.
I wonder why it does that.
No idea, but Xyloanthius taught me that if you go put it in airplane, turn it on, airplane mode on, and then off, and then come back. So that's what I did. I've done it like 10 times since we've been in this live. Sonia, how's your grandson doing?
Nashayania Niakiana Inio Noya Anashinia Manaya.
Oh, sorry, I was talking and I didn't realize my mic was off. The one that talks light language? Or the one that's telekinetic? Where'd she go?
She may have gone back into airplane mode.
Oh, there she is. Which one, Susan? The one that's telekinetic or the one that... Well, she keeps going back and forth. No, I have a grandson that... and I don't think any of you were here. There was an incident where my children, the youngest is 29 and the oldest is 34. And they came to visit a couple months ago. And that was the first time they were all together in 15 years.
Wow.
And one is very enlightened. They're all gifted. And then my grandchildren are also very gifted. But they, the other two kind of are so worked up in their lives, you know how that goes, that they aren't into the spiritual thing. Well, after they visited, a lot of things started changing. And my daughter called me and told me that her son's talking about lizards and reptilians and all this other stuff, and she don't know what's going on. He's talking to people. He's talking to things that she couldn't see, and he's talking funny and all this other stuff. And so my daughter and I got on the phone with her, and the other one told her, she says, you need to talk to Brim. So we set up pretty much a family conference, and the minute he's seen Brim, he's like, I know you. And he did that eye thing, you know, that eye thing that Brim does? He did that in the phone. He did the eye thing in the phone. And he says, I know you. And so, and he started talking light language.
Wow.
And he started talking to Brim, and they were talking back and forth. He was going back and forth between English and light language, and he's 5 years old, mind you. And he, you know, we just let him lead the conversation. We didn't coach him. We didn't say anything to him. We just let him ask questions, answered his questions. But he looked at Paul and he's like, I see your dragon. And it was quite the experience. And he looked at me and he says, I see your dragon too, Grandma. I
It's
see your
just
dragon.
amazing.
And he says, I know where I seen the gold dragon. And so he's like, well, where'd you see him? He says, in Nintha. He said, I seen you and Grandma both in Nintha. And we ended up bringing in Solar because he kept saying, but Grandma, I've been on this earth too long. Or not earth, he said planet. He kept saying, Grandma, I've been on this planet too long. I can't turn back. I can't bring my scales back. He says, I just got this skin like my mom. He says, and it won't go away. I can't get my scales back. And he said he was gold and green and gold. And then so I told Paul, I says, see if Solar will come talk to him. And so he did. And he says, I'm just like Solar. She's just like me. It was the craziest shit. It was a very emotional moment. So yeah, and nobody's ever spoken to anything about any of this to him, and he knew his name, he knew where he was from, he knew the only thing he didn't understand. He kept calling himself and Solar lizards. So is that the grandson you were asking about, Susan? So yeah,
Yes, but I'm up to listen. Yes. How's he doing now?
he's doing fine. They
Good.
just are living on just like everything's normal.
Good.
I was shocked. Brim was shocked. But his mom and dad weren't shocked at all. It's just like everyday life.
Oh,
Even
so
Grim tried to trick him. Grim tried to trick him because Grim was faking my voice, and he called Grim out. He's like, Grim, let Paul speak. Come on, Grim. I know it's you. Grim just started laughing because he was
I
trying to
don't know. You
test him,
can.
and he was
so
testing him, and he was just nailing. He was just saying things that I never said. Grim never said. No one ever said anything to him, and he was out there just saying things like he knew everything. I was like, well, I don't know what to say.
Yeah, and he's not. He don't know what channeling is. He didn't know what a 5-year-old. Nobody's talked to him about it, but he could. He knew the difference between Paul, Brim, and Solar
So is he
when
a
he was
product from
talking.
your spiritual daughter or one of the ones that's not so spiritual?
One of the ones that's not so spiritual.
Oh.
Well, I don't know if I'd say spiritual. And like I was going to tell Susan before, like with the awakening process, I didn't go through awakening like most people, as adults.
Yeah.
I was born awake. I've been awake. I've been seeing aliens. I've been dealing with extraterrestrials and the Fae and the dragon and all that stuff since I was a child. So just not knowing what the hell's going on. Um, and I've always been different, which is difficult growing up in Podunk U and everybody thinking you're crazy. So I changed that with my own kids when they started showing signs of it. All of my kids are gifted. They've always talking to spirits, ghosts, other beings, seeing them. One of my daughter that's quite spiritual, they would flock around her. She could hear people's thoughts, control the elements, that kind of stuff. And now her son, which is another grandson of mine that's actually 5'2", he's become telekinetic and he can control the elements also. And then I have another granddaughter that sees and talks to spiritual beings. So, yeah, it seems to be a family trait. But the one that we're talking about just blew me out of the water because,
Yeah, I don't know. He just shocked the hell out of
I
me.
mean,
And that's what
she
Robin
called
talks
us for
about
help.
that's what Robin talks about is he came in awake. He had all of his memories and how difficult his life has been because of that.
And I just knew. I knew when I was little I didn't belong here. And I used to cry and I used to hide in the woods because my grandma got very abusive. I was raised by my grandparents. When coming face to face with an extraterrestrial in your dining room at 8 years old, and you go and tell them and they're like, you get your ass beat because you're lying about something and making shit up. So I
Or you
spent
have a
most of my
demon.
time,
There,
you
a
know,
lot of people
well,
think you have a
fortunately,
demon in you.
right. One thing I was fortunate about is I didn't come from the people that raised me were not religious.
Oh,
So that helped immensely, but and that's how I connected with the Fae because they pretty much spent time with me in the woods growing up.
Thank you,
So,
Bean.
but I mean, if Paul wants to explain, he's more in depth on seeing what my grandson was really about. Was just, like I said, we did not say anything to him. He pretty much took over the conversation. And I was just like floored. I was bawling my ass off because I just couldn't believe what was coming out of his mouth.
So
And
for
I was
those
just,
that don't know, though, he knows he's a dragon, right?
he's
Oh, let
draconian.
me. I'll explain
Go
it
ahead
if you
and
want me
explain.
to.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. She calls me and says, she sent me a text or something. Oh, I want you to meet my grandson and this and that. I said, okay, fine. So we get on the phone.
Well, no, it was the daughter first. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm on the phone and they get in the car and he gets in the car and he looks over and says, I know you. I was like, huh? And then Brim goes, I heard Brim talking in light language in the back of my head. And I'm like, huh. So I'm like, okay, this is interesting. So we get, he driving back to the house, and all this, so we get in the house, and she's sitting there, and he's sitting there, and started talking to me. And I don't remember how the conversation started, but he was like,
How do you know me?
He says, yeah, that's what it was. I go, how do you know me? He goes, I know who you are. You're a dragon. I'm like, I am? He's like, yes, I see it. I'm like, and what are you? He goes, I'm a lizard. I'm in my skin and I don't like it, and I felt so bad it almost made me want to cry. He was like, I'm in this human skin, and this is not, I'm not supposed to be in this skin. And I'm hearing Sola in the back of me. Sola was almost crying this entire time. I didn't tell her this either. Sola was feeling so bad for him. And Brim's over here going, oh, what do I do? What do I do? and I'm hearing both of them in my head, and he's talking, and I'm like, well, I'm a dragon, huh? He's like, yeah. And then he started asking me, what kind of dragon? He goes, let me see your dragon. I go, well, I can't very well pop him out. It's on Earth. And then Brim goes, I got this. And so I sat there, and Brim took over for a minute. He goes, look in my eyes. So they looked in the eyes, and he goes, oh, I see the golden dragon. And he was describing the golden dragon. I'm like, whoa, okay. There's a lot to this child. There's a lot to this child. I was like, wow. It was blowing me away. And I didn't want to give him any information. I wanted to see, what's going. If it was, was I projecting anything? I was trying not to do that. You know what I'm saying? I wanted to see if what he was saying. So, and then he goes on. He starts talking about his skin again and about certain things, and then he goes on to say, "Because I see your dragon." I'm like, "Uh-huh." He goes, I see your dragon, and I see Grandma's dragon. Where do you see them? On Nintha. Is that your homeworld? Yes. I knew it was. I'm like, okay. Well, what kind of dragon? He goes, I see a golden dragon. And I go, well, what color is your grandma's dragon? It's a white dragon. And I'm like, okay. Is my dragon the same as hers? He's like, no. Yours is skinny. Hers is bigger. I'm like, oh. And I'm like, oh my God, what do I say? And then he starts talking about the skin, and Sola is beating me in the back of the head going, she wanted to talk to him. She goes, well, and then Sonia goes, well, how about let Sola speak to him? So Sola starts speaking to him, telling him that he's not a reptilian, that he's a draconian. He goes, and then he starts describing the draconian planet. He said the name. He goes, and that's the same homeworld you're from, isn't it? And she goes, how did you know? They're from the same homeworld. And then they're talking about different things on the planet, and he said the name of the planet. He said what race he was, and she's like, yeah, you're not a lizard, you're a draconian. She's, oh, because that's why. And then he explained why he doesn't have the skin, and they just kept talking and back and forth, light language and this and that. And I'm sitting here as me going, I don't even know what the heck's going on at this point. And they're both going on and on and on and on, back and forth in light language, English, light language, English. And they were going on, what, 20, 30 minutes?
Yeah. Yeah.
And I don't even really know what was said, but all I could do, they were going back and forth. And then he was very happy. He was all up on her.
Yeah,
Oh
but
my
then
goodness.
he started in where he wanted to go home. You know,
Yeah.
and then she had to talk to him about going home because he wanted to leave this planet and go home, that he didn't want to be here anymore. And
So
I'm like,
Sola
bullshit.
and Brim had to explain why he's on Earth and what he needs to do. He understood it because I said, that's your contract and that's what you signed to do. He's like, yes, I understand. And that was truly and very, I mean, I've talked to people about experiences, but never someone that young. And for him to know what he knew threw me through a loop, because it surprised me, because I mean, I could see like an adult coming up and say, I see the gold dragon. That I'd be a little bit surprised, you know. I'm like, oh, cool, you know. But when he said it, it kind of threw me back. I'm like, whoa. He knew everything. I mean, he knew about me, my home planet. He knew about Solar, her home planet. He knew about Area. He knew about all of them. I didn't even have to say anything to him. He knew everything. It was like he was reading my mind or something. It was
And
really.
every time. Mm-hmm.
I'm still
And
amazed
every
by
time
it.
he channeled somebody different, he knew it.
He knew exactly who they
He
were
knew-
and what their names
and when he
were.
was channeling. Yep.
I know
He-
I'm by it. That's just such an amazing story, and it just heartbreaking
And
when he was saying, you know, that he's so uncomfortable in his skin. It's so sad.
Yeah, and
Well, how
And it
many
was.
of us have gone to
It was a
work
very-
and immediately thought, I want to go home. I don't want to be here anymore. I know I'm here to do my job, but I don't want to be here. You know what
And
I
the
mean?
funniest part about this is I had Area speak. He goes, "Who are you?" He knew the difference. He named her. I didn't give him the name, did I?
Mm-mm.
No.
No, but
He knew-
you gotta remember that some of it I'm not privy to because he was speaking light language and I couldn't understand what he was saying.
Every
So-
person that came through, he knew their names, and I never said them to him.
So you can understand Paul
Yeah.
though, when he's speaking in light language, when Grim is talking, or you can understand.
I don't even. Sometimes, like when I was just speaking in a minute ago, I didn't even know what I was saying. It's like she takes over. I don't know how to just speak light language. When it comes out of me, it just recently started coming out of me here and there, like a little bit here and a little bit there in the last couple weeks. And with me, it's kind of like a feeling. It's not words. It's feeling, and sometimes Brim's been trying to coach me on it. Brim, the dragon part. And I'll be like, what the hell did I just say? But it's like she just kind of takes over sometimes, and I think it's in the process of me learning it. Like I can kind of feel it inside me, but the words don't come out. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah.
So the whole me speaking light language is new to me and understanding it. I'm in the process of learning that right now. And this happened like a month or so ago, so.
And I can understand what she told me.
You
So, but
Yeah.
sometimes I can feel it and understand what Brim's saying when he's speaking light language, but only him. When other people speak it, I can't understand it. So far, anyway. But I'm still in the learning process of it.
Well, on here is the only time I've ever
Yeah.
heard other people talking to one another in light language and actually understanding one another, because I've always thought that your light language was yours and you were the only one who knew, what you were saying. And then some of the people told me that they were speaking light language and did not know what they were saying. But I've never, except on here, I've never heard anybody speak back and forth. So
Well,
I
me
didn't know.
and Jess did it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've
Yeah.
Me
only
and Mac.
I've only ever seen them together. Other people, it's just them talking. But with you guys, it's a lot more interesting because I know you. I just figure it's your dragons talking to each other.
It is.
Yeah.
Okay.
It is.
Okay.
It is, and I don't know what she was saying.
Yeah.
I don't know.
That's how I understood you were saying it. So okay. got it.
I understood what she said.
It's very interesting to me. Because I've actually I have been asking for light language for a while now. And sometimes I can kind of feel it welling up, but it never comes to anything.
Yeah, and I totally understand what you mean by that because
I
I've
mean,
been.
if you can't,
I've been
talk
trying
with
for a
somebody
year.
else, why would you want to be speaking something that nobody else could understand?
I don't know. I just think it
But
would
like
be
my
amazing.
middle daughter, she used to speak it when she was little. She used to speak it all the time. I mean, she's 32 now, but I just thought she was singing a melody back then. I didn't know what light language was.
Oh, does
Didn't she
still-
do that with Area?
Yes.
Yeah, I see her and
Mhm,
Area were
but
talking
she-
back and forth.
Yeah, but see, she's talked to Area in visions and astral projection. She's known Area for years.
Wow.
Because remember when she was talking about the woman that she sees, and then she discovered it was Area.
Ah, cool.
It's so amazing how
So-
everybody's all coming together the way they are supposed to.
Mhm.
I am just so happy to know Sonia. I can't tell you. I'm so thankful.
Thank you,
that
sweetheart.
I'm so thankful you shared your story.
Yes, I went to YouTube, Paul,
I
and it's
appreciate
not
it. Thank
there.
you.
By the way,
What's not there?
the YouTube where Sonia shared her story, I went to it and it's not there. You're slacking.
What?
The YouTube where the night that Sonia shared her story, and I wasn't there because I was, I don't know, doing something with my kids.
She was at
But-
the hospital.
Yeah.
But I told her, Sonia told her story, and
It
she
was-
might want to go watch it.
And I jumped right on it, and it's not there.
I posted every one of them.
The last
And
one,
it's not there. I looked for it too
It was
because I wanted to listen to it again.
well. It was at the
There
end
was
of the
just so
live.
much information. I really wanted to listen to it again.
You said the last one?
Yeah, it was mythical creatures, right? That was the live, wasn't it, Sonia?
Mythical beings.
Yes.
Oh, well,
Yep. Yep.
1031.
sorry I didn't quote it properly.
Ooh, I didn't know they were on YouTube. I was really bummed that I missed that one.
Oh, yeah. Well,
I have to look.
Oh, damn, I didn't. Oh,
I got
did not
mythical
quote it yet.
creature questions. I have dragon questions, actually.
Okay, well, you're in the right
do
place.
you guys do you guys have like dragon traits in your human lives?
yes,
Yes.
actually.
Ooh, I know it. I know I'm living with one. I knew it. Like,
Do you know how like sometimes you get dry skin and it looks like sometimes people like
Scales.
it looks like
yeah, like-
scales. Yeah.
yeah.
I've had that on my legs. It comes and
That
goes.
is a dragon being.
And what about like
Hmm?
your stuff?
What do you mean
Right?
stuff?
Like, listen, I know nothing about dragons other than what I read. So you guys are the first ones I've ever actually met that I know.
Oh,
So
are you talking about the whole like guarding your treasure thing?
yeah.
I don't have that issue. No, I don't. No, I wouldn't say that's a trait of mine or my dragon's trait. I wouldn't think.
I like shiny things.
So, well, I like shiny things too, but I don't accumulate them. And
Brim found a desk on somewhere that said free, and he brought it home. And Paul got up and found the desk in his living room and didn't know where it came from. His roommate didn't know where it came from, and Brim confessed that he saw it and it said free, and he brought it. He wanted it.
He's also cut my hair before when he was mad at me.
Oh, that's funny.
He was mad one day.
Sorry.
I was ignoring him. I was ignoring him because he wanted me to do something and I didn't want to do it. I went to sleep. I woke up and I'm like, why is my head cold? I walk into the bathroom. I see a trail of hair in the hallway, leading up into the bathroom. I go in the bathroom. There's a ton of hair all over the sink and on the floor. I'm like, what in the hell went on? And I looked down. At first, I looked down. I was like, is that cut off? And I look up in the mirror and I'm like, oh, you son of a. And I sat there with a bald head.
I'm sorry.
yeah, and that's one of my concerns recently because it's now that my dragon has grown in strength. I'm missing conversations in time, and I don't know what's going on. I've had a couple people say, "We talked about this," and I'm like, "No, we did not.
Yes, we did.
Oh no.
No, we didn't."
So, Sonia,
Yes,
I had some anesthesia that did that to me for about a year. So just tell them, just tell them, oh, it must be that medicine.
I don't take anything, so
Well, but you don't have to tell them that.
No,
I mean, if they know you well.
I'm going to explain this. She calls me one day. Out of the blue, she calls me. She has this discussion. She goes about a tarot card reading. She was going on about a tarot card reading. I explained it all to her. Then we talk about this whole discussion that we can't say on here. And then after she hangs up and says stuff. And then like 2 days later, I'm like, I brought up the conversation because we never had the conversation. I'm like, the hell we didn't. You sat for 3 hours telling me about it.
I didn't. I swear, I don't recall that conversation. But he's not the only person that's happened with in the last couple months. So I'm like, she better not fucking shave my head. I'll be pissed because my hair's long. I have hair down to my hiney. She's very stubborn and she can be aggressive. So
Picture waking up with bald ass head going to the bathroom, see a trail of hair. I'm like, oh my god, that hair was long too. I'm like, you jerk. It was off my shoulder too. I was like, oh.
It can be temperamental. Temperamental.
Oh yeah, it was.
Good wigs out there.
Well, Paul, I'm glad to know that you didn't do that haircut on purpose.
No, I didn't.
I'm happy to know that. But
I
now
did
I
not
know
want
what's
to be
wrong
a
with my
chrome
husband.
dome. I did not want to be a chrome dome.
He must,
You know,
be a
you
dragon
guys,
because
I've
we have
been
conversations all the time that he says he doesn't remember having.
I've been really jealous of people getting and having dragons, and I'm thinking you have to be really strong to have a dragon. And I might not quite be up to that task. I might just stick with dogs. You know what I mean?
Or cats. I got my cats. My cats talk to me all the time. The outdoor cats, they just come up and just start talking. And then my indoor one, he talks to me all the time. And it's only about half the time I understand what they're saying.
I would love to meet someone and their dragon, but I don't think I'm strong enough to have one myself. It's kind of like if I were to go out and adopt a Rottweiler right now would be a really dumb thing to do, you know, because I would just break a hip or something.
I don't know how that actually works, but I can say that I was told, because I told you the story where I don't have a biological father because my mom was abducted. I was created on a ship and all that stuff.
Yeah.
But I was told the reason it was because they had to genetically modify this body to hold the soul.
Oh. Oh, okay.
Wow.
That's why you're strong enough to have a dragon?
Area is the one that told me that. Yeah.
Is that what you meant? That's why you're strong enough? I mean, you have...
I don't know if it has to do with strength or just certain genetics.
Oh, okay.
It's not about... That's what I mean. It's not about...
Yeah, holding the energy.
The strength of the body.
Oh, I understand now.
That's what that woman on that YouTube was. The woman on the YouTube I was listening to that talks to the baby spirits, you know, before they come in.
Yeah.
And they have certain requirements of their mother. Their mother has to go through certain processes in order for their vessel to be strong enough to hold their energy.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
And this woman was talking about how sick she was during her pregnancy.
Oh.
How difficult it was for her.
Yeah. Well, that's how it was for me with Emily. I was so sick from the beginning to the end.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
I was too with my oldest one. I was very sick the entire time. I gained literally no weight.
I
until
did,
the very
but
end.
I don't know how I gained weight because it was, you know what? I never had a cleaner bathroom though, because I would be vomiting and peeing at the same time.
Yeah.
Just all the time. It was just every day, multiple times a day. It was just awful.
I struggled with pregnancy. It took everything just not to lose my babies.
Yeah.
You know, I've lost babies. And
I've lost one.
And the last one was the toughest. She started trying to come in 20 weeks and held off until 32 weeks, but she was still 8 pounds 6 ounces at 32 weeks.
Yeah. Wow. My son was
my
10.
body.
They took my son early, and he was 10 pounds 3 ounces. And
But
go ahead.
I think it's the mix of the genetics, though.
Yeah, I'm sure.
One, I'm RH negative, and two, it's just mixing other genetics.
Oh yeah.
It's like my genetic, it was my body that was trying to reject the babies.
Oh,
So, yeah, that was tough. But I did learn that my son, Spencer Michael, that I lost, my first son, has been reincarnated, and he is Native American, and he's 17 years old, and he lives on a
Thank you.
reservation out west. So that's pretty awesome.
I
'Cause that was a
missed.
difficult.
Does he know you?
No.
No, 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 no.
Explain that again. Who it?
My first pregnancy, I lost the baby,
Yeah.
and he didn't make it.
Right.
And his name was Spencer Michael,
Okay.
and he's been reincarnated.
Oh, that's
His soul was reincarnated,
the part I
and
missed.
he is here on Earth, and he's 17 years old.
That's so
And
awesome.
he's I think he's Apache. Oh, he
When
lives
did,
on a reservation.
when did you find that out?
When she asked me, and I went in. I went in and I
About 6 weeks ago.
yeah, I went in there and it came to me like I just seen it. I don't know. It just came to me, and I told her.
Huh.
Well,
I didn't know you
I
could do
was
that.
well.
I
I didn't know I
can.
could either, but I was really just for some reason it hit me hard, and I was, you know, this
I've,
is
I've got a
you
big
know
great soul
30
that
years
I still
30
haven't
years
met.
later, and for some reason it hit me, and I was just thinking about him, and I was crying about it, and
Aw.
I'm like, and something in me said, ask him if he knows anything
Oh.
about it.
His name
And
is
Oh.
so I
Michael.
did. I
Wow.
called him up. I called him up, my bawling my ass off, and said, "Can you tell me anything about
Oh,
this?"
I'm so glad that he did.
Yeah. So
And I
that was
don't
pretty
know.
cool.
Was
It's
he?
like I knew it. It was like I knew it because when she called, I was sitting there waiting in my chair. I don't know why.
Did you
Oh,
lose him in utero or was he born first?
In utero.
I lost one at 4 months.
Mm-hmm.
And I asked the doctor if they knew the gender, and he told me no. But I saw the pathology report later, and it said it was a boy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that was 18 weeks. So what would that be? 18 weeks?
That's about a week and a half further along than I was.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He was Comanche,
But I knew
by
he
the
was a
way.
boy. Okay.
Oh, it's beautiful that you know where
But
he is now.
I've always known the sex of my children before they told me. I don't know how, but I've always known.
I thought
I won
Graham.
mine in baby school.
I felt like Graham was a boy, but I didn't. You know, I asked not to know, so because I wanted it to be a surprise. But I felt like it was a boy.
I knew all of mine. I knew
Well, I
they
did
were all
that.
girls.
Yeah.
My husband was on his knees praying for a boy, the last one, and I didn't have the heart to tell him. You know, we didn't find out, you know, what they were before.
But
Hello,
you,
Mel.
but you knew.
But I knew it was a girl, and I just didn't
Hello,
tell
Mel. How
him. And
beautiful lady.
There you are, Mel.
Yeah, my youngest daughter got really mad at me because for her last child, their third child, she's like, "We're having a boy. I want a boy this time. We're having a boy." And I got down on my knees and I put my face on her belly, and I said, "Nope, it's a boy." And she says, "Mom," and she says, "Mom, you just get up off me with your hoodoo voodoo."
oh,
And I said, "It's gonna be a girl." she's like, "It's gonna be a girl." And she's like, "No, it's not. It's gonna be a boy." And like 3 weeks later, she called me. She said, "Mom, I'm so pissed at you and your hoodoo voodoo. You were
Yeah.
right. It's a girl." She said, "You did that. You made it be a girl just by your hoodoo voodoo."
Oh my goodness. My poor girlfriend, we had our
That's like,
babies all around the same time, and she had boys, and I had girls. And she literally called me. I had Katie for 2 or 3 weeks, and she called me after she had Daniel and said, "Can we trade?" I'm like, "No. What are you talking about?" She's like, "I want a girl so bad. I'm so upset." But my husband, his friends were like, "Oh man, that is so rough and tough." And he's like, "No way. I'm teaching them everything I would a boy." And he did. I mean, they all work on their cars. They know what they're doing, and they, have all the skills that he would have taught a boy. So they love to hike and fish and camp and do all the
Like I said, I
sports.
didn't know
And
I
he
could do
never
that.
worked.
I didn't know I had that ability. And like I didn't know I could talk to dead people the other day, and then that started. I don't know. Who
yeah, but
knows what's going
I
on in
think,
this brain?
Well, I really,
yeah, but I think
I
as
really wish
people
you would
grow,
tell my sister to, ever since she's been ramped up, my goodness, ever since she figured out she could talk to you, she could talk to me through you because I'm ignoring her. She has
I
really
know.
ramped it up.
Yeah, she has.
Paul,
I
there's no
think
such thing
though,
as dead people.
yeah,
There is no death.
Well, okay, I'm gonna
There,
tell my
there
sister
is no
Jennifer
death.
right now. If you want to talk to me, talk to Paul. Okay,
Oh Lord.
Jennifer, I mean it. I've been trying to get her. I mean, Halloween and All Souls. I was saying, Jennifer, come on, now's the time. Come see me. Come visit me. I didn't hear
I
nothing from her.
got Honey's sister over here.
Well, that's what I'm trying to do is get Jennifer. Jennifer, I'm talking to you. Pay attention. I want you to talk to that man.
Well, my sister was always an opportunistic person, so she jumped right in.
Well, I mean, Jennifer, I would think she'd want to talk to me.
but
We had a lot of fun talking to each other. She was 7 years younger than me, and she was 45 when she passed.
My ship left. Oh,
Aw.
but I want to point something out to everybody, and I believe this wholeheartedly. As you rise in vibration and frequency, not only do the gifts that you have already acquired get stronger, but I think you also can acquire more gifts that you didn't realize you had. And also, when we all come together like this, the frequencies that we have bouncing off each other and the energy also helps
Yeah.
with that, I think. You know what I
Well,
mean?
that's all. That's a piece of wisdom out of the Bible. Is
Call
when
your brother.
when two or
one or
more
more.
gather in my name, and we are all
Hmm.
part of Source. So whenever there are two or more of us together, that multiplies.
actually,
Yeah.
my ship didn't leave. It just moved. Why did it move, Paul?
I don't know
It's
why.
moved.
I know I
all
hear
the
your
crazy
sister
shit
though.
that happened.
I know. She's
And all the
really.
crazy shit
She
I've
is
seen, I've
screaming.
never
No,
seen a freaking
she used to
UFO.
just say, like, tell her to call her sister. Now she's screaming in my ear.
I know. She wants me to call my brother. My brother's son has gotten very ill and was just diagnosed with stage 4 pancreatic cancer.
Oh no!
And she's really yelling at me. I mean, she's yelling to call them both. She wants me to call them both. And she's really getting screechy.
Yeah, she's getting treachy in my right ear.
I mean, she knows you've had a lot on your plate, right?
She does. But, She thinks
Well,
I'm strong enough
you
to
know,
take care of
Jesus, she thinks
everybody.
you're superhuman.
She does.
Tell her to back off.
My sister always believed that I could do anything I wanted to do.
Well, you can,
And you
but
can.
she's
You
just
can.
I know, but she's 5 years older than me, and
that's why I don't talk to my older sister anymore.
we were close, and we were both the black sheep, of course. And she was very spiritual. She saw unalived people all her life. My grandfather came to her when she was very young, and she
I
had
used to, but I
conversations
don't
with him
anymore.
constantly. And of course, everybody made fun of her, called her crazy, said she was bipolar, schizophrenic. She was a psych nurse, so of course she acted like a nut. And, but she just could feel into everybody and hear all sorts of things. And everybody that transitioned came to her, right away because she was open. No, I got another one. There it is. I got a second one. How bizarre. They keep moving
Bring it.
around.
Bringing in reinforcements
They
for
can't
you.
figure out where they want to be. Maybe so. I don't know.
By the time of night, I could see one if I looked for one. You know, I really concentrate to walk, and by this time of night, if I have to get up and walk, I hold the walls with both hands because I've had all my medications. So
You have a walker
Oh,
there,
that
don't you?
side here.
Oh, my
I go outside in
walker.
5 minutes. I'm like, okay, show me. It's too cold. I'm going in.
Well, it's just
I'm
because
done.
it's too hard for me to go outside, and I can't walk on uneven ground, and I've got so many giant trees, so for me to see the sky, I have to walk in the middle of the street because my yard, it's too many trees. There's just a tiny spot you can look at the sky.
There's
So
a
I have to
perfect
go out
house
in the
right
middle
down
of
the
the street.
street for me that's calling your name.
Do what?
There's a perfect house right down the street from me that's calling your name.
I'm hearing Honey's sister and call her brother, and then I'm hearing Knee High over here.
Knee
She's Knee High, yeah. She's Native American.
For Mel or for Sonia?
Yeah,
Yeah.
She's
for
from me?
Mel.
Definitely.
Yes.
He's for Mel.
Yeah.
Really?
I don't have enough Native American in me to claim to anything. My mother was only maybe a quarter.
What? Well,
Honey,
what?
I only got 2%, so
Oh,
I don't
well,
think that has anything to do with what genetics
But-
you got now, honey.
it doesn't have anything to do with percentage. It has to do with the
Past life.
connection
yeah,
to
yeah,
the
you got the soul connection.
yes.
What she
I
wanted
mean, I'm
About
sure
past
that
lives.
there are indigenous people that would argue with me about that, but I know that there are lots of others that would say, "Yeah, you're right."
Well, obviously you are because I know that's how you identify. So,
Yes, right.
and you're knowledgeable.
Well,
So it's not like
I'm
you're
a
a white
perfect
girl
example.
that go, oh, because I'm in Tulsa, Oklahoma, so I know a lot of Native Americans, and I do know how they talk about people with very low percentage blood.
Right.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I
Well, ladies,
also know
I'm a
you
perfect
and,
example of what
and
y'all
your
talking
soul
about.
is Native American.
Mhm.
So, I'm Native American. I'm
Oh.
Native American.
Are you 100%?
But that's just my human husk, which I get. I
Right.
don't even know if I can say that anymore after I found out my genetics, but still,
Right.
my mother that was abducted was Native American. So, but that's just my human husk. I used to call it a meat suit, but I got my ass chewed by a Pleiadian for that. We're not supposed to call it a
Yeah,
meat suit. We're
they don't
supposed to
like
call it a
that.
human husk.
Yeah, well, that is kind of
No, they don't like
disrespectful
that.
to our body
Yeah.
that carried us
But
through this
you know,
life.
my soul,
I appreciate
you know, but
what my body
soul,
has done for me.
it's a dragon.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so
Yeah.
I look Native American. People call me Native American, but my soul's not Native American.
Right,
So that's
right.
I think what Mel's trying to get through is, you know,
Yeah.
in past lives, maybe maybe I have been, but to
Oh
have
yeah.
a connection with a Native American in a past life, you don't have to be in this life because
Your soul's still there.
these human husks, right? And
Well, I
these
got to
these
know
human
my great
husks we're
aunts
wearing.
that were almost they were half they were half blood. So
Mhm.
I got to know them, and they taught me a lot. I mean, and they didn't just like
Right.
you know talk to me. They had like we had spiritual communications between each other.
Mhm.
They connected with me on a whole different level than what my Christian family members did, and I'm
It's
you
because
know
they're Native Americans are more spiritual.
they are very
They're
much
not
more
religious.
spiritual. No, not at all. Religious doesn't even touch. They're beyond religion. Their
Yes.
spirituality is just like light
It's not
years
a,
advanced.
it's not a religion.
It's the spirit. It's a connection
Oh,
to Creator and to
Mother
Earth.
Earth.
Our two creators, God and Mother Earth. It states even in the Christian Bible that God had to take part of Mother Earth to create life.
You know, I think
So
I think I might my spirituality has always been more Native American than the way I was raised, and I think that was part of my problem with the way I was raised.
Yeah.
Because, you know, because I was so connected to nature and always have been. I've always been so connected to nature and animals and the earth.
Same here. Same here.
And
Mine has always been angelic. It's been angelic all my life. The
hey,
angels
Paul.
have come to me all my life.
Paul, are you awake? Paul, I have
there
a
you go.
question.
Call Brim. Go
Brim.
wake him up.
Well,
Brim
Brim can
Kunoa.
answer the question too. Brim, can you come talk to me for a second? Can you speak English? Can I ask you a question and hear your answer in English? If I don't forget my question.
Yes, you may ask me the question.
Do you see any Native American past life in me?
You're a huntress.
Was I a Native American?
Yes. You
Do you
hunted
know
with a
what,
bow.
do you know what tribe?
Iroquois.
Thank you so much. Thanks for coming out to talk to me.
No problem.
Mm-hmm.
I
You
knew
might want to
it.
wake Paul up.
Yeah, wake up
Oh,
the human
I am
husk.
awake. The human husky
Wake
was
up, feed him
awake.
and husk. The human husk is awake.
Yeah.
Well, well, well.
Well.
And see, and see that's
We learned,
and see that's
how
what you
to
gotta
wake you
remember.
up.
That's what you got.
was
Everybody needs to
following
remember
you.
is this is a human husk.
Yeah,
It's like putting on a Halloween costume. That's all this
It's like
body
we couldn't
is.
get your
That's all.
attention, so I asked Brim. Mel said, "Well, call for Brim." So I was like, "Hey, Brim, can you come answer a question for me?" And he did.
Yep, he did.
Well, there you go, Mel. That explains why I had that spirituality naturally as a child, and then
Yes.
my parents, you know how they raised me. Well, for probably 12 years of my childhood was in that hellfire and damnation, and you'll never be
High
good
Spirit,
enough
well,
if
you
you're
were a
gonna burn.
shaman.
Mm-hmm.
High
What?
Spirit was a shaman.
High Spirit was a shaman.
Yes.
Yes.
Who's?
High spirits.
High Spirit
Oh,
was a
okay, yeah.
shaman for the Cherokee.
Who was?
High Spirit.
Oh, okay, I see. Never mind. I get it now. That's so cool. I'm glad you could answer that for us.
Yeah.
No problem.
Well, I was always really connected to my ancestors because of my grandfather. So, my grandfather, he taught us the ways of nature and the ways how to survive out in the wilderness, and how to hunt and how to fish and how to survive, just how to grow your own food. And that was a real big connection for me with my indigenous heritage, because
Her name is
my
Nehi.
grandfather. Nehi. Yeah, she's my
Yes.
my fifth great grandmother.
Well, my father was full-blooded German. His whole family, everybody was
I'm
German.
cutting out.
So he taught me all of the things of the land, and he could grow anything and identify anything. And, we
No
lived
problem. High
right on
Spirit.
the edge of the
I'll be right back.
forest. So
Okay.
I grew up knowing about what things to choose and what you could use and what you could use it for. You know, but my mother's family didn't talk much about their indigenous ancestors very much at all. It's just that I didn't get enough of her indigenous to not have hair. She didn't have hair anywhere, and I always wanted that. I thought that wasn't fair. I got all the
That is
German,
true.
you
The
That
know,
is
Germans
I don't
true.
have a
have
lot
any
of
hair
hair.
either. That's an Irish
Yeah.
thing.
and the
Yeah.
But you were
sweat.
in the Civil War. You were a Southern Belle in the Civil War.
I was a
I
civil
will say,
belle. I was a belle.
Wait, who was?
Oh my God, that's like being a nun.
Honey. Honey was
I,
Honey was
Honey
a
was a
Civil War.
Honey was in the Civil War. Honey was in the Civil War. A Southern Belle. She wore a red dress with a
I
white
see that.
collar.
Now,
I
Brandon.
can see
No,
that.
no,
I
no,
can
now,
see
Paul. Honey is not that old.
I've had long lives now.
that.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I've had a lot of lives
And
too. Some
her
of mine
husband-
I actually remember little snippets of.
Her husband was shot by the north.
Well, she's Southern. She's probably
A
Confederate.
Confederate. No, a Confederate that was disguised as a Northerner.
Oh. Somebody assassinated her husband.
Now that's betrayal.
That is.
Wow.
That's interesting.
I
He was
know.
a
I was
spy.
in it. Yeah. Oh shit.
God, there's so much
I-
energy coming out of this room. I'm gonna vibrate off my bed. My legs have been trembling. When you guys started talking the dragon talk, my feet started tingling, and now my legs, it's going up my spine. It's like crazy shit over here.
Well, so Bean, you were asking questions about dragon traits, and then you said I knew I was living with one.
Oh, I know my
You-
husband's
you-
a dragon. I've been
Oh.
calling him it for years, and I don't know why. And the other day, I didn't like, this is freaking dragon. I know he is. He is. He
He's a
just
black
does that.
dragon.
He's a
He
what?
is, right? He absolutely is. I knew
What
it.
did you say,
A
Paul?
black
He's
dragon.
a black earth dragon.
Oh God, I got chills. Now I got chills and I'm vibrating. She's smearing just.
You're gonna
I wonder
levitate.
if Tamsin knows
I
him.
am. I always could read energy. It made me really good at my job, and like negative people make me sick. Like when I look at someone, I don't see physical traits. I see their soul. Like if
Yes.
Yep, me
somebody's a
too.
drug
Yep.
addict, they just look really sick to me. Like
Yes.
right?
Yes.
So like I've just
Mhm.
always done this. I just thought everybody saw people like that, or like But now
Yeah, I
Yep.
always
the
thought so
energy
too when I
level,
was a kid.
my energy level
Yeah, and
now
then-
is off the freaking
and then-
You
charts.
thought what now?
And then you see who they really are. But
Yeah.
everybody around them thinks they're wonderful, and you're like, fuck, they're not.
Well, actually,
I
for the long, I'm one
Oh
of
well,
those
yeah.
people that
Sonia,
sees the
that's
light.
how my sister is. You know,
I see that
so
sliver of freaking
people
light.
have asked me recently how she's doing, and I said we don't have contact, and they just can't imagine because she is such a good actress. Her outside face is to accept is she is the sweetest person you could ever meet in the world. She might even give you a piano. You never know, But
But you can see
she
it.
would call me and say the most horrible things to me just to try to make me feel bad. And
Are you
it's
the
like,
oldest,
what the
Susan?
fuck? What?
Are you the oldest?
No, she is.
No,
And-
I'm
and
the oldest. My
I
youngest
stopped
siblings are
letting
like
her. She was manipulating the entire family and lying to everyone. There was
sister,
nothing honest about her life. And once I realized that and how much I had been manipulated my entire life, and how she would benefit from helping me, and it was really frickin' bizarre. But when my mother passed and how hateful she was to my mother on the deathbed, and my mother had given my daughter, who had just bought her first house, a coffee table. My sister lost her shit. My sister owns 5 homes. The one she lives in is 5,000 square feet, 5-bedroom. Her 3-car garage is full of stuff. She has a warehouse full of stuff. She owns 4 other houses. She lives by herself in a gated community. And she told my daughter she was going to be by to pick up that coffee table. And my daughter said, she stood up to her, thank God. She said, Aunt Vicky's grandmother gave me that table and I intend to keep it. And my sister responded, don't ever contact me again. And then she's trying to call me and text me, and it's like I haven't answered the phone or returned a call or answered a text since. And I'm done.
And what I say, a lot of those people like her, she's miserable, and she wants everybody to be miserable with her.
Yeah,
Absolutely. Yep.
I guess.
I agree.
That's my sister.
And people blamed it on the drugs because she has lupus, and she was on so much OxyContin. Obviously she was an addict, but
For entertainment purposes only.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I forgot. And she would be so mean and hateful. I mean, it's vitriol. I've never seen that kind of behavior. And I would be so upset when off the phone that I would throw my phone against the fire. I mean, as hard as I could. And it was crazy. I lost my train of thought, but I cut her off after the coffee table and telling my daughter never contact me again. It's like, no, if that's all my daughter means to you, you don't need any contact with me,
Yeah.
And I think that's for the
My
best.
sister tries to get in touch with my kids and manipulate them in order to get information about me. And then she turns it all around on them and me. And I've tried to let them know don't do it. And they're finally figuring it out, but it's hard.
I just don't care anymore. I could give a crap what
think
anybody
everyone-
says or thinks or does or, you know what? I heard Bashar say him say that once. It's none of your business what anyone thinks about you, and that was so damn freeing. I really just don't give a crap. Then family, not family. You know who loves you and accepts you for who you are. I mean, that's all that matters.
I
That's
think
who you have at
everybody
your dinner
has
table.
toxic family members that they have to
just
learn to
jealousy
have
and-
boundaries with. And that's all. That's what it's mainly about, is us learning how to set boundaries and say, okay, your behavior is not acceptable for me and my family, so I'm not going to have any communication with you. I still love you and I forgive you, and I pray that you will be a better human being, and I keep you in my thoughts and prayers. But as far as keeping in touch with you, no. And I've got lots of family members like that you just have to say.
But she should be.
What you gotta,
It's been several
what you guys
years
gotta
now.
remember is blood connections don't mean shit.
No, they
It's
don't.
about soul
No, we
connections.
absolutely not.
It's about
Absolutely not.
soul connection.
Right.
Absolutely.
And, just because you born a child or you have a sister or a brother or a parent doesn't mean they are part of your actual soul tribe. And when I say soul tribe, I'm not talking about the tribes that people make here on TikTok or this or that or clicks. I'm talking about souls that actually
Our
keep
real
coming
literal
back together
connection,
over
yes.
and over.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Right. And I
Except
mean,
for
you
my
love
son,
your
who is
kids.
my mother, and it's going to get me back for the rest of our physical lives.
Well, I've met many
Mhm.
people.
I mean-
I've met many people on TikTok that I know for a fact I've known in other lives.
Right.
Yep. Me too.
I feel that connection. It's too weird that you're happen to be scrolling through and all of a sudden you see somebody and you like their voice sound what that sounded familiar to me, and the next thing you know is you're like so freaking connected with them you miss them if they go a day without hearing from them, or if you're not they
Right.
don't go on live and you don't see them and you're like, what the hell, where are they? But yeah.
Right.
I have
And
an
I
off-topic
became
question. Oh,
I
sorry,
became
go ahead.
I became best friends with this lady, and she lives in Oklahoma City. And we just clicked, and later we found out we were actually twin sisters in Atlanta.
Wow.
Cool.
So,
Cool.
Yeah. It's just, we had a past life together.
I think I've been doing that my whole life. I have friends from everywhere. I just connect and off I go. I don't think twice. You walk through my door, your family. You just got to get through the door, right? But
Well,
I have
when you have a surgery like I had, living by myself, and two friends show up to make sure that you're okay. Can I bring you lunch? What would you like to eat from here? And you're laid up as long as I've been, and there's a third who has said, hey, can I come see you Sunday? And I go, yeah, I'd love to see you. And then you don't hear from them for another
Then they
5
never
years.
show up. Yeah.
But she is ADHD and bipolar and,
not
working on
everybody
it.
can handle sickness. Like they don't know how to, or they just can't handle it. I've had a
Well, but
lot
like
of
I'm
surgeries,
saying
but-
is you find out who your true friends are.
Absolutely.
But also my long distance ones that aren't blood family, but they were by marriage, and we consider each other family. Anyway, I'm sorry.
I've been
Unless you're the
differently
extrovert,
abled my
like
whole
me.
life, and you find out really quickly that you have to rely completely and totally on yourself, especially in my family. I wasn't able to drive. So I had a bicycle I rode to and from to get places, or if I didn't have my bike, I would walk. And so I was never able to have a driver's license because of my seizure disorder, because I can't go. You have to be able to go for 3 years without having a seizure to be able to get a doctor to sign off. And it has to be documented that you've gone for 3 years without a seizure. and I can't do that. I can't go a day without having a seizure. So I can't go, so I never could get a driver's license. So I've been
I didn't know that.
basically, yeah, I've been basically like, like at the beck and call, at other people's mercies. I was actually left. I was going to school. I lived in Cleburne. I'm sorry, no, I lived in Burleson, and I was going to school in Fort Worth.
I don't know. Oh, that's in. I was just going to say I don't know where that is. It's in Texas.
Yeah, well, yes, it's in Texas. I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Yes, and I was left overnight at school by my family. They knew where I was. They just didn't come get me.
How
And I
old
was
were you?
married. I was 24.
And who was supposed to come get you?
My husband.
And he just never did?
Nope. He went home, fell asleep, he said. My family knew that he didn't come get me, but none of them offered to come get me either. Because we were living with my family at the time. They all knew. They all knew I wasn't home because I didn't cook dinner. So
Well,
they didn't
that
care.
serves their that serves them right, doesn't it?
Oh no, they ate. Somebody else could, but yeah.
Well,
No.
how did you get home?
Police officers.
God, I would have went
Police
somewhere else and told them to pound salt.
Yeah, a couple of police officers. They'd come by several times and saw me, and they'd stopped and spoke to me, and check my ID and all that stuff, make sure I wasn't breaking into the school or anything. Sitting on the steps of the school, waiting, praying somebody would come and get me. There was no telephones within anywhere. We didn't have cell phones back then.
All right.
So I'm just sitting there waiting, in the dark.
And so
And
they
these
got-
cops come by several times, and they're like, the last time they come by, it was just before they were fixing to get off their shift. And they said, "Do you need a ride home?" Huh?
I'm so glad they did.
Yeah, they were my angels. They gave me a ride home. Yeah. Jerry Allred and Kyle. Oh, dadgummit.
Small town.
No,
Was it-
it's Fort Worth. No, Fort Worth is not a small town.
It was in
Yeah.
Fort Worth.
Yeah, I was stranded in Fort Worth. I lived in a small town. Burleson was a small town.
So
And
but you were in
so,
Fort
yeah,
Worth.
they drove me.
To Burleson?
Huh?
I'm glad you weren't black. What year was this?
Oh, that would be 1980.
Oh,
84? 86.
I don't know how it was then. But
yeah.
I'm glad that they were good guys and gave you a ride.
They were real nice guys. And then my husband accused me of cheating with them.
Oh,
Oh, I had one of those.
F you.
I told him, I was
Funny, I
like,
don't remember any of that
yeah,
shit
and it was
anymore.
great. And see, that's what happens when you don't come pick your wife up from school.
Yeah. Yeah.
It was wonderful. We
Oh.
went out in the woods and had a real good time.
Yeah.
Stupid
Yeah.
man.
Oh.
Brim,
I told him, I was like,
can you
see, that's
explain
the difference between you and them is they
dragon
are
colors?
decent people and you're not. I was married to that not so decent guy for 27 years too, because I was just that stupid.
Not worth your energy to even think about at this point. That's my philosophy. I don't even remember any
No.
of my crap anymore. I just don't. I've let it go so far.
I've had
it's like
some-
I
I've
don't
had
even
some-
remember it anymore.
I've had some real doozy relationships, real doozies.
I've been there.
Brim, can you
you can
explain
from all
the
of them.
color of dragon significance?
What was
A
that,
lot of
Sonia?
dragons have certain colors, and certain colors represent their certain abilities. Like white would represent holy and pure and light magic, as a purple one would be more about dream weaving. A pink dragon is more of a love dragon. A golden dragon is the old wise one that's usually as a leader. The brown dragons are usually about more earthy, more about earth and healing and Gaia, as the green ones are more about the race of dragons and being more of the protectors and stuff like that. And
Tell us about the mother
and
dragons.
there's other dragons there too that people just when they don't realize there's other dragons. There's a lot of dragons that don't have wings. Some of them look like brontosauruses and stuff like that too. You know, some of them have like hard shells, kind of like dinosaurs, but they're big, they're massive. And like there was one
Some of them
when I
look like
was up.
sturgeons.
Yeah, I was up in space. When I was up in space and had a bunch of dragons following me, and one looked like a giant damn turtle from looked like Bowser. I'm like, how are you flying?
Is a brontosaurus? Is a brontosaurus an earth dragon?
It can be, yes.
The T-Rex
What do I
was.
have to?
Can you
What
see
do I
my
have to
husband's
do to
dragon?
get an earth dragon? I think an earth dragon and I would get along.
Yeah.
For, like I was saying before, anybody that wants to find their dragon, go into your safe space within your mind. You go to whatever safe space you want. Call upon your dragon. That dragon, that energy that's inside of you will manifest into the dragon if it's meant to happen. And that's how a bunch of people, how you find your
Okay.
spirit guides. That's how you find your familiars.
Exactly. Yeah.
And stuff like that. When you go in, it's your energy that's inside of you. Whatever energy you have, it'll transmute to whatever you call upon or
And
manifest.
some people don't have to search out for them. Some people they are very vocal and let you know.
Yeah. Like my
Well,
dragon,
well,
he's been
okay.
vocal from the
My
I
beginning.
thought not everybody
My
could get a
husband has.
dragon. Pardon?
I was just trying to see what kind of dragon my husband has, because he said he has the black dragon.
It's a
Your
shadow
husband's a
dragon.
black dragon. Your husband's a
Shadow
black
dragon.
dragon. He's a shadow dragon, and he works with nightmares.
Oh, wonderful.
Like mine is white. My dragon
He's
is.
more of a
go
nightmare
ahead.
dragon.
A nightmare dragon? That's interesting.
Yeah.
Like my dragon is white,
And
but
what's
it's
that
also
mean?
got gold and silver on it.
What does that mean?
Which
I'm a
one?
healer.
Are all
White,
dragons
gold, and
old?
silver.
White dragons are
Are
old
all-
and they're healers.
No.
All dragons aren't old?
Some are not, no.
That's
the
what
older
Paul
ones
said
are
the other
the
day. Xylo,
healers.
he has a brand new dragon. Remember?
Huh, what?
You said
There's
her-
like so many questions.
You said Xylo had a brand new dragon? I'm sorry. Xylo
Who's
has a
what?
new dragon, right? Waiting to meet him. Xyloanthius?
Xylo.
Remember?
Yeah. There's a new dragon energy. There is a lot of dragons that still are created to today. Some of them are just what it is you know, some people how do I word this? Some people have been around the earth for thousands of years, they just keep coming back. Some of them have that dragon energy within inside of them. You know what I'm saying? And that dragon's been there for a million years or so. That energy is traveled through your lifetime and follows you through your lifetime. Sometimes it might skip, but most of the time it stays with you. Now, someone that, some people that don't have the dragon energy, when they get it and they get one, it's a new dragon energy that comes into play.
Yeah.
Like you can, like you could go through your whole life, all your lifetimes, and not have a dragon, and then all of a sudden you could just manifest a dragon, and there you go. There's your new dragon. And
What
not
about
everybody
werewolves?
is.
Yeah. Mine's old.
Cool.
Not
We
everybody-
got some work
not-
to do.
Old.
Not everybody has a walking dragon or
And
a
your
flying
dragon is
dragon.
going to stay with you.
Yes, it stays with you when you
So
bond with it.
if I can manifest an earth.
I didn't believe that.
Okay,
the
so when
whole
we ascend or
dragon thing.
wherever we go, they'll go with us, right?
Well, the way that white cracker
was
did
made
it,
to
he did it
believe her.
wrong. The way
Well,
that
I think-
the way that
I
Balky
gotta
did it, he did it like a moron.
restart.
What are you talking about?
Honey knows what I'm talking about. he did it wrong, and I didn't like it, and that's another reason why I'm not with them. Because I told him not to be doing that crap.
I think you gotta also understand some people are just dragons. Their souls are dragon souls. They are
Yes,
dragons.
and I was getting to
where
that.
Other people,
My
where
dad
other people
was.
have, where other people have dragons that are like guardians, but their souls are not dragons.
Yes, and other people have they can have them like familiars, and they can be riders.
But no matter how they present in your life, you have to respect them.
Exactly. Yeah,
I'm sorry,
The
I
bond-
asked a question and lost internet, so had to.
the bond between a dragon and a human is very sacred. I can't. If I want to know somebody's dragon, I'm not allowed to go up in there and say, "Hey, tell me your name," or I'm not to go out there and pull that dragon. And the only reason I can do that is if I ask permission. Like I would be like, "Honey, do you want me to contact your dragon?" If she says yes, then it'd be okay. I'm not gonna go, "Honey, I'm gonna pull your dragon tonight," and I yank you and I pull your dragon. That's taking your energy. That's taking your dragon, ripping them out of you. And that's very inappropriate, and that's a sacred thing. And it's a sacred bond between the individual and the dragon. And that's one reason why I did not like somebody for doing that.
It also
and
was
no one
very
can-
painful and discomforting when it was happening. It didn't turn out well.
No, because it was not the way it was supposed to be done. And no one knows your dragon name but you, and it's only if the dragon wants to tell you.
Yeah, I don't know my dragon's name. I was gonna say because I've asked and it's like I get nothing, like crickets, like.
And the reason
No
why
answer.
that is because you have to bond with a dragon. You
Well,
have
I
to have
didn't
a
believe.
better bond.
I didn't know about the whole dragon thing. I didn't. Well, I should have because of my Celtic ancestry, my Nordic ancestry. But like I said, I'm a Heinz 57, so I've got a lot of
No, there's a lot of spiritual
ancestries.
things I won't argue with people about.
Dragons were a big deal, to the Scottish people and the Nordic people. So
when it came to somebody, he would talk about different beings. It wouldn't bug me, but whenever he would try to do something with the dragons that was inappropriate, it would just send me into a frenzy.
irritate you.
And
Yes.
Honey knows that I was freaking out,
Right.
and that's just one thing you don't do. I don't.
Disrespectful.
You're not gonna disrespect the dragon with me around.
Brim was
Uh-uh.
not
Who
very happy
was doing
either,
this?
and he made it very clear that he was not very happy about the whole thing. And he made it hard on Paul
Yeah.
because Paul wasn't respecting him, and he wasn't getting, that opportunity to be who he needed to be. They were trying to force it for a show, for a carnival act. Essentially,
Oh, never mind. I know who y'all talking
Yeah.
about
Who
now.
you're talking? Yeah. Yeah.
And so, you bring up carnival, and you pretty much always know.
Everybody's always got. Okay. Yeah, we know who that is. Yeah.
And I was like, I told him on the live. I told him in the back room. I said, "Don't you ever do that.
Yeah.
Don't do that." I even had half the group was agreeing with me that don't do that.
Yeah.
I was infuriated. I screamed
Yeah.
at him over the phone, "Don't do that."
And Brim abandoned you for a period of time because of that, because it made him
Oh
angry.
yeah, he was furious.
Yeah.
What happened?
He was trying to force people to force their dragons out. He was saying he could call them forth.
Oh, this
Oh, boy.
ex-friend of yours?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh, I didn't know he did. Is this the same person y'all were talking about the other night?
Mhm.
Yeah. The
Yeah.
He's an
carnival
evil. He's an
barker.
evil fucker.
Yeah.
I don't care what anybody says. He's an evil
He
fucker.
has he has really bad intentions. Really seriously bad intentions.
Well, they're selfish.
Wow.
They're just
Ah.
very selfish.
I mean, I was, a lot of what he. Now, I'm going to give the guy credit where it's due. He is a smart, intelligent man. He
Oh
does
yeah.
know certain things. He does channel certain things. But when it came to the dragons, he was not going to impede on that. There was no way I was going to allow that to happen. I wanted to go through the phone. I'm not even kidding. I was not playing. I mean,
He siphons other people's energy for his power.
especially with that dragon thing, don't screw with.
that's a
Especially who
bad thing.
Grim is, a god dragon, and it's like you insult and disrespect me. Grim was like,
Yeah,
you
that's
ain't
so
fit. We
disrespectful.
ain't having that. Grim's like, we ain't
Yeah.
having that.
It was a
Paul,
big mess there for a bit.
you missed the manifestation.
No, I seen it. Yeet.
Oh, you didn't even. I sent it for a laugh, you know.
I know you. Yeet. Oh, I was in the middle of a tear here.
Yeah.
You know
I was
what?
trying to find it to make it lighten it up a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, I have a question. When I had kind of like this vision, I was trying to find out who these people, the first people that popped up. I'm kind of putting together like where I see them. Like I'm understanding things more. Like I never kind of saw things like this before. I'm trying to figure out who this being is, right? And so I'm asking all these
Okay.
freaking questions, and then I also kind of figured out. I got the name of one of my extra guides from Greece that attached me to Aphrodite, and then this other Atlantean who, right? Oh God, I can't even. They just are not forthcoming, and they're sort of annoying and getting me mad because they're in my face, right? So I'm asking questions, and I got really good vision. Like I kept seeing the symbol, and I can't draw for crap. I can't draw two straight lines. I can't even walk straight. I went up to MIT to learn how to shoot pool, and I can't shoot straight still. But I know what it looked like, and then I saw it was like a dungeon, and there was a dragon in chains, kind of to the back, and there was a person, a being. I didn't see the face, but they had a sword, and I put my hand on their shoulder or on their face, and then my hair turned long blonde, and I think I was in Greek dress, and I saw the symbol on the sword, and I couldn't draw it, but I was trying to like, you can't Google this shit, right? So I'm in the Commander's Live, and I'm 5 years old. I click on everything, I read everything, I got to know everything. I'm like, so I'm clicking on his like join my team thing to see what stickers are in there, and there's a picture of it. So I go look it up. It's the Galactic Federation symbol. Like really? But the dragon was there. If I could draw, I could draw it for you. I could see the dragon.
Well, that's really interesting because Commander claims that it doesn't exist.
Yeah, I know. He's not always right, but you
No.
know what? He believes
Okay.
so wholeheartedly what he believes. And I don't think anybody actually truly knows everything. Nobody knows.
No,
And,
I
being
think that.
and everybody walks their own path, so it may not be the same for everybody, how they see
Right.
things or understand things or interpret. That's my thing anyway. So I
Bing,
take
can
like
I ask a
everything else. I got
question?
discernment. Yeah,
Can I ask you a
I
question?
sure.
You went to learn to play pool at MIT?
Yeah, angles and vectors.
Wow. Like
I can
wow.
And
tell you when you had that dragon in the dungeon.
No, I'm saying the reason why I'm asking about the pool thing is because that's like a
What?
thing for me on manifestation because I asked for signs of my manifestation
Oh, I
today,
got the chills.
and
Am
one
I a
of them
sign?
had to do. Yes, ma'am, you are, and one of them had
Oh,
to
how
do with
cool.
playing pool. And the reason
Oh,
why I did
awesome.
that is because when I was a teenager, my parents owned a pool hall. And so I was using that as a reference that's nobody, nobody's going to guess that for me, pool hall, because who
Nope.
would think it, and that pops up in the conversation. I'm like, okay, thank you. I appreciate the Yes, thank you. And so you confirmed something for me, Bean. Thank you very much.
Well,
I'm
Bean,
sorry.
I got some.
Get
I
off
got
of the
some,
subject. Sorry about that.
well,
Go ahead,
Bean, I got
Graham.
some. I got some stuff for you, boy. You're gonna love this.
Please
Okay.
tell me these people have been around, or these
Okay.
guides and these beings have been around for months, and they just will not help me.
I can
Little
tell
by
you,
little.
Sonia's probably laughing over there behind the scenes. She's probably smiling and getting ready to laugh because you
Oh, I
you
Well,
can
hit
she
feel
three
it
started
things.
to
already.
say something a few minutes ago,
Okay,
and
you said
didn't repeat.
Atlantean.
So what was Sonia going to say?
Well, first
Yeah,
you
I
said
have a Greek
Atlantean.
guy that calls me my dear, and then I have an
Mm-hmm.
Atlantean woman underneath them, and underneath that I have a monk. I haven't figured out the monk yet, but they're like extra guides. They're not my normal spirit team.
Yeah,
Because
that. I know the Atlanteans, and Aphrodite is in here. I have Aphrodite can talk through me. She's
oh
one of
boy,
my guides. Also, that dragon and the
yeah,
guy with the sword,
yeah.
I know who they were.
I
Do
do
tell.
too.
Well, please
Hmm.
tell me.
Do tell.
There's a reason I
Actually,
spawned them, right?
Ashley, be quiet, and maybe
No
the person will
pregnant
come.
pauses, please.
Hello.
Hello. How are you
Hello.
tonight?
I am very good. You wanted to know about the dragon with the sword. I will tell you, I was holding the sword. The sword was my sword. It was the sword of light. It
How
was
am I connected
Excalibur.
to it?
And that dragon you seen was Mordred's. I was
Wow.
trying to get that dragon to be good. You were one of the guards looking over. You were one of the
Would you like to
female
introduce
guards.
yourself?
Well, everybody else knows who's the only one that swings Excalibur, my dear.
I know who you are,
So
Pendragon,
why
but
was
they
I
may
putting my
not.
hand on your face?
You wanted to see if I was real.
Well, one of the things I noticed is he kept wanting you to harness your dragons, and they did not want to be harnessed. They wanted their freedom,
Exactly.
and they became very unruly, and it caused a lot of damage to your credibility with your dragons. Honestly,
Exactly.
so
But weren't you in chains?
No, Mordred's dragon was in chains.
I think we all just have to we have to learn our lessons and learn our discernment, and certain things
Absolutely.
come to us for that reason.
Mm-hmm.
And we learned it.
Sometimes the
Every
hard way.
past life is a lesson you have to learn.
I had an experience where I was remembering being a Valkyrie.
Well, I can't channel Odin. I haven't done that one. But I do know that I was in that era.
My sister told me what my name was. When she said it, it was like somebody had conked me in the head with a bell, like ding, like a really loud ringing in my head when she said the name, and I was like, whoa,
So
full
they had
body chills.
nothing to do with Aphrodite or the Atlantean or the Palladian, I think it is. That was
No,
something
you had
totally.
there's three different things that happened. You had three things going on at the same time.
God,
Mm-hmm.
there's so much going on over here. I can't keep track of. I'm writing everything down in a notebook. There's just so
Yeah,
much
Yeah.
going on.
Yeah.
You get
I got.
so
I
so
think
much
the
energy
fairies
going
are
over
playing
there.
with me. There's something playing with me at 4:30 every freaking day. When yesterday I went down with my mace, I could swear there was someone in my house. And all my husband came on
Mm-hmm.
my freaking half my. I have these electric candles. I have a lot of them, right? I just love the light and the. So and they're all on timers, and they have the freaking remote controls. But there's one that will go off, just one. I just changed the battery. I hear the loud noise. I'm like, I look at the time. It's 4:30. I'm like, go downstairs with my mace because it was really loud, and then that light is on. I can't figure out who it is because I don't think it's bad. It's not the bathroom person who I scared. I don't even want to tell you how I got rid of that. But I mean, they're just messing with me. My lights in my bedroom, they're on like plugs, right, to the A, and they play. One goes on, one goes off, one goes on, one goes off. I'm like, jeez,
That's the fairies. They're messing with you.
I have a
that's the
question.
fairies.
I hadn't thought about it until just now. That today I was walking from my bedroom to the kitchen, and there's a doorway, and I saw something go past, and I thought, oh, it's just my imagination. I think that my ability to see is coming back, but
It is.
it didn't look like a light colored spirit. It was like more like a shadow person.
Yeah, I get a lot of those.
And that's why, I saw, aren't they dark energy?
No,
They
some
are?
are,
No.
but not all. Not
Okay.
all.
Because it was like, I don't
It's just
feel,
like with.
I don't feel like a dark energy could come into my house. I really don't.
It could be.
No.
It could be like the shadows that you see, like when a lot of times when extraterrestrials visit me, it's like they camouflage and they look like this light colored shadow.
Oh. Well, maybe, and
Almost
I've
like a
also,
flashlight sometimes too.
well, and I've also been
Yeah.
asking to meet Bigfoot. I've been
Oh,
asking
me
to meet
too.
Bigfoot. I've been asking to meet Space Family. I think mine have to come from a long way away, don't they, Bram or Paul?
Yes.
So they may not be here. They may be some of the ones they're waiting on. You know what I mean? Like,
The,
part of the
the ones
reason
in
that
the
big contact isn't happening right away, besides us having to get Earth's energy up to a certain, our vibration up to a certain percentage, if I'm correct. But, oh, fuck, I'm losing my train. This is what's wrong with it when it gets late and I'm getting hot. I
a
lose
lot
my
of the
train of
big.
thought.
Medication is hitting you.
I'm
Yeah.
going to tell you something
Which
a lot
is a
of people
good thing because I'm
don't,
in.
don't know. Grimm's people actually have a colony in the Kepler star system, and it was caught in 1998, something like that. Remember, they caught something on the camera, and they thought it was a star, but it was really a Dyson sphere. That was them. They caught that. The U.S. government caught that. That was the colony from the Laren star system. There's a bunch of beings over there.
Oh. Oh my God.
Have you heard
And-
about that?
No, I've never heard about that. And what
The
did they
Kepler
do
star
with them?
system. They
I've
caught the
never
light,
heard
but they caught the light, but they it's only like what is it, 17,000 light years away. Very close to Earth. And it's the Kepler star system, Kepler 10 something something. And that's where they're sitting.
Who?
It's
What?
America
I
found it.
got confused. I'm sorry. Can you tell me that? Were you talking to me specifically?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. Can you tell me again? And
I can't remember exactly what the date was, but I know that they found a light signature from the Kepler star system, and it was a star. It's on the solar system is not flat, it's on a side angle,
Yeah.
and they spotted light, unnatural light from that, and that was from the Dyson sphere.
And what was the Dyson sphere?
A Dyson sphere it almost looks like an atom. And in the middle is a sun, a star. They have metal that loops around it, and it spins. And the faster it spins, it creates energy.
Wow.
And they use that energy to harness that energy that they can use to cloak planets and ships and certain parts if they don't want it seen.
And which
Earth
one of my
has one, and
people,
it's inside the moon.
which side of my people is that?
They're in the Lyran star system, which is
Oh.
quite a ways away, which
Well,
is the same star system as where Brim is and the other group.
Oh, cool.
They're all the Tigrans, the Illyrians, the dragons, the celestial dragons. They're all in that area right there. Above the Lyran star system is the Draconians. On the left you have the you have the Palladians. Down below you have the Cognis Magnus system. I can't remember what beings are in there. And then a little over to the right you have Sirius. If you go a little bit southwest from the Epsilon Andrade, you've got Orions. They're all in the same area in space.
Wow.
And right in the Cagnis, I can't remember the name of the solar system. It's Cagnis something.
So
And if you go
do they
right below Cagnis is the Kepler star system.
On our
Which
different
is
planets, like you have a planet that you mentioned, Sonia, and my people come from. Do we have different species on our planets?
yes.
Yes.
Good. Well, or that's what I was wanting to know is if you can pretty much live wherever you want, or is it? That's what I wanted to know. It's like all the Lyrans live here, and all the so and so's live there, and.
Well, it all depends on how you look at it. Let me hold on. I got a map of something I drew 20 years ago, and if you take this map and you look at it, it's the same thing as a space map. And I didn't realize it then, but
Like when I had my vision of the planet where I'm from and I was
See
flying
this?
over it.
Yeah, hold on one second.
I
Yeah.
drew this over 20 something years ago.
Oh, really?
Those are the planets that Brim is from.
Oh.
Brim created these planets. And if
Oh,
you look
those are-
down here, look at Orion.
Oh, cool.
Okay, Orion's right here. This is where the Cagnis system is, and it's kind of like the chaos. On this side of the part of the universe is where the Palladians are. Right above here, above here is where the Draconians are. If you go over on this part, this is where the Sirius people are. And these are the 7 planets. Each planet has a race of beings. They're all energy beings, but a lot of his energy beings had transformed themselves into fleshly beings, because that's what some of them want to do.
Yeah.
And we got different kinds of beings here. And if you look real close, look at the planet that's right there.
Wow.
And that's where your Anunnaki are. What it is, how did the Anunnaki get there? Well, that's simple, because if you, over here, I didn't draw the map, but a little bit down here, there's a nebula. And what happens is there's a nebula where they fire up this, these planets that get in a ring, and what it does is it fires up these planets, these moons or whatever that circles them, and it creates a distortion within the nebula, and they teleport across in an orbit across the universe.
What was that
And-
light-looking thing on the screen? Did y'all see that?
Yep, I saw it.
Mm-hmm.
It came up when he talked
And I
about
drew that
teleporting.
over 20 something years ago.
What'd you say, What'd you say, Sonia?
I said it flashed up when he was talking about them teleporting, which would maybe possibly use portals.
Yes, they
Flashed
use
on the
portals.
screen.
Let's see what
They
I said
open
down
up
there on the
portals.
screen at the same time.
Yep.
What he said opens portals? I don't know.
Nibiru uses portals.
Oh.
When we
Jump.
when we speak of them, it opens portals.
Oh, wow. So
And-
he could go
and if
visit
you
them.
if you look at that map and then look at the spatial maps that are out there about Epsilon Andrade, you'll find out that the planets look the same color. That the 7 planets in that star system, they all are the same color. And right, and then if I tell you that story of how, if you remember that story that I told you about how I went to the nebula and straight back was the Lyran star system, Epsilon Andrade, you'll come to understand that's how it all happened. And I didn't know this until Beth Ramsey pulled it out on me. She pointed it out. She goes, I seen that before. And then I told her, they asked me about what happened when I went to my home world. And I told her, she took that information, she looked it up online, found the 7 planets called Epsilon Andrade, and outside of it is the same nebula that I described. And I didn't know nothing about that. That was on one of my lives, one of the ones I think in the beginning of my lives, I think in first 1 or 2, which is back in January. You'll see her on there, and she's the one who brought that up.
I had a question about that. And, oh, shit.
Oh, and thank you for the gifts.
I wish I could hold a train of thought long enough to be respectful to people.
Look
I
at
have
that.
a
14,
separate
14,
question.
14. That's 555. Woo!
It's in
Confirmation.
regards to
Another
Bonahi.
confirmation.
Am I pronouncing that right? Bonahi?
Oh,
Was
then
Bonahi in the
you
land
could
of
just
Chem?
call me Geraldine or Gerald G. Beanworks. Beanworks.
Bean.
Beanie.
I like bean.
It's just it's Gaelic for blessed.
It's Gaelic for blessed. That's beautiful.
What does she have to do with the land of Chem?
Who?
Bean. Was she in the land of Chem?
Chem?
Yes.
I believe many of us were.
She was a scribe too. She was a scribe seer.
Because I keep getting something with her with the land of Chem, and I
She was
myself was a
blind.
priestess there.
Alright, this is what I got. And this just came to me. She was blind, so she wrote down what she seen. They called her the scribe and seer. She was blind. She was blind as a bat. She couldn't see. She had white eyes. And,
She was an oracle.
But, yeah, I was trying to think of the name. I was like, what is that?
Yeah, she was an
So,
oracle.
because I sensed this, I was seeing it. Was she there the same time I was?
We all were there.
Yeah.
Ooh, I got
At the
chills
same
now.
time?
Yes.
Because I was a high priestess. But I
Yeah.
feel like we
Yes.
coordinated something or something together. And I just kept getting that. And I've been holding
A lot
it
of
until
us-
y'all stuff.
a lot of us
She was
right
the
now.
oracle she was an oracle for the goddess that you worshipped, that you were a priestess
Yes.
to.
I'm connected to a lot of gods, apparently.
Yes, we
That's
all
where I
are.
got all these extra guides from, and why I'm a walking Murphy's Law, and everything always works out.
Right? Yeah.
You were mostly affiliated with Horus.
Yeah.
Really? The eye? My God.
I'm
No wonder
sorry.
nothing bothers me. I'm so easygoing. Nothing flinches me. Do we know any werewolves? I have werewolf questions.
I know a planet of werewolves. It's called Bane.
That's my latest thing now. Like, I see a wolf, and all I keep hearing is mate, mate, mate. What the?
Oh,
Shit. Oh shit. Oh shit.
Don't
I know
shit
what
me,
that's
please.
yeah.
I already got light around everything. Around everything. I can't put any more protection on me. I don't know. But I
Oh,
keep
my.
seeing this wolf. I can see it right in front of me with red eyes, and all I keep hearing is mate.
Well,
and I'm
well,
like,
girl,
either
if you're He's telling you he's telling you you're his mate, and he's waiting
Well, I'm
for you
married. He's
after
gonna have to wait. He's gonna have to wait. I don't know where it came from, and I'm obsessed. I freaking watch all these stupid those short reels. I've watched every single Werewolf Luna short reel where the plot is the acting is so bad and the plot is worse, and I can't not watch.
But
I
you
can't
can't not
not
watch them.
watch.
I
Yeah.
understand that.
And I'm
I
like, okay,
understand
there's
that.
a message
That's
here
so
that I'm
funny.
trying not to acknowledge, but I don't even know where to go with that. I'm like,
You
and
don't
I
have a
know,
choice,
I
honey.
know the vampire. I know I've done something with vampires. That is like, I can't not get that out of my head. But I don't think I was one, and I wasn't scared of them. They weren't going to
No.
hurt me, I just don't know where it all connects. But it all connects somewhere, because why am I hearing it?
You were you were a
Because they're
lichen.
werewolf too.
I like it.
Well, and I have an
And
angel.
you slay
He's got me
and the
under his wing, and I think it's Archangel Michael, but I'm not sure.
you were a lichen slaying vampires. That's why they didn't like you.
That's why I wasn't scared of them. I guess they were scared of me. I wish I could
Yeah.
draw. I'd have some hell of a comic book. I got to tell you, if I could draw, but I can't draw. I can't draw a stick figure. You wouldn't know what it was.
Honey, if he's calling you mate, that means you're already mates. He's just waiting for you
Yeah.
to come home.
You're imprinted.
That's gonna be lively.
No,
Don't
yeah,
even
that's-
get me started. Don't even get me started
Rules
on the
made
mate
for life.
thing with.
I,
Yeah,
know- I was wondering if that
and
was
all that
true.
entails with that.
You've been
I wondered about
imprinted.
that.
That's it.
I've been marked.
That's-
I learned all about being marked in these little short films. Everybody's marked, and it's all the Luna thing. And I'm like, okay, I don't know if I know any werewolves. If I do,
You're
I have no
imprinted.
clue.
Mm-hmm.
Ah. Wow,
Oh,
what happened?
shoot.
Is there something I haven't
That's
done?
just funny.
I did a big life, don't I? It's like somebody said to me once, I'm
Another
stopping
thing-
cable. I'm just gonna follow you around because my life is not real.
Have
And
y'all
that's-
gotten
that's
to,
what I-
remember
I mean-
too.
have y'all
After
always
I sent
felt
you-
like y'all are too big to be in this body that
Yes.
we're in?
Oh God, yes.
That our bodies are not big
Yes.
enough. It's like
No,
wearing
Oh,
clothes that are
yes.
like 2 sizes too small.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like
I
a
feel
giant trapped
I'm
in a hobbit.
exactly where I'm supposed to be. I like this
Yep.
world. I feel exactly. I am exactly where I'm supposed to be.
I feel like I feel like a
But
giant
I don't
trapped
have
in
a
a hobbit.
dragon. Not that I know of, anyway.
I feel
And
like
another thing-
a giant trapped in a hobbit. That's what I feel like.
Yep. Me too.
I used to feel too big for my body until things got too intense and scary. Back before the internet, back before,
Yeah, and you shut it all down.
my spouse, my spouse had passed, and I slammed the freaking door. And I've been trying to get it back for probably a couple of years. And, it got real scary and bad stuff was coming in, except for Azrael. That's the most profound experience that I've had as a human. Did you know about that, Sonia?
Yeah. Yep. My daughter
You
did
did
the
know,
same
or-
exact thing. I didn't, but my daughter did when she was like 17, 18 years old.
Oh,
And
you knew
might
about.
yes, you shut everything down because of fear, and it was freaking you out, and it was painful
I
for you.
got scared. Well, and that's when I had too much energy in my body,
Mhm.
and I was begging God to take me now.
But you still have the
And-
fear. You'd be surprised. You can actually control it. You want to explain
Well,
that to her?
You think I am still afraid of it?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. You are afraid of it.
If I could, I think, like seeing that shadow, thinking, you know, it's like, well, good, it's coming back, because I wanted it to come back. But maybe I just need to be more confident in my protections and my energy keeping the bad out.
Honey, you're the one that's stopping it. You're the one that's stopping it. You have control over it. It's there.
You do.
It's there.
Well,
You're the one that's not letting it happen.
I got a hint of it this was it, I can't remember now whether it was, I think it was this morning.
Explain it to her, Paul. You want to explain it to her?
You're, I've noticed this thing, Susan, that you hold back a lot of stuff. You're holding a lot. There's a lot of things that are around you, a lot of energy. It's kind of like honey. There's a lot of things around you, but I've noticed with you two, there's a pattern, and I'm always love my patterns. Honey tells you I love my patterns.
Yeah.
And I love my patterns, and you both seem to have a pattern of, you guys want to see these things, but you don't see them. And it's not that you don't want to see them, you hold yourself back. You guys, it almost like you kind of fear it's not like you fear the unknown, but it's like you are. You know, I'm trying to word it like that, but it's.
I can imagine
you just have to let it go and be who your authentic self is, because you're afraid. It almost seems like you, not her, but you are more afraid of the unknown. And when you see something, you think it's evil, when it's really not. Like Mel was saying, that a lot of beings come down there, and they might look black, but they're not evil. They might look gray, but they're not bad. And
you know, I also
you think
kind
that
of think
everything
that
you
maybe,
see.
do you think all
the things
demons? Do you think all demons are bad? Because I have friends that work with demons.
Demons are never a good thing.
You don't want to fuck around
don't
with
have
demons.
any good intentions. They don't.
Well, I don't.
They're,
I've never wanted to, but I was, you know,
But you gotta understand.
Content, but
You gotta understand. But you may be thinking you're seeing a demon, because there's a lot of people that see extraterrestrials and they think they're demons and they're not.
Yes.
I mean, and it's an energy thing, because they can come in different shapes and sizes.
When
I've dealt with demons. I know what demons are.
Oh well,
I fought one.
I've asked for my
I think
Star
anyone that's
family,
gone through a
but I don't think they can get
awakening
to
has
me right
fought.
now, right? My star family can't come see me anytime soon, right, Paul?
They
They're
can.
still- Oh, I thought they were too far away to get here quickly.
They don't have
Yeah,
to
but
get here.
They can
astral
they can
project.
talk to you telepathically.
Oh,
I got
They
some
can,
guy
they can
in
astral project
Australia
us
up in
just
my
like we
room
astral
now.
project to them.
I've been asking for the wrong thing.
And I'm telling you, if you would listen, that
Sorry.
what I'm telling you is the Lyran star system is pretty far away. However, the Kepler star system is only 10 light years away. Very close to Earth. So their energy can come here. Plus there's a Stargate open. So if they wanted to come through, they can come through. Why do you think why do you think that I told you about the Dyson Sphere? The Dyson Sphere is one of the things that they use to power up the Stargates. And when they open up them Stargates, all they gotta do is jump through and pop over here.
See, you see how ignorant I am.
No, you're
Well,
not
I-
ignorant.
And
You're
like,
not ignorant.
and like what Mel said,
I mean, Suzanne is a smart woman, but I'm very ignorant on. You know, I've believed in reincarnation for a long time. It feels like, but see, I didn't know. I mean, I thought ETs were real, but I didn't. I've learned so much just this past year, you know, that yeah, I never knew I was anything but human. Well, as far as I know, I am nothing but human, but I didn't know that I came from
No,
somewhere
you're
else.
not.
I just thought living on other planets were part of
We're
our
not humans.
reincarnation.
We're
path.
We're not
spiritual
humans.
energy experiencing a human life,
Well, yeah,
In a
a
hybrid
human
body.
experience.
See,
I
aren't
know
we
In a
like
that.
in a
that?
high
More
in a
like that.
yeah,
So
yeah.
we have a
Okay.
consciousness. We have a human consciousness. There's that piece of us that's real, and then there's the spiritual soul. There's like two of us. We got to
Right.
Well, yeah,
meld them
I've
together,
known that
right?
forever. I've always known that.
Susan, it's like Halloween. Your human husk body is like putting on a costume. It's just a vessel.
Right.
It's just a
Right.
vessel
Okay.
that
Yeah, yeah.
that
I
your
guess
soul
I
is using.
understand why y'all
And I
are
want
saying
to
that.
reiterate what Mel said with the beings that you keep seeing. It could very well be like what Mel said. They can astral project also. And maybe those shadows you're seeing could be your ET family astral projecting to you.
Okay.
And you might
As
be
long
seeing
as you
it.
don't feel threatened by them, there's nothing to
Well,
fear.
no, I didn't
But
even jump.
don't be threatened. Don't feel threatened by them.
I wasn't.
And you're probably seeing
I
that
didn't
Yeah.
residue.
You know, it's like I saw it go by, and I said in my head, I said that was just my imagination. And then I didn't slap my face, but you know, in my head I did. And it was like, no, trust what you're
You gotta
seeing.
use your heart space. And listen, I know nothing. I'm like you, right? I just all of a sudden I
Thank you.
was really written. I don't mean that. I don't mean that in a bad way. Like I was so sick and I was so done, and I asked for help. Like, God, give me my
Yes.
light, and everything freaking turned on. But I believed, right? But I knew since I was 6 that God was real because He told me, and I believed it, right? I could always know things and hear things, but shit just started happening. I don't know what any of it is just from being on here, like all these planets and stuff. You can't Google it. But the one thing that I
Right,
learned
right.
was that my guys kept saying, use your heart space, use your heart space. And what the hell is that? And so I don't know. And I'm on scrolling because I like to scroll through. It's something that's really entertaining. And there's this woman talking about how to do discernment. And I heard that word and I really didn't really know what it meant.
Yeah,
And there
I've
was this
questioned my
exercise.
discernment.
It was like put your hand on your heart, rock back and forth, and say something you know isn't true. The sun is black. How does that feel? The sun is yellow, and do it a million times until you feel the difference. Like I can feel the difference, and now I've got the energy so tuned. Like when somebody starts channeling, I'm like, oh, honey, you don't know who you're channeling because that ain't it. Like I know it. I can feel it. Then you'll know.
Yep.
Like when that little thing was peeking out of my bathroom, I wasn't scared, but I didn't know what it was, and I got rid of it because I went to my bathroom. I danced like I never danced, sang on the top of my head. I said, "Listen, you're not scaring me." I said, "You're quite amusing," and I probably scared the hell of it, shit out of it, dancing naked in my shower, singing classic rock on the top of my lungs. It doesn't bother me. It doesn't bother me anymore. But that worked for me. I mean, that worked for me because I like. In my mind, I know God's got my back. I got all these things popping around. I mean, if something's bad, I'm going to feel it. But you have to trust that feeling in your heart space because I know exactly how you felt. I was so scared of the bad that I wouldn't let the good in. Like years and years ago,
Well,
I could read
like
a
I
regular
s-
freaking deck of cards, and I told my sister-in-law her husband was cheating on her and gave her a description of the girl. After that, I did what you did. I said, hey, no more of this crap. Like, I don't want any part of this. And I just was so afraid of the bad that I didn't, because if you open, you're
well,
open, right?
that
Right.
But now I'm not scared of anything. Like I'm just not. And you got to get that. You got to trust that heart space thing. That worked for
And that's
me
what I've
anyway.
always told you is never fear the unknown. Don't fear. Because when you have that fear, you're going to feed the negative.
Yep.
You're going to
Well, you'll-
attract the negative. you have fear.
well,
When you
but
have
like
that fear,
so like
when you have that
when
fear,
I
it's
talked
like
to
you
my
have a
sister
neon
Jennifer
sign.
and asked So,
When you have
but
that fear,
wouldn't
it's
my
like you're
sister
having
come
me up.
anyway? Well, I'm not scared of her.
Huh?
I don't have any fear of her.
Maybe she crossed.
What do you mean, Susan? What does your sister have to do with this?
Asking if I'm open enough to see again and I ask her to come see me, then I should be able to see her, right? I'm not afraid of her.
Well, again, that goes to something else, which I was going to tell people, talk about too. And that goes along with honey. And a bunch of
Medications
other.
can keep you from being able to see spirits also.
Yep.
Some medications.
Yes. But here, one of the major things that people don't realize, another thing that people don't realize is, well, okay, here's an example. I'm walking down the street with every one of you. I'm walking down the street. I say, hey, look, I can see an elf. Honey could say, hey, look, I see a ghost. Sonia go,
Yeah.
I see an Oompa Loompa.
We
Bean
see
can
that
go,
all the time. on
I see an
television.
alien. Bean can go, I
Yeah.
see an alien. Mel can go,
Right.
hey, do you see those little fairies flying around? You could go, well, I see a unicorn. Well, we're all seeing different things. Why can't we see the same thing? Because we're all at a different frequency. Sometimes
Yeah.
a ghost, a spirit, is on a different frequency than an alien being. So
Yeah, of course.
you're not attuned to that vibration, you're not going to see that. That's why
Yeah.
if you have that fear, it lowers your vibration and you can't see it.
You might get different signs though, and you just aren't seeing them.
Yeah.
Yes,
Well,
that
That's not what you're looking
my
for.
house is such a mess. You know.
They don't care about your house.
Candy.
No, they care about
And
your house.
another
Mine's a
thing
mess too.
too. And another thing as far as like,
I wouldn't
back,
see 'em.
right?
If they want me
Like-
to see them, it'll have to. It's just
Thank you.
my bedroom to the bathroom to the kitchen and back. Well, when I have to, I go in my family room, but I can't even get into
And-
my dining room.
Do you know how many
I can't
beings
get
are in
in.
my bedroom? They love my bedroom. They're all in my freaking bedroom. And they all have a space. They all have their own space.
and I think-
Like,
Do you know why that
I
is?
don't think anybody would want to be in here but me.
Do you know why that is, Susan?
Why?
You know why? Because that's where
Why
you
my house
nested.
is such a mess?
No.
Yeah.
Ay,
Yeah,
ay,
this
ay,
is
no,
my
no,
nest.
no,
I
sí, de
bet
aquí
I
no
could-
la es, no, no.
Yeah,
Anyway,
I have a nest.
uh,
I do have a nest. I have a nest. I have everything I need
it
right
doesn't
around
matter
me.
about your mess. What it
Until I
is
have to
they're
go
always in your room
get water.
because that's where you nest.
oh, that was me.
That's where
They're in
your
my
nesting
room.
is.
This is where I do. Yeah, this is my
So
little.
that's. I
So
can't
they're
hear.
all there
Hillary's
around
in
you.
town. Oh, they're all in. They are all in here with me. Okay.
Yeah, because that's your nest.
My husband used to visit me in my dreams, but if he has, I haven't remembered in a very, very long time.
oh my God, girl, you are all over the place.
Medications
Oh
could be
my
blocking
goodness.
that, dear.
Have I slept-
Because you have
Oh.
because of your back surgeries, you've had a lot of medications that could be blocking all of that.
Okay,
But so have I.
I got
They just have
I
to
got
be
something
open.
to say right now to Susan, and girl, I love you. But
I
when
love
we
you
tell
too.
you something and you don't want to hear what we're saying, you move on to a different subject.
I'm so-
Girl, have you noticed she's doing that? She circles. She
I-
circles because she doesn't.
I'm also I've had my
She's had her pain medication.
wait. I've had my THC gummy. I've had my pain pill. I've had my muscle relaxer, and I've had my Lyric. And all
Yeah,
of those
so, yeah.
make you drowsy. But
Yes.
but if I take all those meds without the THC gummy, I have a hard time going to sleep.
Yeah.
Because
I experienced the same thing with Lyrica. I had a lot of trouble
I
sleeping
feel
on
like
Lyrica.
it's kind of
But with
Lyrica.
my THC gummy, I can go to sleep anyway.
But
Yeah,
that's
another
why
thing
they're
I
all
wanted
in
to
the room.
And I
point
have been asking about, if my third eye was still closed from slamming it shut, or was the medication preventing?
It could be a bit both.
But
A little bit of both.
But obviously, based on what I saw today, it's starting to open. I'm assuming it opens slowly because otherwise you'd be overwhelmed, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what? I started listening to that like healing vibrations. Like I was
Yeah.
desperate, right?
I
And
listen to so many
but there's a specific. I don't know.
frequencies.
They don't all resonate with me. But there's a
Right.
few that do, and that just like it makes a difference. Like it helps me quiet my mind down. You're probably not quieting your mind down either.
I look at lists for what different frequencies are good for, and the ones that I seek are pleasant to hear. And I assume the ones we need most would probably sound best to us.
I noticed the
I
other day
don't know
water.
that's the
Water.
truth, but that's what I just thought of. What?
Try the heart space thing. See if you can feel the difference.
Honey said,
Play with it.
open your heart first.
No, do that little exercise. I did it just because I wanted to see if it made a difference, but I trust it now.
I'm having
I really
trouble.
trust it.
What
Okay.
happened?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, she paused.
Somebody's walking somewhere.
It's not walking, it's a dog drinking out of a water bowl.
Oh,
Oh, sorry.
I was fixing to say because I thought it was my dog, so I paused my mic because I thought I was hearing, because I've got headphones on, so I thought I was hearing my dogs in the kitchen drinking. And
No, it's a
I
big
muted.
dog.
Sorry, that's my big baby.
aw.
No, mine are all in here asleep, so they're not drinking. So I was like, it's not my dogs. It's not my noise this time.
I'm used to hearing it.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it's my big baby.
That's the reason why I wasn't saying anything, is because I was thinking, oh my gosh, that's my dogs. Y'all be quiet.
There was something else I wanted to say about the whole ghost issue too, and I think, you know, because a lot of people are talking about seeing ghosts and this and that, and they're not actually ghosts. I mean, some maybe, I don't know. But
Some
the thing is the veils are thinning. The veils thinning. And I think
Yep.
sometimes when people think they're seeing ghosts, they're actually seeing, and sometimes it's not even with like our 3D. You know, when the veil comes through, like when I see double dimensions, like I'm here in the 3D and I see the other dimensions. When I see beings in the other dimension, they're not standing flat on the floor like I am. You know, they might be hovering a little bit, and I
Yeah.
think people are actually seeing beings from other dimensions and assuming and thinking because they look shadowy or they look like they're floating or something.
they call it
they're-
echoes.
Right, but they're not seeing ghosts, they're actually seeing beings through the veil.
It
Right.
seems like an echo. I call it a cosmic echo. When you have two universes at the same parallel, I don't know how I even know this crap. Anyway,
Well-
I see 2 or 3 universes, and they're both on the same timeline, but they're both time and space. You're gonna that person at one time in the other universe is at the high vibration. At that point, it's at a high vibration. It's shaking so bad that the other dimensions and the other realities see it, and it's called an echo. I don't know how the hell I know that.
Well-
It just came to me. So
I was told that it's what they call time folds,
yeah, that.
where their time overlaps for a brief time with ours. Time folds. Yeah, another thing. Exactly what you were saying, but a different terminology for it.
I have no idea how I knew all that. So
Like I said, we're channeling. We're channeling. So the knowledge.
hell.
Well, we're all living at the same time. And so you
Yes.
could be seeing, either yourself or a separate person existing in the same
Mhm.
the same time dimension. It's just not quite.
And here's something that I'm going to share
Yeah.
with everybody. I sat here one time, and I don't think I've shared this one. I went to call somebody, and I used to smoke in my bathroom. So I went and called, tried to call people. Nobody would answer. So I'm like, you know what? Whatever. I was a little annoyed by it. So I put on some shaman music, and I was like, you know what? I'm just going to sit here, smoke a cigarette, maybe do a little meditation, because I felt something. I needed to do something. I don't know what, but whatever. So I was smoking the cigarette, and I was into the shaman music. And I swear, when I looked down, I could see my hand, and then there was like another hand above my hand. And I swear I looked inside another universe, and like I was in somebody's kitchen when I was sitting there near the bathroom. Like, what am I seeing? And I think that's what it is. I think that's the same thing as a ghost. So maybe in their reality, when they're looking over, they see a man that's standing in their kitchen. They could go, "Oh my God, that's a ghost."
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Well, I think, yeah. Well, I think most ghosts, most hauntings, are spirits that, for one reason or another, are afraid to go into the afterlife, afraid to leave where they're at. They either don't realize that they've been unalived, or they, or like you said, it's an echo of a past, or like a bleed over, whatever you want to call it. But yeah,
I call it an echo.
an echo.
I have a question for Susan. Are you ready, Susan? Can you hear me?
I
Suzanne.
lived with a lady ghost
Okay.
for quite a while.
geez.
Yeah. So
Scared the hell out of me, Suzanne.
Scared the hell out of me. I jumped out of my chair.
Susan,
how?
Susan, I want you to
Because
focus.
you all of a sudden said, I lived with a lady ghost. You scared the pee-waddle-doo out of me.
I was drinking my soda and I dropped the damn soda.
I wasn't afraid of seeing spirits until after my husband died and I was in such grief.
Yeah,
And
that's
and
understandable.
and that's when like I said, I felt like and I was in such a bad place. And so that's when it's like I couldn't handle anymore.
Okay, Susan, I
Yes,
have a
ma'am.
question for you. And
Yes,
I want you to
ma'am.
focus, okay, sweetheart?
I'm gonna do my best.
Focus. Okay.
Okay.
Do you love me?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. I
That's
love
an easy
you too.
question
Can you
to
feel,
answer.
Can you feel that in your heart space? When I say I love you, do you feel it? Can
I
you
think
feel
so.
it? I'm trying to teach her the heart space.
Hold on. I got this.
You have to do an easy exercise so she knows.
This is why Brenda calls me a smart ass, because I was about to say something
I should
inappropriate.
have talked about the heart space first. I should have talked about the heart space first.
I'm very irreverent. I don't know if you've ever noticed that about me.
Girl, you're high as a freaking kite. Oh my God.
Laughter raises your
You
vibration.
say that like that's a bad thing.
I can't even
lost
sleep
my
over here.
You keep on. Oh
I'm
my
trying
gosh.
to help you find
You
your
know
heart
What makes me
space,
stay
sweetheart.
up so late is I take all these medicines at night, and then I feel so good. I feel so good that I want to stay up and enjoy it.
Right? Hey. And
And next thing you
by
know,
all
it's
means
4
you
a.m.
should.
Been there.
I was trying to help you
But
find
that's
your
the,
heart
that's
space,
the only way
sweetheart.
that's the only way gummies are the only way I survive this
You
life.
are, Susan, you are me trying
Okay.
to snuba. I tried to
Let's
snuba
all
once.
listen to Sonia.
We're gonna try this, honey. Next time we'll try this exercise next time on live.
I
or
can't even go
maybe
to
in
sleep
person
here.
when you're not so stoned. Okay, we'll try the exercise again later.
I know.
We're gonna have to do it earlier then, because by
Oh,
this
Lord.
shit, I can't even see with my glasses on. It's 12:30 here. Usually
we don't call her
12:30
after
I'm
9.
home.
It's
I
12:22
got-
here, according to my phone. It says 12:22.
That's what I got.
It's 1:22
It's
here, and I'm about ready to go
1:22.
to bed.
So when
So we
you
got lots of twos, man.
when you put both hands onto your heart,
What? Oh hell.
put
I'm-
put both hands onto your heart,
Yeah.
and do the deep breathing like I taught you. Breathe up from your feet, all the way up your back into your head, down through
I
your
knew
throat,
that.
and into your heart, and feel that
Oh
heat.
shit. Oh my god.
Feel
Look
that. Feel that
that-
heat.
That. Wait.
Honey, it's a losing battle right now, baby.
I remember this. This has to happen at another time.
I think
I
I
think
did.
it's
Remember? I mean, if you're talking
tomorrow.
about when we did that healing with all those with everybody,
Mm-hmm.
I don't go. Well, I'm about to. My son is my supplier. I give him money and he gives.
It's legal
Because
here.
I don't have a medical card, and as long as I'm too.
I'm in New Jersey.
I get
It's
mine
legal here.
delivered. I get
Medical
mine-
is here, but I don't have
Mine's
a
medical
medical
marijuana.
card.
Mine's medical, and I get
Because-
mine delivered by the mail.
My Lord.
Oh, I can get Delta 9 and stuff mail ordered.
Well, this explains a lot.
Well,
No.
Yes,
if I had
it does.
maybe I could if I had a medical card, but I don't. So, but anyway, I'll turn off my microphone and listen. And, well, I mean, I can talk.
No, don't turn off your microphone.
This is why
Don't you
everybody
dare
should
turn off
have
your
access to
microphone, Suzanne.
medical
Or
marijuana.
worse, you could be mated and married.
Absolutely.
I was talking. Do you what?
What?
It could be worse. You could be mated. Oh. This freaking wolf will not go away. It's like right there in my face. It will not go away. Yeah.
You got a horny ass werewolf with a big old knot waiting for you.
I
Oh
do.
my God, did that just come out of my mouth?
It's okay because you know what? I actually know this. And I know this. I'm going to have to get my druid because I'm a druid somewhere too, right?
There you go.
I
Yeah.
think I need some gummies.
Yeah. Bean, I was a
don't need
druid
gummies.
priestess. I even have a photograph of where I was unalived at.
Oh, that's fun. I can't even.
I always
can't
dreamed of it. Always dreamed of it when I was a child. I kept having the same dream over and over of me being a grown woman, and these men are surrounding me, and
That's
they,
horrible.
yeah, and then they unalive me, and I had that dream over and over and over and over. I mean, like
I know I
a
was buried
lot when I was
alive.
a kid.
I don't even need to know. If you know, you don't have to tell me, but I know I was. I've been scared of being buried alive since as long as I can remember. As a kid, I'd wake up in the middle of the night having a panic attack. I was afraid of being buried alive.
Bean, Pompeii.
Yeah.
Pompeii,
wonderful.
baby.
I was at Pompeii too. Where wasn't I? What? I don't know if I even want all my memories, right? Oh my
Hey, I
God.
got one. I
That
was
popped
ruling
into my
Atlantis
head,
when
so
it
I had
fell.
to say it, Pompeii. I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, I was ruling Atlantis when it fell. I was part of the problem.
You were part of the problem?
So maybe do I know you from Atlantis? I got this lady with piercing green eyes, like they could Xena me, right? And she's from Atlantis.
Yeah, I was the queen of Atlantis when it fell. Yep.
I handed it over. I didn't
We're,
want it no more.
Say what?
yep.
Oh, I know who you are. I looked it up. I was trying to figure out the connection between the Greek gods and Atlantis. Like, they have to be
I
connected.
find the photo.
I know I was
I was
one that
also
left and felt very guilty because I left everyone.
nope. I died there or unalived there. Sorry, I unalived there in Atlantis. I
Yes.
was also Hathor. That was an interesting find, being Hathor.
Who's that?
Okay.
She's a goddess. She was a consort to
What
Horus.
the heck? Why is it not?
So have I been
There
your
we go.
slave in all my lives? Is that what's going on?
Oh my God!
There's a photo. There's the photo of the place where I was a druid that I was unalived at.
Oh my God!
Well, come on. Every word you say that's the god I'm attached to. So I think I was your slave in all your lives. There we go. There's the connection.
Oh Lordy!
I'm still waiting for honey. Who's the angel I got wings wrapped
I'm
around
not
me?
lagging, sweetie. Suzanne
Oh,
said
but
she
you
has
have to
really
look
bad
like.
connection. She's lagging.
I need to come fix our internet. I think is what I need to go and do.
Oh
I think a lot of people
my!
are having problems with their internet. What's Beanie? What's the angel look like?
I can only see the back of him, and I'm in his wings. Like it's his left wing is wrapped around me. I can't see me because he's so big, but he's
Mm-hmm.
there, and he's got his left wing wrapped around me, and
Does
that's
he have
new
black?
too. That came after the wolf.
Does he
So
have black
He's there
hair?
protecting you from the wolf.
I will shit if it's Archangel Raziel. Oh my God.
Oh my
oh
God!
God, I really was a slave in all my past lives, wasn't I? This is interesting. But I see him from the back, dark hair, brown hair, dark hair. They're
Oh my
not.
God!
There's things they don't let me see, just like the other person on the ship. They won't let me see the third person or
It's Archangel
being.
Raziel.
Whoa.
You're not ready yet.
Well, I
Hmm.
know they tell me that too. I'm not ready yet. How much
Oh,
more
hi
ready can
spirits.
I
I think
be?
I know. I think I know what you're talking about.
I've been seeing an angel from the back too.
And I'm wrapped in
He's
that wing. It's
flying.
huge. Is that what it is?
I've been seeing an angel from the back, and he's got huge white wings, and I don't know who it is.
It's a white wing, but I know I'm in there. It's wrapped. It's a
I've
cute
seen
wrap.
huge white wings. It looks like it's about 20 feet long.
Wow.
I tried to create a picture of the archangel that I've had visions of and have spoken to, and I did discover that he was Archangel Raziel, and he's got black hair that's like shoulder length.
Yeah, it's long, but don't they all have long hair?
No, they don't actually.
It's long. It's like shoulder length hits the bottom of
Well,
his.
the fallen
Like
that
that's
I met, he was the fallen angel I met. He actually had short blonde hair, but he was beautiful, but he was fallen. So that's what we're talking about. You can't always judge, like when he said earlier, you can't always judge by what the beings look like, if they're light or dark, because there are a lot of evil beings out there that are just absolutely beautiful.
Oh,
You got
well, yeah,
you
that's.
don't go by what they look like. You got to go by feeling their energy.
Well, that one feels like I feel protected. I wasn't sure
Mhm.
about the ship ones, but they don't seem. They were the first
Well,
ones I
and they're
popped up.
not all male, and
No,
they
they're
are.
No.
not.
They
Mm-mm.
usually appear the way we want them to. we put their appearance on them as we choose to see
The
them.
only one I see, Mel, is Archangel
Yeah, I
Michael,
don't
and it's
agree with
only
that one.
You
because he
don't?
poked me in the forehead and he poked
No.
me really freaking hard. Like, to really poking that somebody that hard to wake me up. And that's
I don't
seeing
know.
me.
Like I
I,
said, ever since my little visitation that I had with the creator over here, I've seen a big angel from the back. He has 20-foot long wings and it's huge wings and it's white. I don't know who it is, but I can't see because he's flying, and I'm looking at the top view from the back. I can't see. I can see his hair is dark, but I can't see the way. I can't see his face.
well, I know
It's
just
like
in listening to Cryon, he says that as humans, we have to have something that we can relate to. And if we saw the angels in their true form, it would be too frightening. It would be too overwhelming and intimidating. And so we give them appearances that we are more comfortable with, which is the chiseled body with the wings and the glimmers and the hair and all. But a lot of them are neither male nor female. They're
Yes.
Yeah.
What? Well, I
Yes,
see light.
and I think
A
that
lot
might
of light.
depend on the angel. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
What type of angel it is.
Mm-hmm.
But I know that there's been several people that have seen Archangel Raziel too. And when I showed them pictures of the picture I tried to create as close as I could get to them, they all agreed he looked the same. So maybe they have a form that they show people,
Mm-hmm.
like what you're talking.
So we
But
don't.
it's the
So they
same
don't
for
scare
everybody.
us so bad because their true form
They
would be
appear to, yeah,
frightening.
they
I
appear
don't
to
see
us
his face. I
what
just
we
see
can
him. I
accept.
just see from the back and a big wing wrapped around me, and I
Now,
just know
when
it's
I've
me in
seen
there.
him, it's always been in visions, except for one time, and he came to me in my room when I was laying down sleeping at like 3 a.m. in the morning, and it was just a light body. But I knew because it was the same energy that it was the same angel. So he looked like humanoid form in my visions. You know, he just was huge and had the wings and all that. But when he came to me, like
Did I
here
do it?
at my house, he came.
it
He was
off,
like a
so-
light being, like a humanoid looking light being.
Yeah.
So, and I think that light being is actually a lot of their more true forms, depending on which level of angel or what's maybe I don't know if you say species of angel. Oh,
There's different hierarchies of angels. There's angels, there's guardian angels, there's light angels, there's archangels, celestial angels, and you have the seraphims.
They're kind of defined by their jobs.
Yeah.
What energy are they? Are they the protective energy, the healing energy, the communication energy? They all have a different job.
Mm-hmm. Well,
Well,
I'm
I
gonna
think I
have to
gotta
get
go to
off here,
bed.
guys.
Yeah.
Me too.
I gotta get up for work, and now I'm never gonna look at my husband the same again, knowing he's a nightmare dragon. We're gonna be having dinner. What are you staring at? He said, yes, he made something about my new religion yesterday, last night.
I have a question before we all go. The person y'all were talking about, what was it that he did before he did all those horrible things? What brought that on?
He was channeling. He was channeling a being, a galactic being, and telling people, what their needs were, where they came from, past lives, and trying to bring out people's gifts for them.
Yeah.
I'm
And
thinking
But
about
his
letting
main,
anybody
his
into my
main,
energy.
wait, I can't hear. What?
his main objective. I mean, what he started out doing was channeling different personalities, but he was mainly channeling a galactic being, an Andromedan.
Yeah.
And so, he was kind of telling us everything we've all been learning the last 3 years.
Yeah.
But it all boiled down, and he wanted to help enhance our gifts and bring us into the light. Tell us who our star, whether we were star seeds, where we were from,
Yeah.
what kind of life, and that kind of thing. But it all kind of boiled down to what his goal was for him to have all of us contribute a bunch of money in order to have a place, because his prediction was is we were all going to be buried in ice and snow. And so during the time that Gaia was transforming, and so he wanted us to all get together and put all our money together and go live together, where we all built this giant mansion where he and his family lived. The rest of us lived in like villages around him, but we all worked together, and we were to be the ones to guide everybody out after the survivors, the people who survived. We would be the ones to guide them spiritually out of it and back into the essential new earth.
Is he still? Is he still preaching that on?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I have gone through one of his lives, and I cannot stand the sound of his voice. It was like I can't listen to anything, and I just kept scrolling. And anytime it pops up, it's like I don't want to hear this. So maybe that was my intuition.
At your heart space.
Mm-hmm. Well, I knew the voice is like fingernails on a chalkboard kind of thing to me.
Well, we kind of got sucked into it, I think, a little bit until we all figured out what his goal really was, and we began to see through. We weren't using very good discernment in the beginning because it was kind of an egoistic trip for us, because he was telling us how special and what.
Yeah, he would pump us up. Yeah.
And give us a great vision of what was going on. But he was also using a lot of fear tactics, and I never liked it from the beginning, ever.
So that's why. Sorry. Oh, never mind.
And I didn't like the way he was so damn bossy either, and we butted heads quite a bit. And, there was a back channel where there were only certain people who were privy to certain information. And essentially what he was doing was using our energy to pump his own self up.
And he could reach out to you and get in your head long distance, right?
Yes, he could, and he tried it multiple times, and I blocked him multiple times. I mean, there were times he'd sneak up on me, and I would end up throwing up a block. It was very annoying.
Well, it's incredibly rude.
Right.
I mean, he could text you, and if you wanted to text him back, you would.
Right. But he was demanding more and more of our time and attention and energy, and he was essentially just sucking it all out of us.
Yeah. Well, did y'all all figure it out at once, or slowly leave one by one?
It was kind of all at once. It started with one or two and snowballed, and I had a lot of questions, a lot of reservations, and I was backing out, and then couple of others had confrontations. They were backing out. Unfortunately, he ended up talking some people into coming there, ruining their lives, pretty much bankrupting them
Selling their homes. Yeah.
in the meanwhile.
Oh my God.
Yeah, and that's how.
Well, he was trying to build himself a cult.
Yes.
Yes, very much so.
Yeah. And it took me a long time to get over that egotistically, because normally I'm very proud of myself that I have excellent discernment, and he fooled me, and I was very ashamed of myself for a period of time, and I had to really work through that.
Well,
Yeah, you should
I'm
never be
not.
ashamed of yourself
I'm not
for
real
that.
sure about my discernment. That's for sure. In this earthly life, but I've always. I trust people to. I don't know. My daughter told me the other day I was too nice, but
I'm the
and
same way.
my elder family used to tell me I was too gullible. But
Yeah.
I think that. But that's part of what I think my path in this life has been, was to lead with love. And you can't
Yes,
lead. And
I
so that's
agree.
where my discernment, I know, has been lacking, because I've been used by people that took advantage of my heart. You know what I mean?
Right. Yes, I do. I
So,
feel the same way.
it's I don't know. But so I wrestle with that, because my discernment is late in coming sometimes, when I start to doubt people. And then I go, why did I ever think they were a friend?
Yes, I understand that feeling.
Everybody has light in them, and you see the light. That's what I do, except I'm a lot better at it now.
I can't.
Seeing the
Well,
rest of it.
once we all figured it out, it was pretty damn plain. And he does still have a core group of people that are very, very loyal to him. And there was a lot of peer pressure going on, as well as other things. And he also kept us awake for hours upon end. It was constant. You had to be
Yeah.
on, with at his beck and call.
He was
24
on
hours a
Pacific
day.
time and expected y'all to be on Pacific time also.
Pretty much.
He just wanted us to be available to him whenever, during the day, during the night, during the whenever, and we'd have marathon lives where we were on for 6, 8, 10 hours at times, and then he'd be
Yep.
messaging us wanting to do face-to-face and group meetings, and he wanted to have manifestation exercises to manifest lottery money.
You know what that was? He was surfing in your energies, what he was doing.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, he was.
And I was exhausted.
Very much so.
I was exhausted, and it began to really have an effect on my own energy level and my discernment level, and I couldn't hear my guides anymore. The only thing I could really hear from them was, well, are you having fun? Kind of thing. And that snapped me out of it. It's when they were saying, well, gosh, if you're having fun, I realized then they weren't going to interfere in any way. But they were going to let me learn my lesson.
Someone's talking to you in chat. Sorry.
And I argued with him all the time, and they laughed at me, but he just got on my nerves after a while, and I just kept calling him the carnival barker, and it really pissed him off.
Yeah.
Because after a little while, that's what it felt like to me was, but he promised each of us a certain hierarchy, you know, where you're going to be this and you're going to be this amazing teacher and you're going to be this, everybody's going to bow down to you and you're going to do all these amazing things. And that never sat well with me. I never, ever, and I would argue with him about it constantly, and that I never felt anybody was any better or smarter or bigger or whatever than anybody else, you know?
Yep. All right.
Yeah.
Well, I need to say good night to everybody, and I love you all.
Good night, sweetie.
And
Love
I'll
you
see
too.
you all
Yeah, really bad.
around next time.
I think all my meds have kicked in.
Yeah. And you all have a good night and sweet
It
dreams.
was nice
Okay?
meeting you again for
You
about the
too.
100th time.
I had my microphone off and was talking to you, Sonia. I said, I love you.
I love you too.
How does that make
Michelle.
you feel in your heart space?
Oh, it makes my heart space just expand.
Oh my God.
You're laughing too hard. I couldn't hear her answer.
It makes it expand huge, darling.
Thank you, baby. I love you.
I love you too. All right. Bye-bye, guys.
Night, night.
Good night,
Have a
Sonia.
good night.
Sweet dreams, sweetie.
Bye.
Jamal wants to say something.
Hi, Jamal.
Hello?
Hi, Jamal.
I can't hear you.
Hello.
Hello?
Out my weak internet, but this is the only way I can talk to you.
Jamal, are you in Gaza?
Yeah, I am currently in Gaza in the displacement camp.
Whoa. How did you know that, Mel?
It was me, Geraldine, and I saw him type it in the chat. Nothing crazy.
Oh.
I don't know. I can't hear you if you're talking to
I
Jamal.
can't hear. Yeah, I'm not hearing anything either.
I can't hear either.
Well, I'm gonna end the live.
I'm sorry, but my internet is very weak.
What?
He's got weak internet.
He said his internet's very weak.
Yeah, mine
I'm
is
sorry,
too.
but
Mine's all screwed up. Honey, he said his internet's
okay,
messed up.
Just
Mine,
need to. I need to tell you about our suffer in the displacement camp and how much we miss our homes and our house.
I'm really sorry that our country is supporting Israel. We don't.
Same.
We don't support that. So,
No.
just so you know, and your people know, that the American people, most of us don't support that. But our government didn't ask our permission.
Yeah, that's real. I have a lot of friends in the United States, and they are really, really kind people. Most of my online friends are from the United States, but your government are very terrible on us, and they keeping support Israel with weapons and armies, and I think they are sharing them with killing us.
We can't have that on here.
We can't
otherwise
talk.
we're
We
gonna get in
can't talk
trouble.
about that. We're gonna get. Yeah. It's gonna cause problems.
TikTok
Yeah, and
doesn't like that kind of
I just
language.
gotta
Okay, so
I just gotta
Warning.
yeah, I gotta go because if I stay online, I'm gonna get banned.
okay, but I hope I hope you just understand
Just know that we're
what
praying for
I
you.
said.
We're praying for all of you.
Okay, I have to go, otherwise I'm gonna get banned.
Good night.
Okay. All
Love
right. Good
everybody.
night. Good night, everybody.
Bye.